Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable, see playlist for other chapters and novels. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Side Story Chapter 3 Alpharon 3. Sun Wukong's remark contained an undertone of disdain toward Vivasvat. It was as if he was speaking with an immature minor. However, Vivasvat did not object. Rather, he narrowed his eyes and observed his opponent. Vivasvat was wary of his opponent because of the rumors that preceded him. Even if most of the rumors were simple exaggerations, even if only some of them were true, Vivasvat knew that he currently did not have the power level to deal with Sun Wukong. Moreover, Vivasvat was scanning his surroundings to secure a way out in case things went south. Oh ho, you're unlike what they say about Jaiho's son. You're much calmer than I expected. Are you really Jaiho's son? Sun Wukong was a little startled by Vivasvat's reaction. Based on the heavenly demon he knew, Sun Wukong expected that the heavenly demon's son would have already called him an idiot and rushed headfirst at him without thinking about the consequences. However, Vivasvat showed no signs of such agitation, let alone excitement. Perhaps you resemble your mother. Sun Wukong grumpily muttered to himself as he hung the Ruyi Bang on his back. It seemed that Sun Wukong had been looking forward to a good spar. Well, it probably doesn't matter. Anyway, little boy, stop running around all over the place and go home. Your mom and dad are worried about you. Stop causing concern for them and return. Sun Wukong treated Vivasvat like a young boy who ran away from home. If Vivasvat did not follow his words, it seemed that Sun Wukong was planning on knocking Vivasvat out and dragging him back home. However, Vivasvat continued to look at Sun Wukong while having his great handprint skill readied. He remained quiet, as if he was about to die of frustration. Sun Wukong made a frustrated expression and was about to say something in annoyance. However, just at that moment, Vivasvat spoke up. Where my father is you seem to know. You. Sun Wukong smiled. Even amid the countless iterations of the turning wheel, few people had ever referred to him as you. And if I do? Tell me where my father is. I must see my father. I don't feel like telling you. Tell me. I don't want to. I'm already tired and angry about having to come here, but now, you want me to get involved in a father and son quarrel. I will not. If that's the case, I guess there's only one action I can take. Oh, are you going to do something about it? Phew. Vivasvat lightly sighed and cracked his neck. Crack. As his body relaxed, Vivasvat's magic powers began flowing smoothly. The aura of light that was wrapped around him began to shine brighter. I have no choice but to force you to speak. Whoosh. A strong wind began to swirl around Vivasvat. The wind grew to become a great gust of wind, soon turning into a typhoon. It shook the entire planet, which was already perilously teetering. If things remained like this, it seemed like the planet would soon shatter into pieces. Amid a strong typhoon wind, Sun Wukong's long gray hair fluttered and swayed. Smile. You. Sun Wukong was smiling brightly as if he found the developing events immensely satisfying. So, you are Jaiho's son. And with those words bam! A fierce battle between Vivasvat and Sun Wukong began. After a while, the descriptive words to describe what went on changed. It was no more a fierce battle, as it was a one-sided beatdown, an utterly one-sided beatdown. That was the most accurate way to describe what happened. Ha ha ha, it'll still take you a million years for a kid like you to chase after this old man. Rumble. Sun Wukong literally slapped Vivasvat around. Whenever Vivasvat launched a great handprint attack, Sun Wukong would avoid it casually and then slap Vivasvat on the back of his head. And if Vivasvat tried to approach Sun Wukong from his blind spot using Shukuchi, Sun Wukong would use his illusionary and transformation magic skill to hide himself, and then hit Vivasvat from behind with Ruyi Bang. Vivasvat could not even touch Sun Wukong. It was an utter defeat and humiliation for Vivasvat. How come I can't get even a single hit in? Vivasvat could not understand how he was being so thoroughly routed. Although he was not thinking of defeating Sun Wukong, Vivasvat had been confident that he would be able to at least put up a fight against him. Vivasvat had thought that, if he could put up a formidable performance, perhaps Sun Wukong would consider divulging the whereabouts of his father. However, as soon as the fight started, and the moment he had his head slapped silly, Vivasvat instantly realized that his initial thoughts and expectations were all in vain. Have you heard of that one saying? What are you going to say? Everyone has a plausible plan until one gets hit. Quote. While I was contemplating that saying, I got another idea. Quote. What would happen if one didn't just get hit but was slapped silly? Quote. Quote. So, let's go. Bam, 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 bam. How long did the beatdown last? At some point, Vivasvat felt like the world was spinning. Bam, 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 bam. Act number. Bam, 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 bam. I need to know where my father is. Bam, 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 bam. No, Vivasvat tried to hold on. He was determined to not lose his mind. If he were to lose his consciousness now, Vivasvat knew that he would find himself in front of his mother when he regained his consciousness. If that were to happen, Vivasvat was sure that he would not have an opportunity to look for his father again. Thus, Vivasvat clung on to Sun Wukong to not lose his consciousness. No matter what, Vivasvat was determined to find the whereabouts of his father. However, this was much easier said than done. It was already straining Vivasvat to the limit to maintain consciousness. Bam, 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 bam. Hey, this should be enough, so get off me. I don't like males clinging onto me. I don't swing that way. Bam, 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 bam. Hey, get off me. Bam, 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 bam. Arg, you're driving me crazy. Fortunately for Vivasvat, as time passed, Sun Wukong grew tired. Though he was excited to beat up his opponent in the beginning, that excitement could only last to a certain extent. Though Sun Wukong had stated that he would stop beating Vivasvat up, Vivasvat did not let go of Sun Wukong. Now, Sun Wukong was feeling frustrated and angry. If it was an enemy, Sun Wukong would have already annihilated his opponent. However, he could not do that to this child. If he inflicted a wound on Vivasvat beyond what he dished out, Sun Wukong knew that he would later get an earful from the heavenly demon. Slowly, Sun Wukong began to grow tired. Huff, huff, huff. Breathing heavily, Sun Wukong tiredly looked at Vivasvat. It's still a long way before it's over. It would not have been strange if Vivasvat collapsed immediately. His two eyes had been bruised black, and his entire body was covered in dust. One would scoff at the idea that such a being had moments ago defeated an elder god and blew away an entire planet with a single gesture. Regardless, Vivasvat trudged onward. His eyes, which shone through his shaggy and ragged hair, were still sharp and full of conviction. Sun Wukong sighed heavily and ran his hand through his hair as he could not see an end to this tireless beatdown. Then, with narrowed eyes, he asked, "Why are you doing this?" Vivasvat's reaction was incomprehensible to Sun Wukong. Vivasvat was the son of two beings who could be said to be the most important and precious existences in the vast, entire universe. Vivasvat had won the lottery of lotteries and could awaken as a god whenever he wished. Why was such a being living with such hardships? Why not just live a comfortable life? At first, Sun Wukong thought that the young boy was excited having wind in his lungs and was simply being ostentatious, but looking back on it now, it seemed that his initial assessment was not necessarily the case. There was a deep-seated emotion behind Vivasvat's actions. It was a very dark, deep emotion. What the hell happened to you? That thought was stuck in Sun Wukong's mind. Noticing that Sun Wukong had momentarily stopped, Vivasvat thought that Sun Wukong would now listen to him properly, so Vivasvat squeaked out a few words. "There is something I really want to ask my father." "You want to ask him something?" "Yes, what do you want to ask him?" In response to Sun Wukong's question, Vivasvat shut his mouth tightly. He was unwilling to divulge his inner thoughts. No matter what happened, Vivasvat would never divulge his question. Sun Wukong felt the sudden urge to slam this stubborn young kid's head once more, but then he shook his head. He knew well that no matter what he said, the kid's stubbornness would never be broken. How is it that this kid is a spitting image of his father? This father and son pair are both bullying me. Conveniently forgetting what he did to the Bull Demon King during his own youth, Sun Wukong finally put away the Ruyi Bang in his hands. I'm going to get an earful from Jaiho. I need to avoid his wife for the time being as well. It was Yama who had asked Sun Wukong to bring back Vivasvat. However, Sun Wukong changed his mind at this moment. He wanted to see for himself what kind of resentment this stubborn kid had and how the kid was going to solve it. Tower. Quote. The word came out from nowhere, without context. Vivasvat looked at Sun Wukong to try and understand what he meant. Perhaps because he was too focused on a possible incoming fist from Sun Wukong, Vivasvat had not followed along with the context of the conversation. Go to the tower. Quote. Sun Wukong waved his hand lightly in the air. An effect fell on Vivasvat's head, and soon, all Vivasvat's wounds were healed at once. It was an amazing skill, but Vivasvat had no time to think about such things. Is my father really there? Your father is not there. Then, your father is the one who built that damn tower. Pound, pound, Vivasvat's heart raced after hearing about his father. This was the first substantial information that he had come across regarding his father's whereabouts, which Vivasvat had been tirelessly searching for. Sun Wukong kept his arms crossed and continued his explanation in an annoyed tone. And to clear up a misunderstanding, your father is absolutely not avoiding you. It's just that he has his hands full with other things at the moment. These were completely unexpected words for Vivasvat, who widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, has father gotten injured or something? Ha ha ha, what, is your father hurt? In this universe, who the hell would be able to do that? If there's anyone who can do that, please introduce me to that being. What I would give to see that smug guy have his head cracked open. Then, he's fallen asleep. Quote. That is filled square 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 goddammit. What, leaking the profound secrets of the heavens, did I say to be censored? Ah. Vivasvat could not understand Sun Wukong's explanation as sudden, static-like noise seemed to disrupt his voice. Sun Wukong was thoroughly indignant at the fact that he was disturbed, but Vivasvat was able to reclaim his calm. Leaking the profound secrets of the heavens. Among the legends surrounding divine beings, there were some legends that were considered taboos for the wider public, as it may cause chaos and confusion. These taboos were protected by the law of causality and could never be disclosed. Thus, by having his words censored, it meant that the reason why Vivasvat's father was asleep was shrouded by a great secret. What could possibly? Vivasvat could not understand what was going on. Judging by Sun Wukong's words, it seemed that even he, Sun Wukong, who was considered the strongest among the many faces of the heavenly demon, could not do anything for Vivasvat's father. What the hell happened to Vivasvat's father? First, if I go to the tower and do some digging around, I should be able to find something. Since he found a clue about his father, Vivasvat was determined to act immediately. With that thought, Vivasvat recalled the messages he had received earlier and pinned them at the top of his status window. Another, invitation to the tower, has been received. Do you agree? Accepted. The invitation process shall begin. Whoosh. Vivasvat's entire body was immersed in light for a moment. Just before being sucked in somewhere, Vivasvat thanked Sun Wukong. Thank you for your help. Sun Wukong, as if he felt annoyed to utter another word to Vivasvat, shook his hand lightly and turned his body in the opposite direction. Can I ask you one more thing? What are you going to ask this time? If I climb to the top of the tower, will I become as strong as you? Initially, Sun Wukong had an expression of thorough annoyance, but after hearing Vivasvat's question, Sun Wukong widened his eyes, as if he had been asked a question he had never thought of. Then he smiled lightly and shrugged his shoulders. How can a kid like you become like me? It would take you at least 1,000,000 years. So you're saying that I need to invest that amount of time, right? What? Ha, this brazen bastard. Sun Wukong smirked. Do you think you'll be fooling around in the meantime? Then, if you spend 1,000,000 years you'll probably be able to put up a bit of a fight. I see, thank you. Vivasvat smiled lightly and lowered his head. And then poof. Along with a burst of light, Vivasvat completely disappeared. Sun Wukong was left all alone. He had his arms crossed as he shook his head. I don't know anymore. You two should clean up your own messy internal quarrels. Sun Wukong disappeared after murmuring the words to himself. Since the start of the tutorial, Vivasvat has caused a sensation. Since he was already able to deal with gods easily, the tutorials and lower floor sections designed to match the level of mortal heroes did not offer him much of a challenge. As a result, he recorded overwhelming results on every floor. These feats in fact spread rapidly through the various godly and demonic societies in the heavenly world. A player named Vivasvat. Ah, you're talking about the guy who passed the tutorial with overwhelming grades. HMPF. Such an arrogant being who dares to use the same name as Diva's sun god. I heard that he might become a god soon. Is he really that talented? There's such a shortage of talented people these days. If that player really is that talented, you should bring him by. As things were rapidly occurring all around him, Vivaspot was more focused on the world spread out in the tower than anything else. I wonder the dragons and giants' existences I thought were extinct still exist in this place. The world of the tower could already be called another new universe in itself. Each of the floors had a stage that was so huge that it was impossible to guess the floor's boundaries, and the beings that flowed in and out of these floors were living in different complex societies. However, this reality also brought up many questions. Weren't all these divine beings referred to as absolute beings in their respective legends? Among them were some beings who Vivaspot never found or located in the outside world, even though Vivaspot had traveled to so many universes to find them. No matter how wide the world of the tower was, it was inevitably very cramped to be able to accommodate all the beings who once ruled over the entire universe. Thus, Vivaspot could not help but think. It's like they've all been locked up here on purpose. Thus, instead of slaying the gods right away, Vivaspot tried to find out why they had been imprisoned in the tower. One had to know one's opponent and his possible weaknesses to formulate a plan. Even for Vivaspot, it would be suicidal to charge the hundreds of thousands of societies within the tower. No matter how deep his resentment towards transcendent beings, Vivaspot was not foolish enough to lose his sensibility. Or I could just avoid them altogether until I meet Father. In any case, Vivaspot hid his skills as much as possible and only performed as an outstanding rookie player, and soon after, he was able to resolve some of his questions. The reasons were simpler than he initially thought. They were imprisoned in this place by Father. All beings, from divine gods and demons to dragons and giants, all detested the existence of the heavenly demon. What would happen to Vivaspot if they were to ever find out that the heavenly demon's blood flowed in him? Just thinking about it in this way, Vivaspot felt a chill run down his spine. I'll have to be careful. That was the first decision Vivaspot made in the tower. Side Story Chapter 4 Alpharon 4. Ohiohio. A visit from the heavenly demon's son. Sun Wukong has done a truly worthless deed. In a dark place, a goblin in a suit with a monocle in one eye reviewed numerous screens that were floating in front of him. He was Yvilk, the first and oldest guardian who had existed since the creation of the tower. Everything regarding the goblin's background was shrouded in secrecy. Recently, Yvilk was focusing his attention on the player whose real name was Sun J1. All the data of players entering the tower were stored separately in the tower's cloud system. Although the tower's cloud system was managed with a strict security system that did not allow anyone to access it, the top guardian, Yvilk, was an exception. Thus, Yvilk knew that Vivaspot shared the same bloodline as the heavenly demon, the entity that Yvilk hated yet also wanted to become close to. No, before checking on the cloud system, Yvilk already, intuitively, knew Vivaspot's background when he met him in the tutorial. Checking the player's data in the cloud system was just for confirmation. Moreover, as if to prove his royal bloodline, Vivaspot showed an outstanding, exceptional performance that no one had ever seen before. Throughout all this, Yvilk noticed early on that Vivaspot was hiding the extent of his skills and powers. Of course, Yvilk had no intention of exposing this fact to the outside world. Even if he did not know Vivaspot's ultimate purpose or goal, Yvilk was not going to miss this interesting sight. Maybe it's a good opportunity to see what the hell the heavenly demon is up to. Even if nothing was revealed, it was clear that Vivaspot's presence would cause some fuss in the tower, where there was not a single day of silence with so many transcendent beings vying for something or another. Yvilk knew that there was nothing more terrifying than a teenage kid acting out his pubescent angst and dissatisfaction against his parents. Ohiohio, ohiohio. Yvilki's laughter echoed through the dark interior of the Central Bureau's administrative office. Vivaspot was showered with interest from the heavenly world, lower world associations, and various guilds. He had made quite the name for himself as a super rookie player. Come to Olympus. Then, I promise to place you at the top seat. After bringing down Kronos, Olympus was in the process of forming a new organization under the 3 existing Olympian gods. I sense the aura of a leader from you. Additionally, your name has a relationship to our past. There was an Olympian elder named Vivaspot, who was once also a part of Diva. Don't you want to learn the true aesthetics and nature of death? Come to us. Memphis called out to Vivaspot as well. Ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong with being a demon. Do you have any desires? Let me make your desires a reality. There were love calls from Linfernal and Niflheim as well. Other than these major heavenly world societies, various other godly and demonic societies, large and small, all attempted to connect with Vivasvat. Also, do you yearn to fight? I can see it in your eyes. If you feel this way, I think we would be the best fit for you. The place that Vivasvat ultimately chose was a surprise to everyone, Asgard. It was a place where infinite, perpetual fighting was the supreme value, and a place that always prepared for the ultimate war in the great prophecy, the twilight of the gods Ragnarok. I can continue to develop my skills here. As soon as Vivasvat entered the tower, the first thing he felt was that he could not freely act as he did in the outside world. There were just too many strong divine beings. If he happened to make any missteps, there was a high chance that he would die before even having the chance to meet his father. Though Vivasvat felt that he made the right choice in choosing Asgard, he was not completely at ease. It's the same here, just like the outside world. Could it be that the fate of mortals under the rule of transcendent beings was inevitable? The sights Vivasvat had seen since coming into this universe flashed past his eyes. As he saw the many sights of mortals succumbing to divine beings, Vivasvat could not help but feel a pain in his heart. Asgard treated mortals much more harshly than the other heavenly world societies. It was in Asgard where developing players with excellent power were treated as kings, while those who did not rise to the top were all treated as beings that were inferior to slaves. As long as one has skill and power, one can move up the ranks faster, so it'll be easier for me to get to the central leadership of the society. Vivasvat planned to win the favor of Asgard soon and ultimately enter Valhalla. Once I become an Einherji, I'll be able to gather more information on Odin's state. Einherji, meaning one who fights alone, or one who cannot die, was the highest honor an Asgard warrior could attain. The Einherji only followed the instructions of Odin, the main god of Asgard. They had such high powers and positions that even other societies' gods could not treat an Einherji rudely. Valhalla was the hall where such Einherji were gathered, so Vivasvat intended to enter Valhalla and confirm Odin's condition, as Odin had not made a public appearance in a very long time. Based on the circulating rumors, it seems that something critical is happening behind the scenes. Vivasvat had heard that Odin had fallen asleep due to something called the heavenly demon disease. Not only that, but rumors had spread among the mortals in the lower world that a significant number of the main divine beings of each heavenly world society had been forced into a deep sleep after they used up their powers to attack the heavenly demon, who had imprisoned them in the tower. Of course, the heavenly world societies did not say much about this topic, so many players and beings within the tower dismissed the rumors as just fanciful thoughts. However, Vivasvat had a slightly different idea. It makes sense. Based on father's personality and temper, he would definitely target all the annoying guys first so that they can't talk anymore. It was a conclusion that could only be drawn from someone who knew the true character and personality of the heavenly demon. Therefore, by choosing to join Asgard, Vivasvat was not only preparing to develop his skills but also quickly rise through Asgard's ranks. I was told that someone would come to get me. How come they're so late? Since the promised time had passed, Vivasvat could not help but grimace, as no one showed up to the meeting spot. Could it be that something went wrong and that his admission into Asgard was rejected? As he thought that this might be the case, Vivasvat was about to come up with some alternative options. Oh, he really is here. You, hiccup, are you the player named Vivasvat? Hiccup. A woman suddenly spoke to Vivasvat with a reddened face. Vivasvat frowned. The woman must have been drinking alcohol during broad daylight, as the smell of alcohol drenched the surrounding air and pierced his nose. She even held a large glass bottle in one hand. What the hell is this? Vivasvat could not help but feel taken aback by the situation. However, whether she knew what he was thinking or not, the woman started poking and prodding Vivasvat all over while chuckling. Even though you look small like a dwarf, your muscles are quite strong and developed. Oh, there's calluses on your hands too. You must have had a relatively easy childhood. Even your face is nice and handsome. Hey, you're my type. Vivasvat could not stand the woman's smiles and giggles. Suppressing his displeasure, Vivasvat asked, "Who are you?" "Me. Have you gotten the news? You're being assigned to a unit immediately, so I was sent to come get you." "Then you." "Yeah, that's right. My name is Garmer. I'm your direct superior, so let's work well together." Garmer extended her hand toward Vivasvat. However, since she constantly swayed because she could not control her body, Vivasvat could only stare at the wavering hand. Vivasvat was torn as to whether he should grab Garmar's hand or not. From the looks of it, it seemed that this Garmer was going to be his direct superior and the commander of the unit he would have to serve before rising through the society's ranks. Vivasvat was unsure whether he could trust the woman in front of him. A person who has been drinking in broad daylight and openly made inappropriate comments to a subordinate, it's hard for me to place any faith in her. If it was any other occasion, Vivasvat would have gotten up from his seat and walked away without having another thought. Even if Asgard possessed something that he wanted, it was not as if Vivasvat could not find another society with a main god suffering from the heavenly demon disease. Although it would take time to rise through any society's ranks, Vivasvat was confident that he could one day reach the upper levels no matter where he decided to go. However, the reason why Vivasvat did not immediately leave. There's something in her eyes. Though Garmar's eyes were arched, as she was smiling broadly, and even though her eyes were bloodshot red from drinking, there was a deepness in her eyes. Vivasvat knew that this meant she possessed a tremendous amount of inner strength and power. This observation and realization made it difficult for Vivasvat to leave. So, while Vivasvat was mulling over what he should do. You don't want to come? I guess there's nothing I can do about that. As Garmer was about to pull her hand away with a sullen face, Vivasvat quickly caught her retreating hand. He said, "No, I didn't change my mind. I was just a little preoccupied with other thoughts. Yes, let's work hard and well together." Smile. Garmer laughed out loud once more. The stench of alcohol drenched the surrounding air once more, and Vivasvat once again contemplated whether he should back out from joining Asgard. This is the 11th floor, the gate to the dream world. So, the fact that the Olympians were forced to take the scraps from the beginner section below the 10th floor was all thanks to my performance. I've lost count on how many times she's repeated the same story. Where the hell is this city called Kurum? In Vivasvat's eyes, Garmer seemed to have an unreliable personality. She constantly wanted to retell stories of her prosperous years, back in my day. Vivasvat wondered if even those stories could be trusted to be true. Based on Garmar's retelling, 10 years ago, there was a very big clash between Asgard and Olympus, where Asgard obtained a big victory, which ultimately forced Olympus to recruit players in the beginners area, from the 10th floor and below. The beginner area did not present many interesting opportunities. On the other hand, Asgard was able to acquire a vast area, and the ability to recruit from the 11th to the 30th floor. Also based on Garmar's retelling, the deciding factor that tipped the scales towards Asgard's favor was all thanks to the performance of Garmer and her unit, Bifrost, in which she was the commander. Vivasvat let her words go into one ear and out the other. If he responded to her, Vivasvat knew that there would be no end to her story. However, though one could possibly ignore something if it was told once or twice, with the sheer number of times Garmer brought up the story, Vivasvat could not help but memorize the entire story down to the nitty-gritty details. Anyway, Vivasvat ignored Garmer, who was trying to go back and retell her story once more and focused on their surroundings. Even though it's a mess here, it's a bit too messy. Vivasvat knew that Asgard had a particularly strong disregard for mortals in comparison to other societies, but the moment he saw the disheveled and messy situation, his anger naturally started piling up. Possessing an innumerable number of mythical beasts, the 11th floor boasted a very beautiful stage. Furthermore, there were many outstanding resources on the floor, so many slaves could be seen in every part of the floor. On the arable farmlands, skinny farmers were tirelessly plowing the land. With the danger of not knowing when an explosion would occur, people were constantly being put into a mine to bring out each mine's resources. In one village, Vivasvat even saw people trying to forcibly drag a young child away from his family, saying that they were conscripting soldiers. In all these scenes of abuse, low-level gods and servants, who all seemed to be affiliated with Asgard, were tightly intertwined. To see such lowly ranked Asgard affiliates act like kings in front of the weak, if Vivasvat had not made a firm commitment to control his temper before meeting his father, he would have already blown up. Sorry, just a bit longer, please wait and be patient a bit longer. Persecution and exploitation, oppression and violence. The world of the tower was a savage world where only the law of strong over the weak prevailed. It was like a house of maggots. If things continued down this path, Vivasvat was certain that something explosive would occur. Vivasvat even thought that he would probably have to flip everything upside down and tear down the entire tower. Father, what were you thinking when you created this place? I have no clue. What was the significance of this tower's existence? If his father simply needed a prison to keep the damned transcendent beings all in one place, the heavenly demon could have just imprisoned the divine beings. Why did he have to bring mortals into the tower with an invitation? Vivasvat felt his heart become heavier the more he thought about it, and the more he thought, the more he sighed. At that critical moment, I stood up and then Hey, are you listening to me? As soon as Vivasvat suddenly stopped, Garmer stopped her non-stop chattering and frowned as she looked towards Vivasvat. She did not know why Vivasvat was exhibiting such abnormal behavior. Then, she noticed that Vivasvat's gaze was fixed on a field in the distance. There was a being named Granny in that field. He possessed a cruel personality, as he liked to bully the weak and torture his prisoners. Garmer did not care much for Granny. Still, he possessed some unique skills, and his background was great, so people around Granny could not treat him badly. Granny was about to whip a girl who had fallen to the ground. Judging by Granny's stained clothes and the intense anger on his face, it seemed that the girl had made some mistake and was about to be punished for it. It would be impossible for any mortal human to survive such a whipping. This guy, is he really planning on jumping into the fray? As if attempting to save the girl, Vivasvat was about to extend a helping hand. The coldness in his eyes were so sharp that Garmer could not help but feel her drunkenness instantly disappear. Bam! Garmer reflexively grabbed onto Vivasvat's wrist. Vivasvat's sharp gaze turned toward Garmer. Let go of this hand. Respectful, but obviously a warning. Garmer could make out a hint of murderous killing intent in Vivasvat's eyes. Of course, the killing intent was pointed towards Granny. Realizing this, Garmer could not let go of Vivasvat's hand. With a distorted expression, she asked Vivasvat, if I don't let you go, what will you do? Side Story Chapter 5 Alpharon 5. Vivasvat reacted because he recalled the image of Min Chai Young when looking at the defenseless little girl, who was about to be whipped by Granny. She was a friend who lived her entire life while being used and hurt by others. Vivasvat, who was usually indifferent to worldly affairs, felt a swell of emotion when he recalled his past friend's image. It had been a traumatic event for him. If you don't let go, Vivasvat's eyes shone with a ferocity, you'll die. Quote! Garmer could not help but flinch. She became startled at the sudden overwhelming pressure that Vivasvat exuded. Although Vivasvat was not directing any of his ferocity towards her, a sense of dread steeped within her, a chill running down her entire spine. Her drunken stupor immediately evaporated. At that moment, Garmer understood that Vivasvat had been hiding his powers. Though she did not know what type of life he had led outside the tower, she knew that it could not have been an easy one. However, Garmer had also lived a tumultuous life filled with bloodshed and difficulties. Although surprised by the momentary overwhelming pressure, Garmer spoke to Vivasvat in a cold tone without any hesitation. Fine, let's say I let you go, and you help her, like you said. What will happen afterwards? All the troops stationed on this floor will be after you, no? I'll wipe them away. Then what about after that? Wouldn't the prideful Asgard come after you? Are you going to wipe them all away as well? If I must, then what about after that? You're planning on dealing with the other gods on every floor. And then, face against the demons, the dragons as well. Why, are you saying that you are going to deal with all societies? Vivasvat wasn't an idiot. He understood Garmar's explanation, so he could only stay quiet. Garmer was stating that things would only go downhill for Vivasvat if he acted as he pleased. Are you planning on taking responsibility for everything? That kid and everyone else associated with her will get hurt beyond what you can currently comprehend because of you. Can you handle that? With power comes responsibilities. Don't make foolish moves just because something does not please you. Even if you have good intentions, you may put others at greater risk. Vivasvat's anger slowly dissipated. However, his tightly sealed lips remained. The situation sucks. He's doing whatever he wants because he's relying on his background. I want to gather the bastards who rely on their bloodline to treat mortals as livestock and shred them into pieces as well. Not just me, but a lot of other people feel that way, right? But do you know why I'm not acting out? It's because I don't have the strength. Because I can't afford to take responsibility for my actions. If I do what I please, I know what those people will experience afterwards. Garmer narrowed her eyes. So, what are you going to do? Are you still going to act? A long silence ensued. Vivasvat eventually retreated. He glared at Garmer with eyes full of dissatisfaction. Vivasvat realized that Garmer had her own code and goal. She was not just another drunkard, so he wondered what she was really after. Bifrost was literally translated to Mina, three-colored rainbow bridge. Cheers to our new member, Vivasvat. Cheers. It was truly a shit show. It seemed that the members of the unit were all alcoholics, much like their leading commander. Vivasvat wondered how they could all be so similar, and whether they were all inflicted with a disease that would kill them unless they consumed alcohol. Vivasvat's entrance celebration was just an excuse to drink. Even before Vivasvat arrived, they had been drinking. I was wrong to expect something more substantive. Pour and drink. As soon as Vivasvat came into the unit's station, he heard those two words the most. Vivasvat tried to avoid drinking as much as possible, but every time he tried to slip away, his other crew members clung to him like ghosts and said, "Drink. Drink." Down the chute, they merrily watched him down a glass while they sang strange songs. If Vivasvat tried to clear his impending stupor and drunkenness by bringing out his magic powers, the others would rebuke him and say, "Oh, don't shrug off such a nice thing. Why waste alcohol?" Vivasvat heard this wherever he went. Eventually. A few hours later, Vivasvat remained silent and still. He had completely emptied out everything inside his stomach long ago. What is this? Has our youngest vomited already? Oh dear, he's a lightweight. No. We can't let him be so weak, right? This can't do. Shouldn't we make sure that he toughens up? Come here, youngest. These upstanding colleagues of yours will help you. Since you've already vomited, your stomach must be empty, right? Then you can drink some more. Down the chute, bottoms up. These crazy bastards. Let me be. It made no sense that these people's logic told them that an empty stomach needed to be filled with more alcohol. However, Vivasvat could not scream out what he thought internally. Even if they knew what he was thinking, they would not change and just ignore him. Someone, help me. For the first time since Vivasvat realized his power, he was gripped with a sense of crisis. He felt that he might really die. Are they really people? The next day, when Vivasvat opened his eyes, he was horrified at the fact that he had no memory or recollection of how he passed out. He fell silent as he watched his colleagues walking around shirtless while conducting their morning routines. Vivasvat felt that he was on the verge of dying, as he was having a particularly bad hangover. However, his other colleagues had woken up in the morning and were conducting their duties without a hitch. Vivasvat wondered if they were the same people. Obviously, there was no sign of any of them utilizing their magic power to disperse the previous night's alcohol. Oh, has our youngest sleeping beauty awakened? Ha ha ha, he has black bags under his eyes. So weak, how do you expect to get any work done being so weak? Seeing the other members of the unit treating him like a child, Vivasvat felt his insides boil. Though Vivasvat did not consider himself as someone special, he had always been in the spotlight wherever he went. He never thought that he would feel and be so thoroughly humiliated. Vivasvat would show them that he was not weak. Reluctant to lose out to his colleagues, Vivasvat was about to respond, but he soon felt a splitting headache and his insides churning once more. Without even taking a few steps, Vivasvat threw up, emptying his stomach once more. Ha ha ha, why did you drink everything that was offered to you? You need to learn how to fend for yourself. These crazy bastards were the ones who forcibly fed me. That's right, if you get too emotional, you'll get hurt. I wasn't planning on drinking. The first impression that Vivasvat had of Bifrost was that it was the worst troop and environment. It was a group of drunkards who only liked to drink. If he stayed in this place a few more days, Vivasvat was unsure if he would be able to survive. However, Vivasvat could not easily leave. What is it about her? It was because Vivasvat's commander, Garmer, was always on his mind. With power comes responsibilities. Even if one has good intentions, the moment one acts, the impact on others follows. Vivasvat could still recall the intense gaze that Garmer had when she conveyed this message. What's more, there were others in the troop who seemed to have quite good skills despite their ragged appearance. Even if they entered another society, they would be treated with respect. It seemed that many were already at a low-level god state, but they were choosing not to exuviate and transcend. Everything was full of mysteries for Vivasvat, so he wondered what the hell was going on. However, his questions were quickly resolved within a few days. Commander, if we enter, we might be annihilated. No. It'll take time for reinforcements to arrive. Let's start with suppression. All right. The troop members' actions and tones of voice may seem frivolous, but they were exact and calculative when conducting their missions. If they needed to act, they acted boldly. When facing the enemy on the battlefield, they would absolutely give their all. Sometimes, even Vivasvat felt his spine tingle. It was only later that Vivasvat learned that the nickname given to Bifrost from other societies was Crazy Whirlwind. Crazy Whirlwind. The Crazy Whirlwind has appeared. Arg. Run away. Just run. In particular, Garmer did not hesitate to stand at the forefront even though she was the commander of the unit. When she danced with her two axe-like swords, her enemies' heads tumbled like falling leaves in autumn. Her nickname, Mad Dog, suited her well. Garmer had constantly stated that she had made the greatest contribution for Asgard when they defeated Olympus and gained their present-day prestige, after all. Of course, Vivasvat also possessed the power, so he often played a large role. Madman. He had acquired the nickname, Madman, some time ago. He was known for being polite during normal times but losing his marbles and fighting like a madman during fights. Crazy Whirlwind, Mad Dog, Madman. It did not take long for rumors of these three to spread across the floors. Whenever people heard these words on the battlefield, they started running away without looking back. The achievements of the three soon spread throughout the tower's world. Ha ha ha, hey, I said it, right. I'm right, no, when our youngest first appeared I told you he shined with a bit of craziness, right? I thought I was blinded by the light of his madness. You're spewing bullshit again. He's a weakling who couldn't even hold down his drink properly. Weren't you saying that he was useless? Ah, that's because I was concerned about feeding his ego. It was 1 year later. Time went by very quickly, and Vivasvat was able to fully adapt to Bifrost during that time. For starters, his troop members were free-spirited, so they were not wary of Vivasvat's development. Now, if the members were to choose who the strongest and most needed person in the unit was, except for Garmer, everyone would, without hesitation, state Vivasvat. Of course, they're still abusing me with alcohol. But for whatever reason, Vivasvat could not hold down his liquor or showed any improvement in that department. I guess I'm fortunate that they're relatively good-natured people. Vivasvat now understood that he was amongst good people. Even if they brought fear to their enemies, they were respectful of each other. The unit had a good reputation in Asgard, and thus, they were treated with greater courtesy and respect than mere slaves or captives. At some point, when Vivasvat was beginning to fully assimilate and get along with his unit, Vivasvat started feeling a heaviness in his heart. One day, when he would have to eventually turn away from Asgard. If he encountered Bifrost as an enemy, what would he do? Would he have to raise his hand against them? Would he even be able to fight against them properly? During his time in Asgard, Vivasvat clearly realized that not all gods were the same. They, too, had friendships, loves, and possessed feelings of compassion and sympathy. Everyone, quiet. Just as Vivasvat was deep in thought, Garmer suddenly slammed her hand down on the tabletop. She spoke in a serious manner, contrary to her usual pretentious manner of speech. Without further fuss, the troop members focused their attention on her. Vivasvat put aside his thoughts and focused on Garmer as well. It appeared that something serious had happened. A divine message was sent down from Valhalla a moment ago. In an instant, all the troop members, including Vivasvat, gulped. A divine message from Valhalla. It was a simple yet heavy occurrence. Odin has awakened. Valhalla was the city where Odin resided. The doors to Valhalla were firmly closed while Odin was asleep, but whenever the doors were opened, Asgard was tossed into a frenzy. And at that time, like the main god who was in charge of the storm, a violent storm raged throughout the world of the tower. If I skip to the main point, they're saying that they're going to start recruiting an Einherji after not doing so for the past hundreds of years. Muffled exclamations erupted everywhere, some even clenched their fists. Being able to become an Einherji as a member of Asgard was unquestionably a glory that any member wanted to achieve. By entering Valhalla and serving as Odin's servant, an Einherji would be able to develop and cultivate one's skills and powers in preparation for the coming twilight of the gods' Ragnarok. One would be able to dream and possibly reach the highest levels of society. Vivasvat was also excited with the news. His eyes lit up because he felt that his long-awaited opportunity had come much sooner than expected. Of course, there are conditions. First, one must pass an exam. What is the exam about? An impatient unit member blurted out a question with a serious expression. It hasn't been announced yet, but last night, I heard through the grapevine that Olympus declared war on Asgard. What? Those crazy bastards. They're just itching for a beatdown. Wait a minute, war is an opportunity to obtain great achievements, right? Although the troops were resentful at Olympus, who had not come to their senses even after having been beaten down continuously by them in the recent past, the troop members were able to realize that the coming war was a special opportunity. Garmer nodded heavily. As you all can guess, it is Odin's will to select a warrior who has made great achievements in the all-out war against Olympus and welcome him or her to Valhalla. And to properly determine this, Valkyries will be sent down to each unit. A Valkyrie was a special messenger between Valhalla and Asgard. Along with the Einherji, the Valkyries were the main forces that supported Odin. They were not known to show themselves much in public, but when the occasion arose, they stirred up a storm of chaos. Was Odin planning on participating in the war against Olympus? If so, this upcoming war would not end at the level of a minor dispute. Both Olympus and Asgard were large societies that made up the lion's share of the godly society. It was clear that there was going to be a great war. The social structure would be turned upside down. If I take advantage of this opportunity, I'll be able to gain access to many things. Vivasvat felt a little excited at the thought of not only whittling down both godly societies through a war of attrition but also having the opportunity to observe firsthand the legends of the high-ranking gods on both sides. The more information he gathered on them, the more effectively he could move in the future. However, Vivasvat did not miss the look of displeasure that crossed Garmar's eyes, which was in stark contrast with the overwhelming enthusiasm coming from all the other troop members. He wondered what made Garmar so displeased. So, let me introduce the Valkyrie who will be accompanying us in the future. I'll introduce myself. At that moment, a woman cut Garmar off after pushing open the doors of the unit's building. She had steps filled with pride and arrogant eyes. The armor she wore shone brilliantly with a golden light. Just by looking at her, one could tell that she was a female warrior who possessed tremendous power. And with the woman's appearance, Garmar's expression hardened. Some members of the unit, noticing the identity of the Valkyrie who appeared, burst out with admiring gasps. The Valkyrie was known as the greatest amongst all the Valkyries, Possessing excellent swordsmanship skills and having an eye that could glimpse into the past, she was said to be a gift of great knowledge for Odin. Additionally, the other two Valkyries that followed her were also widely known beings. Wow, to think that all three sisters would come here together. Verdandi, who could see the present, and Skuld, who could see the future. The three goddesses of fate who could see and predict the entire span of time of any existence. The three, who would later be better known as the three crippled goddesses in the lower world, made their appearance. Side Story Chapter 6 Alpharon 6. This was a world where nothing existed. A man stepped into a place that anyone else would call an utter emptiness. A man with long, dazzling golden hair, woke up with a temper, Zeus. The king of Olympus, the ruler of the sky, and the one who had dragged down the almighty Kronos from the throne. This was Zeus' illusory world. In other words, an illusory world that represented one of his holy territories. He could do whatever he wanted in this space, but he showed no signs of doing anything. Even though he possessed the divine domain of creation, he did not seem particularly interested in creating anything. It was as if he had just appeared here because he was waiting for something. A new entity attempts to invade your space. Odin is entering. Rumble. Just then, a thunderbolt fell in front of Zeus as if to threaten him. The aftershock was strong enough to cause him injury, but Zeus did not blink. Then, a being with a ferocious temperament and angered expression appeared. Contrary to Zeus' laid-back temperament, the newly arrived being exuded the odor of a battlefield. It seemed this unauthorized being was looking to destroy everything in front of him. The being was Odin, the main god of Asgard. If anyone else were to see this scene, they would have been terribly surprised. The heads of both societies who had just declared war against each other were now present in one place. However, although the two showed hostility towards each other, it did not seem like they would clash anytime soon. I thought you were just passing time by sleeping. It seems that you weren't just wasting time, huh? Zeus glanced at Odin up and down, and lightly smirked. Though he was still under the heavenly demon disease, he noticed that Odin's aura did not seem weaker than before Odin contracted the disease. No, on the contrary, Odin's divine power seemed to be stronger. Who said I was just passing time? So, that wasn't the case. For me, the war in my dreams is also a war. In addition to his divine domain of storm tempest, Odin possessed two other divine domains, war and twilight. Since he was born, Odin's life was filled with war. While progressing through the wars, Odin had reflected on the reason for life and the value of his existence. All the while, with his twilight, divine domain, he often felt that he was on the cusp of attaining a new ego. This was why Odin continued waging and participating in wars. It made no difference whether his eyes were open or closed. Even if he died, nothing would change. This was the approach that Odin had taken to face the coming great prophecy, the twilight of the gods Ragnarok. Well, if you say so. Zeus shrugged his shoulders and coldly stared at Odin. He knew that continuing to argue with Odin was like talking to a wall. Only Zeus' jaws would hurt. Anyway, the desired chessboard has been set, and the son of the heavenly demon has been placed as a chess piece atop the chessboard. Do you think it's really possible to attract the heavenly demon's attention with this? We have to. Okay, so how exactly? Odin bit his lip and did not say anything. It seemed he was unwilling to divulge anything more. Zeus did not pursue his line of questioning. He knew that Odin would never reply even if Zeus used force, unless Odin wanted to speak first. Fine. Well, anyway, the fact that the son of the heavenly demon would enter the tower and enter Asgard are all things you have seen, so I'm assuming you've seen what will happen in the future. Odin's ability to see into the future was different from other transcendent beings that utilize the law of causality to peer into the future. He was able to glimpse into a cross-section of the wheel. Furthermore, the vision would be corroborated, as details were overlaid and reviewed with those from the three goddesses of fate placed under his command. Wasn't the fact that the son of the heavenly demon entered Asgard and eventually fell into their hands proof that Odin had successfully looked into the future? It was not a coincidence that Odin opened his eyes at this very moment, even though the heavenly demon disease was still weighing heavily on him. Anyway, there's a lot at stake this time around. Let's make sure we reel that damn heavenly demon in this time. Zeus laughed heartily at the thought of smashing the heavenly demon, the being who had imprisoned all of them in the tower. Even if they failed in killing the heavenly demon, Zeus felt that they would deal a blow to the heavenly demon if he saw his son get hurt. Thus, how could Zeus not be in high spirits? According to how this war is progressing, other main gods will also start participating. On the surface, this great war was only between Olympus and Asgard, but many other main gods were also involved behind the scenes. It was a big event that would shake the world of the tower. It was the first time that the heavenly world, which never seemed able to unite, would join hands. While Zeus was happily contemplating the unfolding developments, Odin was expressionless, as if he had been drained of all emotion and had become a lifeless doll. Let's skip the background information and get right to the main point. Did not introduce herself. Her choice of words made it obvious that any member of Asgard should know who she was. The place we are going to attack is the 16th floor. Quote? Isn't that part of our territory? Feeling that something was off, one of the crew members tilted his head and asked a question. They understood that the lower floors, from 10th floor and below, were Olympus areas. Wasn't the 11th through 30th floors all under Asgard's rule? In particular, the 16th floor was a place where many holy temples, belonging to Asgard gods, were located. It did not make much sense to attack such a floor. When the news of the Great War came out, we received a tip that a large farm on the 16th floor would rebel and join up with Olympus. We expect that they've already joined Olympus' side. The large farm referred to the land owned by the Holy Temple and the surrounding villages where the workers who served the Holy Temple resided. The term, large farm, was a derogatory term to describe the place where people not only did chores for the gods of the temple but also gathered and offered their faith. And, of course, humans living on these large farms were not treated as proper humans. They were essentially slaves or livestock. That was all. To be put into such a place, the troop members felt as if they could already smell the stench of thick blood piercing their noses. We leave at midnight. We're going to make a surprise attack, so be prepared. Finished all she had to say and left with the other two Valkyries. Even after the three Valkyries left, none of the Bifrost members stood up from their seats. Damn it, are they planning on using us like dogs? Fuck. All the members were busy venting their disappointment and swearing. Even though they may be dealing with revolting beings, they were going to have to deal with common, mortal people. Though it was called an attack, it was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. For those who considered themselves warriors, it was a difficult operation to comprehend. However, the order had already been issued. It was impossible to go against the top-to-bottom chain of command within Asgard. At that moment, Vivasvat, who had been sitting silently, jumped up from his seat. The startled troop members around him quickly turned to him. The face of the youngest, who was usually quiet and blunt, was immensely cold. Hey, you! Everyone tried to stop Vivasvat because they knew he would turn into a real madman when his eyes turned like this. However, before anyone could stop him, Vivasvat had already passed by the troop members. Garmr had left with the three Valkyrie sisters to see them off. Vivasvat was planning on catching up to them and speaking his mind. Just then. Ha, are you three really going to act this way? For some reason, it sounded like Garmer and the three Valkyrie sisters were arguing. Wondering what was going on, Vivasvat suddenly stopped his steps and hid in the shade of a tree. I don't know what you mean. Rather than that, do you think it is appropriate for a battle unit commander to speak freely with a Valhalla Valkyrie? Unlike the impression she left while speaking to Bifrost, Erd chuckled and egged Garmer on. Verdandi and Skuld looked as if they were enjoying the scene. It was as if they were originally acquaintances. If you are going to use rank as an excuse, put it away. If it's a Valkyrie medal, I still have mine. Oh, did you feel belittled? Why are you so worked up? We're colleagues after all. While suppressing her anger, which reddened her face, Garmer spoke. The members of Olympus that flowed into the 16th floor, you guys knew they infiltrated the place but pretended not to know, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. You're trying to use the crackdown on the large farm as an example before the start of the Great War so that no one within Asgard's ranks dare think of getting out of line. It's an often used technique that Valhalla utilizes to avoid getting stabbed in the back. Ha ha ha. Because of your inability to reconcile the use of these tactics, you left your former glorious position and the many powers you were promised and decided to become a simple low-level commander, no. Erd smiled while holding her chin with her index finger and thumb. My sweet and cute sister, Garmer. When will you mature? To be honest, the seat I'm sitting in right now was yours, right? If you want, you can have it back right now. Slap. Garmer swept away Erd's extended hand. I don't need that seat, so take it for yourself. If you don't want to take back what was once yours, then I guess there's nothing else that can be done. Erd shrugged her shoulders lightly. Anyway, whatever you choose to do is fine. If you're thinking of disobeying your superior's orders, please do not delay and tell us as soon as possible. Then I can finally stab my beloved sister's beautiful back, right? Ha ha ha. Erd let out such a shrill laugh and deliberately struck Garmar's shoulder with her own as she passed by. Verdandi and Skuld, who followed close behind, were also laughing out loud. Clasp. Even after the three Valkyries had left, Garmer felt so indignant that she stood still in place for a long time. Vivasvat knew that there might be some secret between Garmer and the three Valkyries. He fell into thought. Should I comfort her? Seeing Garmer calming her anger, Vivasvat felt that it might help her if he was beside her to comfort her, but then again, Garmer may become angry at the fact that he has observed a scene that Garmer would not want to show as the unit's commander. While he was still contemplating on what he should do. Phew, you can come out now. Garmer sighed deeply and suddenly spoke in a blunt voice. Vivasvat trembled involuntarily before Garmer added, You're not going to come out. Do you want me to throw my axe-like sword in your direction? Did you know I was here the entire time? Vivasvat appeared with a sullen face. Garmer lightly snorted. You're releasing killing intent so unabatedly, only an idiot wouldn't notice your presence. Is that so? Vivasvat scratched his cheek. Even though he was being talked down to, Vivasvat felt that the appearance of Garmer grumbling looked somewhat cute. Wow, I must have truly lost my marbles. To think that his commander, the mad dog of the battlefield, was cute. Vivasvat felt that his year in Asgard must have messed with his brain's inner circuitry. However, as Vivasvat looked at Garmer, he felt his own anger slowly subside. It was a strange feeling. Pretend you didn't hear or see anything here. It's a secret that shouldn't be said to others. Then I'll forgive you. Yes, all right, I need to organize my thoughts, so you should leave. As if she did not have the energy to speak anymore, Garmer lightly waved her hand and turned in the opposite direction. Vivasvat somehow got the feeling that Garmar's back seemed to slump and get smaller. Perhaps the questions and challenges that he was currently struggling with were the same things that had festered Garmer for a long time. Maybe that was why Vivasvat felt a sense of kinship with Garmer. Garmer was resentful at the fact that ordinary mortals would get hurt and protested against Valhalla's dirty tricks internally. Perhaps it was because of that Vivasvat wanted to support Garmer. He wanted to give his support for her struggle, which she kept hidden away deep within herself. Commander. What else do you have to say? So Vivasvat called out to Garmer, who looked back at him annoyingly. The place where the commander's morals stem from will light the path. What the hell are you talking about? And there. I will be with you. Garmer was momentarily stunned, but as soon as she understood the meaning of his words, her eyes grew wide. After leaving Valhalla, it was the first time anyone had read her thoughts so directly and sympathized with her. You. So, can I kiss you? I think I've fallen in love with you. In an instant, Garmar's face, which had been filled with an expression of annoyance, hardened. Step, she approached Vivasvat quietly. Bam, she kicked Vivasvat's shin hard. That's sexual harassment, you bastard. Ouch, Vivasvat's screams rang out. Side story chapter 7 Alpharon 7. This is the 16th floor, the gate of the Wheel of Life. On the 16th floor, there were a total of 3 forks in the road. Though it was widely known that each fork in the road represented different characteristics, except for the numerous holy temples along the road and the large farms attached to them, there were no other particularly outstanding characteristics. Based on the floor's original premise, it was a place that presented a future pathway and fate for players challenging the stage. However, neither Vivasvat, the other troop members in Bifrost, nor the other warriors of Asgard ever received a fate or pathway from the floor. However, this moment is one that can change the fate of the people living here. Vivasvat clenched his jaw. Though Garmar had her reserves, she continued the operation. Depending on what happened here, a huge disaster would befall those who lived on the 16th floor. Open hollow corner bracket 13 minutes before midnight. On a mountainside perched atop a sheer cliff, Erd smiled coldly as she looked down at the town spread out below her. Since her voice could travel, she opted to use a telepathic mode of communication. The village was built on one side of a large farm, which stretched out along the horizon. Since it was already well into the evening, all the lights in the village were turned off. There was only silence. The residents were probably fast asleep so that they could get up early tomorrow morning and go to work. Seeing this scene, it was hard for Vivasvat to believe that Olympus soldiers were secretly hiding within the village. Open hollow corner bracket. As soon as the hour marking the beginning of the Great War is struck, we will launch our offensive. So get ready. Clank. As soon as Erd gave her order, the other 2 Valkyries, as well as the members of Bifrost, all drew their weapons and narrowed their eyes. Even if one did not approve of massacring civilians, orders were orders. As an elite foot soldier who abided by a tight military standard, one should show no hesitation to act. Among the gathered group was Vivasvat. Since he raised his magic power along with everyone else, no one doubted his intentions. However, his internal intentions were drastically different from what he projected outwards. By the way, Commander. What? Are you going to say something weird again? It's not like that. I apologize again for what happened a while ago. Those words came out impulsively. I'll be more careful next time. Whatever. What do you want to say? Are you going to leave things as they are? You're against this order, so you voiced your dissent to the Valkyries, right? Are you just planning on executing the order? An order is an order. Why, are you going to revolt? Well, Vivasvat recalled the conversation he had with Garmar earlier. When Vivasvat was not able to respond, Garmar silently looked upon him. Eventually, Garmar let out a sigh and asked, "Can I really trust you?" "What do you mean, can I really trust you? A guy who talks without thinking of the repercussions." The glint in Garmar's eyes was much different than at any other time Vivasvat could recall. It was not the lifeless eyes of a drunkard but infinitely cold and sharp. Vivasvat thought that those eyes were Garmar's original eyes, the eyes she had when she was a Valkyrie. However, after realizing that there was a huge gap between ideal and reality, those eyes became lost. Vivasvat said, "Commander. What? Why would I ever forsake someone I like?" Vivasvat was beaten once more by Garmar, but in the end, he had gained Garmar's trust. As he expected, Garmar had prepared her own strategy. She said that she planned on rescuing the civilians. There's a high possibility that the Olympus people are separately detaining them or holding them hostage and threatening them. If we can save those who are detained before anything serious happens, then the odds of success are quite high. If the Olympus forces were removed quickly, the overall damage that the large farm would receive could be reduced. Of course, the 3 Valkyries may order the massacre of the entire large farm, marking everyone within as rebels, but if the Olympus faction was quickly recognized and gotten rid of, Garmar said that she would have enough leverage to save the large farm. Thus, as soon as the operation started, Vivasvat was planning to quickly find the hostages' location. He thought it would not be too difficult. He had been put into this type of situation many times when he was planet hopping in the past. Open hollow corner bracket 5 minutes remaining. At that moment, hearing Erd's voice, Vivasvat snapped back to the present. Open hollow corner bracket 3 minutes. His hand tightened. Open hollow corner bracket 1 minute. At that moment, the other Valkyries and those of Bifrost were preparing to launch off the ground towards the village. Open hollow corner bracket midnight. Shoot. Erd waved her hand violently about her, and Verdandi and Skuld, who had been waiting, moved in unison. As soon as the two of them released their bowstrings, which were pointed downward at the village, arrows of light split into tens and hundreds of beams, all streaming down onto the village. I have to hurry. Whoosh. Vivasvat quickly sprinted down the cliff and raised his senses to the limit. As the bombardment continued, the damage to the village increased. Huh, why is he in such a hurry? Hey, what are you all doing? Hurry up and go. Shit, I was going to wait and see what happened before rushing in. The members of Bifrost, who were scheduled to move in only after the bombing was over, stood dazed and perplexed for a moment, but they soon followed after Vivasvat without much fuss. Boom, 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 rumble. The bombardment continued without pause. It was a dangerous environment, as one could fall victim to the strikes and die without warning. Still, Vivasvat did not hesitate to enter the now burning village. However, there's no one here. Vivasvat felt a strange sensation even before setting foot in the village. Obviously, once people recognized that they were being bombarded, they would have run out of their homes. However, no one came out. According to Erd, this place was under the control of Olympus troops with all the villagers corralled together in one place. However, Vivasvat could not sense any lifeforms. It was as if he entered an abandoned ghost town. All he could see were magic circles installed everywhere that emitted magical fields to deceive one's senses. At that moment, a thought popped up in Vivasvat's mind. It's a trap. Vivasvat was about to shout at the Bifrost members behind him to stop their approach. But before he could do so, lightning bolts poured down non-stop from the dark clouds in the sky. The divine punishment of Olympus is executed. Boom, 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 rumble. Thunderbolts of fire ripped through the sky and shook the earth as they hit the ground one after another. What the hell is this? Why do those Valhalla bastards have such shoddy intel? The troop members unleashed their magic powers as much as they could all at once and hit the sides of the falling lightning bolts. Although they were annoyed at having fallen into a trap, they did not lose their cool. They had been in many different types of battlefields, and although things like this did not happen often, they had occasionally come across similar scenarios. Well, the Valkyries should find the magic core soon, and what the hell, why are they running this way? Since they had 3 Valkyrie, who Odin cherished, on their side, they expected that Olympus' attack would somehow be prevented. However, something strange was going on. Rather than trying to find the hidden Olympus camp of magic core, the 3 Valkyries were running towards the members of Bifrost with evil grins on their faces. Carrying a variety of different weapons, it was easy to tell that they were approaching the Bifrost members as enemies rather than friends. Are those bitches serious? Sars, Devon, avoid the incoming attacks. Sars and Devon, who were closest to the 3 Valkyries, tried to react after hearing the urgent cries of their colleagues. Boom, whoosh. Erd, who was in the lead, wielded her spear relentlessly. Once her spear flashed past them, the 2 members burst into blood and dispersed. All that was left were pools of blood and bits of flesh on the ground. Erd, Garmer screamed and jumped forward in an instant. Vivasvat saw Garmer release an enormous amount of divine power, something he had not seen in the past year, as she fiercely wielded her axe-like sword and crashed against Erd's spear blade. The clash sent shockwaves everywhere. Rumble. Garmar's axe-like sword and Erd's spear blade did not give up an inch after their initial contact. A tight battle began. However, unlike Garmer, who was visibly very angry, Erd had a smirk on her face. So, how many times have I told you? Why not hurry up and take the seat you vacated? All this happened because you wasted your time and procrastinated on your true responsibilities. I'll kill you. That may have been possible in the past. Erd's smirk grew into a smile. But now, your ability to wield divine power seems to have rusted, so I don't think you can do as you say, no. Boom, 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 while Garmer and Erd continued to clash fiercely. What the hell is this? Vivasvat was thrown into a chaotic situation. Olympus and Asgard joined hands because they wanted to eliminate Bifrost, but Vivasvat had no idea why they were doing this. Olympus had a grudge against Bifrost, so their intentions were apparent, but Asgard had no reason to attack Bifrost. Maybe it's because of me. At that instant, an assumption flashed past Vivasvat's mind. Maybe his identity was discovered. It might be that his secret was found out, and all the things he had committed in the outside world had entered the ears of Valhalla. Then, it was understandable as to why Asgard was taking such drastic action. But even so, why are they targeting the entire Bifrost troop? Vivasvat did not have time to ponder. The other two Valkyries, Verdandi and Skuld, were rushing towards him. Target, the son of the heavenly demon. I prophesied that your future is marked with death, and that death will be made final here. Is it because of father? Although the prophecy, uttered by Skuld troubled Vivasvat, he no longer deemed it necessary to hide his powers. Youngest, hurry and avoid. The troop members stopped in their tracks as they looked dumbfoundedly at the gorgeous display of light that suddenly started revolving around Vivasvat. Whoosh, a divine light. This was the first thought that passed through all the troop members' minds. Divine and virtuous, they could feel these qualities as well. That was why, at this moment, they stood in awe at Vivasvat's splendid and magnificent appearance. Even the veteran members who had seen countless gods while clashing against Asgard's enemies had never seen such a pure light distribution before. Thus, it was natural that the troop members felt that Vivasvat's appearance was the true descent of a god. And what happened afterward? Boom. It was as if a real god was dishing out divine punishment. The moment Vivasvat spread his hands out and scattered his light roughly in the air, the light distribution flashed more brilliantly. Elongated halos of light covered the two Valkyries. And then, Skuld, who could no longer advance towards Vivasvat, made a stupid-sounding comment without realizing it herself. She was running just a moment ago, but her body was no longer moving. You've seen my future, but have you seen yours? It was then that Skuld could see Vivasvat sneering at her. My leg. She later realized that her upper body had been separated from her lower body when her field of vision started tilting backwards. Plop. Skuld's upper body splattered on the ground while it profusely squirted out blood. Her scream rang out loudly. Even though she tried to restore her body using her powers, she strangely could not recuperate. The magic power left behind by Vivasvat was interfering with the movement and flow of her divine power. Bam! Vivasvat did not stop there. He immediately ran towards Verdandi. Verdandi tried to put up a defense, as she saw how easily Skuld had been dealt with, but she could no longer track Vivasvat, who had seemingly disappeared. Less than Shukuchi greater than. Less than great handprint greater than. Where are you? I thought you could see the present. Do you see what's in store for you in the present? Quote exclamation mark quote. When Verdandi tried to turn her body towards the sound of Vivasvat's voice from behind her, she soon felt a light burst impact her back. Boom, crack, Verdandi's spine snapped as she rolled helplessly on the ground. Covered in dust, she vomited blood. It did not seem that she could move her body. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. Quote exclamation mark quote. The members of the Bifrost who were watching the scene, and even the eyes of Olympus hanging from the sky, were all in shock. There was no being who had taken care of a Valkyrie, let alone two, with such ease ever. I don't know what the hell is going on. After linking a pillar of light, which extended from the earth to the sky, Vivasvat roared out. I want all you hiding bastards to come out. Side Story Chapter 8 Alpharone 8. As soon as the words Vivasvat stated those words, Olympus forces have appeared. Boom, boom, whoosh. The grass shook from the surrounding fields, and soldiers soon appeared everywhere. They had expressionless faces as if they were wearing a mask, but Vivasvat sensed that they were feeling unsettled. They seemed to have been rattled, fearing a mere mortal. Some of the forces had reached low-level divine status, but none of them seemed to think they could beat Vivasvat. Then there's nothing more to see or think about. Vivasvat smiled coldly and started to recharge his great handprint. Rumble. Thunder roared incessantly as a palm formation wind swept through the enemy camp like lightning. Eventually, when his opponent's advances were slowed, Vivasvat turned his attention and senses to Garmr. She was still fighting with Urd. Clash, clash, boom. It was a fierce fight that did not offer either opponent an inch to breathe. Garmr fought with a ferocity and power that Vivasvat had not seen in the past year he served under her command. The sight of explosions, exploding one after another, occurring every time she swung her axe-like sword was enough to make every observer's spine chill. Urd, who was fighting with all her might, seemed to show why she was considered the best among the Valkyries. However, for some reason, Urd showed signs of impatience. She must have been wary of Vivasvat joining the fight, as her two trusted sisters had easily succumbed to his attacks just moments ago. In the end, no matter how good or accomplished a warrior was, it seemed inevitable that one would always seek to retain one's precious life. Reading the situation, Vivasvat was about to enter the fray and help Garmr. Don't join. Vivasvat heard Garmar's voice ring in his ear. Though Vivasvat frowned, Garmar's voice was firm. You have some work to do. Open hollow corner bracket what work? Open hollow corner bracket rescue the villagers. They're probably detained somewhere around here. If the battle continues like this, all the villagers will be killed, as they'll just weigh the enemy down. So, move. Vivaspot clenched his jaw. He hesitated as he pondered what he should do. He wondered whether he should listen to Garmar or not. Open hollow corner bracket hurry. However, due to Garmar's continued requests, Vivaspot forced himself to move in the opposite direction. I'm sorry. Open hollow corner bracket for what? Open hollow corner bracket to put you in this position because of me. Vivaspot bit down on his lower lip. At the thought that all the things befalling on Bifrost was due to him, Vivaspot felt a sense of guilt, which weighed down heavily on his heart. Open hollow corner bracket what the hell are you talking about? So self-centered, why is this all because of you? Rather than any rebuke or concern, Garmar responded back with a smile. Vivaspot opened his eyes wide, not understanding what Garmar was saying. Garmar suddenly gathered her magic energy and let out a lion's roar. Bifrost. Her voice reverberated and echoed out loudly. Erd, who was facing Garmar, as well as everyone else on the battlefield, was startled and hurriedly turned to her. However, only the members of Bifrost showed an unwavering response. Everyone, open a path for the youngest to pass. Understood, understood. Finally, I was wondering when an order would be issued. HMPF. The Bifrost members began to move in unison as they answered loudly. They no longer just stood their ground against the rushing enemies but started pushing back. Bam, bam, any outside observer would have marveled at the formation that allowed Vivaspot to move forward without much deterrence. Of course, the damage suffered by the troop members increased because of that, but they did not seem to care very much. Hurry, hurry up, youngest, your brethren are strong, but not that strong. Yeah, run like your life depends on it. Vivaspot could not help but feel confused. The way everyone moved without hesitation after receiving Garmar's order made his heart ache. On the other hand, he wondered what problem awaited them for disobeying Asgard's command. Open hollow corner bracket move to zone Z19. If you go there, the reinforcement unit should be waiting for you. But be careful, if you don't arrive on time, they'll leave you behind without looking back. Open hollow corner bracket what's the meaning of this? Open hollow corner bracket what's happening? Is that what you're asking? There seemed to be some laughter in Garmar's voice. Surely, you didn't think that you were the only one who detested the gods, right? Open hollow corner bracket then. Open hollow corner bracket suffice it to say that we all have similar thoughts as you do. You're the heavenly demon's son, right? You and your past is quite popular amongst the members. It seems you wreaked havoc in the outside world. Open hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket still, one can't believe all the rumors, so I was planning on testing your mettle one way or another. Two bad things happened as they did before that. In Garmar's voice, Vivaspot could feel a sense of peace and calm. It seemed she was happy to finally speak out about the secrets that she had to keep within herself. Open hollow corner bracket anyway, run. You can do it right. The situation isn't great, but you can probably do it. Vivaspot nodded heavily. Of course, he knew that was enough small talk. Bam, less than Shukuchi greater than. Vivaspot followed the path made by his colleagues and activated his skills one after another. A call to grab him quickly rang out from everywhere, but there was no one who could stop him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gusts that arose whenever he stepped on the ground soon turned into violent typhoons and covered the entire mountainside and valley. Additionally, the flashes of light that occurred within this realm moved with a ferocious sharpness. As if slashed with a sharpened sword, the enemies who attacked Vivaspot fell one after another while vomiting blood. Moreover, the Bifrost attacks were already wreaking havoc on their enemies. The enemies had lost the momentum a long time ago. 1 against 1,000 enemies unmoving against 10,000 opponents, these maxims all seem to refer to them. The Asgard forces in hiding have made their appearance. In the end, the Olympus forces alone were not enough to stop Vivaspot, so the Asgard forces, who had been on standby as auxiliary forces, poured into the battlefield. But even they fell helplessly like dominoes. Suddenly, Vivaspot lifted his head up to the sky instead of running forward. He felt an unusual energy. He saw a group of black, dark clouds gathering. A great god. Though the level of the being was termed great, the intensity and power possessed by gods at that level could not easily be expressed in words. Even if all the lesser gods of a society banded together, they would not be able to muster a challenge against a single great god. A great god was like a vast sky. With its will, a great god seemed to be able to move the world. Odin is descending. Zeus is descending. Though he possessed calm eyes, Odin exhibited a force that flowed like a bloody storm. Meanwhile, Zeus exuded a strong sense of force like lightning. The appearance of these two people was bound to cause tension for Vivasvat. Open hollow corner bracket ha ha ha. I was wondering who was causing all this ruckus. I guess the heavenly demon's son is truly the heavenly demon's son. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Whenever Zeus burst out into laughter, the entire stage, no, seemingly the entire world shook. It felt as if the tower would collapse at any moment. How the hell did father manage to entrap these guys here? Unconsciously, Vivasvat tensed up. Although he knew that these main great gods were strong, he thought he had largely caught up to them after honing his skills for the past year within the tower. However, at this moment, Vivasvat knew that he would be fighting an uphill battle. Vivasvat was especially wary of Odin, more so than the laughing Zeus. The figure of Odin, who showed no emotion as if he was wearing a mask, was terrifying. He somehow felt that Odin was an arch-nemesis. There was no particular reason. It was just an intuition. However, that was enough to keep him on edge. Vivasvat's sense of intuition surpassed most people's ability to see into the future. Rescuing the villagers may not be easy. With such a thought, Vivasvat smacked his lips. And then boom, without further delay, he flung himself forward. Bam, do you recall up to here? Nocturne slowly tilted his drink and nodded in response to the question that the heavenly demon asked after putting down his drink. These memories were already in his mind, but they felt far away, as if he was viewing them through an old television set. When the heavenly demon personally offered him a drink, everything came to life as if Nocturne had truly returned to that time. It was a feeling that could only be recalled by those who had experienced those things, directly, experiences that had, actually, happened in that bloody place. Thus, Nocturne was sure that his memories were real. At that time, you really went through a lot of struggles. Even though Zeus and Odin were somewhat hindered with the heavenly demon disease, they still weren't pushovers. The heavenly demon scratched his cheek with his index finger, apparently because he was unfamiliar with verbalizing heavenly demon when referring to himself. Odin was especially persistent. He wanted to catch you somehow at all costs. Nocturne quietly nodded his head. After the clash with Zeus and Odin, Vivasvat had to fight off a relentless pursuit. He had to safely rescue the hostages while fending against the two gods. No matter how much Bifrost helped, he was in a disadvantaged situation. As a result, considerable sacrifices and damage ensued. Among his troubles, Odin caused Vivasvat the greatest headache. Odin ran rampant in his storm with an expressionless face. He was fear itself. Underneath Odin's expressionless face, which Vivasvat could not fathom, Odin's cruel hands unleashed relentless magic spells and attacks. I can understand why he was so persistent. Odin had a different purpose than that of Zeus. Quote. As Nocturne was hearing this for the first time, he had no choice but to open his eyes wide. Zeus was going to catch you and use you as bait to lure me out. However, Odin was concerned that you might be the one that appeared in their great prophecy. The great prophecy? Yes. It's like the curse that Odin received after defeating the Colossus Bestla, before his ascension as a creation god one day. When a wildly burning star arises, the sun and moon will be devoured, and the age of wolves will come, and the world will be drenched in darkness. You gods will be drawn together into the setting twilight. The heavenly demon laughed as he recited the great prophecy, which was once popular and all-consuming within Asgard. Twilight curse. Nocturne mumbled the two words as if he understood. It was Ragnarok. The great prophecy, meaning, the fate of the gods, or the twilight of the gods, was something that he certainly heard. Various societies speculated that the prophecy referred to the impending great war that would inevitably happen between Asgard and their archenemy, Niflheim. But in the end, before even approaching anything like Ragnarok, Asgard had been put in their place by Nocturne's master. If one thought about it that way, one would end up dismissing the great prophecy as being something insignificant, but it seemed that it was very important and all-consuming for Odin. Odin had been collecting all kinds of prophecies for a very long time. Even when he was unconscious and asleep. Then, he saw you suddenly appear, a wildly rising star. He put two and two together and concluded that you must be the rising star in the great prophecy. The name Vivasvat referred to the sun god. It literally meant, star. Besides, Vivasvat at that time must have looked especially splendid since he always emanated a dazzling light distribution around his body. Moreover, the being was already contending against gods, so it was natural for Odin to assume that Vivasvat was the being stated in the Great Prophecy. Then, was the Great Prophecy incorrect? Well. Nocturne frowned as if he did not appreciate the heavenly demon's non-committal answer. He felt frustrated at looking at the heavenly demon's seemingly smug, omniscient expression. Regardless, as if there was no need to talk about the Great Prophecy anymore, the heavenly demon continued the conversation's topic to something else. You managed to escape from the 16th floor with the hostages after evading their relentless pursuit, and thus your name became very popular in the tower. And then you became the singular resistance within the tower. You carried the name. The heavenly demon paused and smiled, and Nocturne had to forcefully suppress his curses. It was a name that would always make one's heart flutter, and a being that served mortals rather than the gods. It was someone fighting for the individual rather than a society, for freedom rather than oppression, and a name created to serve the mortal rather than the immortal. Alpharon. It was not Vivasvat, Nocturne's original name. Side Story Chapter 9 Alpharon 9. You have entered the 19th floor, the gate to the Hill of the Wind. Even though he evaded Odin and Zeus' persistent pursuit, Vivasvat remained concerned because he was still on the lower numbered floors. He felt that Olympus would be able to chase after him and throw him into another crisis at any moment. However, Garmer, who escaped with Vivasvat, did not fret. It's fine, they say that it's darkest underneath the lamp. They won't find us very easily here. Quote. Vivasvat, who was puzzled by what Garmer said, soon figured out the exact meaning of her words. It was a place that even ordinary players would not expect anyone to be in. It was a place where waste was collected, often referred to as a garbage dump. It was an inter-floor world that existed in the stairway that connected the 19th to the 20th floor. There were barriers in place to hide the stairway, and though the garbage dump was organized to some extent, it was still a very disorganized and cluttered place. Vivasvat wondered if people could really live in a place like this. Wow, sister, did you bring some sweets? Where are the sweets? When Garmer appeared, little children who appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old, jumped out and surrounded her in a circle. The Bifrost members seemed to be familiar with this kind of scene, so they did not seem to mind or give any special attention to the matter. Some Bifrost members even ran around and started actively playing with the children, flipping the children in the air or giving them piggyback rides. Even the reinforcement group that assisted Vivasvat and the others on the 16th floor observed everything as if it was natural. Who is that guy? Is he another older brother? The children were extremely interested in Vivasvat. Their faces were full of curiosity rather than wariness. Vivasvat, who did not know how to deal with children, found this sudden attention awkward. Furthermore, he was currently covered in blood and dust, having dealt with various gods. Vivasvat felt it was impossible for him to play with the children in such a state. However, that uncle has a bunch of toys for you guys. Why don't you guys ask him for some? See, Captain. After hearing his captain's words, Vivasvat whipped his head towards Garmer to try and understand what she meant. But instead of getting any answer, he could see Garmer smirking. The children started clinging onto Vivasvat while he tried to explain to them that he did not have any toys. Sparkle. The children's eyes grew wide and twinkled. They looked like baby birds awaiting food from their mother. Well. Startled, Vivasvat stuttered about. Have you come, Garmer? Suddenly, adult voices rang out. The voices were filled with a sense of thorough exhaustion. They wore plain, sparse clothing and carried rudimentary weaponry. Vivasvat wondered if they were capable of properly fighting with those types of weapons. Strangely, unlike their outward shabby appearance, their eyes were full of life. Considering that people who were owned by holy temples or farms looked healthy on the outside but possessed lifeless eyes, these people were the exact opposite. Vivasvat felt that he was seeing those whose eyes stemmed from a sense of freedom and belief. It's been a while, Falar. Garmer lightly waved her hand to greet the young man called Falar, who had a charming smile. Apparently, he was the leader of this village. Garmer then said, Vivasvat, this is Falar. Falar, this is Vivasvat. You guys should introduce yourselves. You'll be colleagues who will work together in the future. In an instant, Falar's eyes lit up. Then this person. Yeah, he's the one I spoke of before. I see. Nice to meet you. My name is Falar. Vivasvat grabbed and shook Falar's outstretched hand. Though it was just a handshake, Vivasvat felt a tingling sensation run down his spine. However, the fleeting feeling was brief, so Vivasvat questioned if he had even felt something off at all. When Vivaspot looked up, he saw Falar's bright smile and eyes full of energy. Were my senses off? Feeling uneasy, Vivaspot silently nodded his head rather than brightly greeting Falar. Welcome to Alpharon. Falar did not seem to notice Vivaspot's hesitation, as he continued to smile brightly. Alpharon was the name Resistance had given themselves. This was a group of people who were willing to sacrifice everything for freedom. They expressed this belief and said that their goal was to resist the oppression of the gods. Although we try to engage in resistance activities, in the end, when considering the influence of divine societies, we're just a flickering candlelight before the almighty wind. For that reason, Garmer and her comrades have been serving Asgard in order to obtain resources and information. The members of Alpharon started explaining how they had infiltrated several divine societies. Asgard's Bifrost was just one of many infiltrating groups. There were many more hidden members of Alpharon in various divine societies, Falar explained, and thanks to their active cooperation, many mortals had been saved. However, it may be difficult for us to be active for a while. Because of this incident, Asgard and Olympus seem to have been put on edge. Vivaspot had a feeling that Falar's gaze was fixed on him, so he wondered how he was supposed to interpret that. So, for the time being, we should refrain from conducting outside activities and largely wait until their search efforts calm down. Vivaspot did not ignore the sense of wariness and distance that Falar gave off. However, Vivaspot did not show any outward reaction towards it. In any organization, there was bound to be a feeling of exclusion for any new incoming member, and in fact, the largest reason why Asgard and Olympus were so thoroughly conducting their search efforts was because of him. Nevertheless, Falar and Alpharon did not reject Vivaspot's entrance into their organization because of his power and fame. In fact, when the villagers found out that Vivaspot was the god-killer of the outside world, whom they had only heard of through rumors, the villagers had gathered to observe him from afar. Falar seemed to have been wary that Vivaspot may become the new center and leadership of the organization. Furthermore, Vivaspot had already heard about this possibility from Garmer. Thus, I implore you to be as careful as possible. Even though Vivaspot told Falar that he would be careful, Vivaspot could not shrug away the oddly anxious and uncomfortable aura he felt from Falar. It soon became clear that Vivaspot's feeling of anxiousness was a premonition. Open hollow corner bracket insignificant insects were gathered and living in this place. Eliminate them all. Asgard and Olympus chased after them all the way to the 19th floor stairwell. Though no one knew how their location was leaked, the village that had been shrouded in secrecy and had been quiet for the past 10 years was finally exposed. Actually, to be precise, the two societies knew of the village's existence but had just allowed it to continue until the time was right. Everyone, run away. Get the kids out of here. Anyone who can fight, stop them. A battle breaks out. The village was devastated by a few lightning bolts, which were thrown by Odin. A hot thermal storm swept past the village one after another with tremendous destructive power. It seemed as though the stage would collapse at any moment. Even in such a crisis, Alpharon's response was brilliant. They clearly showed how they had managed to organize an organization in the face of so many threats and became a focal point for mortals who dreamed of freedom. The members of Alpharon divided into several groups and garnered the attention of the incoming Asgard and Olympus troops, thus allowing the children and elderly to escape and get to safety. Although significant damage was incurred on the village, fortunately, the retreat was successful. However, open hollow corner bracket keep chasing after them. I don't care if you all have to die, I want you to bring me the heavenly demon's son. Asgard and Olympus' pursuit was just the beginning. A month soon passed. Nearly 40% of Alpharon's forces suffered damage because of the various traps and offenses that Asgard and Olympus deployed. Vivaspot did what he could to save as many of them as possible, but he could not prevent their constant losses. For the first time, a sense of gloom started to cast over those within Alpharon, which had up to then not lost its laughter despite the continuous chase. 4 months passed. Damage was steadily accumulating, and more than 60% of Alpharon's forces were either dead or injured. The gloom that lingered inside Alpharon continued to snowball and began to corrode the hearts of its members. They became tired and easily fatigued. Some had no more hope and attempted to escape at night. To re-establish discipline within Alpharon, some of the deserters were caught and beaten back into submission, but once their hearts were shaken, they could not easily rejoin the group wholeheartedly. Occasionally, Olympus and Asgard sent messages encouraging Alpharon to surrender. Whenever these messages came, the resolve of the members of Alpharon shook. It was only thanks to the existence of Vivaspot and Bifrost that Alpharon was able to endure this much. If it was not for Vivaspot and Bifrost, Alpharon would have been eliminated long ago. Near the end, Alpharon became a place that was mainly of the old and infirm. By the time a year had passed, Alpharon had become just a shadow of its previous self. Moreover, as rumors started to spread about the existence of the heavenly demon sun within the heavenly world, other divine societies also started joining the fray. Memphis, Dilmun, Vedas, Chan sect. Alpharon was no longer being chased by a few societies but by virtually all the top societies and forces that existed within the tower. Because of this, Alpharon was pushed to the brink of collapse. However, this did not mean that Alpharon was taking on damage without dishing out their own. Utilizing infiltrators they had in various societies to stir up rebellions, Alpharon successfully raided several farms on each floor and rescued a large number of enslaved mortals. And, of course, in the center of such great feats was Vivaspot. For that reason, at some point, the name Vivaspot began to be identified with Alpharon. It is said that at the places where Vivaspot descends, Alpharon appears, and the gods become frightened. Those who live in Alpharon's care can live a free life, not as slaves. Our future lies there. We must free ourselves from oppression. The world of the tower is the world of beings who want and strive to ascend to a higher place. We never came here to be slaves. The names Alpharon and Vivaspot soon entered everyone's lexicon. Did you hear the news? About them recapturing the 20th floor? Yeah, I heard that Memphis was thoroughly routed. Because of that, those on the 30th floor and beyond are all in emergency mode right now. I heard that he hadn't even exuviated or transcended. How could a mere mortal be so powerful? His existence proves that we're not anchored to our fates and current power levels. We're also players who came into the tower after receiving invitations, so why can't we also achieve what Alpharon is achieving? Those who were locked up in farms as slaves began to have hope in their hearts. Even if their various divine societies still enslaved them, they started holding out hope that they would soon be freed by Alpharon. In the end, people with a similar vision and willpower began to join Alpharon. They began to regain the courage and motivation necessary to climb the tower. A legend related to Vivaspot has been created. It begins to spread widely. Power is created. A divine position has been created. Faith begins to gather, giving birth to a legendary prestige. Vivaspot's name begins to be imprinted on the system. Alpharon. This was how the legends of Vivaspot began. Side story chapter 10 Alpharon 10. And thus, 10 years passed. A brilliant light distribution fills the space. Many people admire the dazzling light and naturally bow their heads. You are gathering faith. A divine being is being created. Caution. Your spirit power has reached a maximum volume. You cannot retain or collect any further faith. You must grow your maximum levels through exuviation and transcendence. Exuviation was forcibly cancelled. Transcendence was forcibly cancelled. Your spirit remains in its original state. You can no longer accumulate divinity, so it starts to be discharged. Your light distribution becomes brighter. More followers are praying for you. More faith is gathered. A divine being is created. Exuviation has been cancelled. It was like an endless loop. Over the past 10 years, Vivaspot's performance in the world of the tower while leading Alpharon influenced countless others and made the gods and demons hostile towards him. Thus, many people started to recognize and place their faith in him. Mortals looked up to him as a savior. They prayed for his victories, and when word of his successive triumphs came, they worshipped with greater fervor. On the other hand, the gods were jealous of Vivaspot. They despised and hated his existence. They felt great indignation at the fact that they could not deal with a mere mortal. Furthermore, they considered Vivaspot's existence itself as a mockery towards them, as Vivaspot continually accumulated achievements while maintaining his status as a mortal. Whether liked or hated, Vivaspot arguably became the most important figure in the world of the tower. However, that fact put Vivaspot in even greater danger. Bam! It's this again. Open hollow corner bracket. It's this again. Vivaspot muttered in frustration as he stopped meditating and slowly opened his eyes. Along with his physical voice, divine speech also rang out. It was as if several people, not just one, were speaking in unison. It was further proof that he had reached the limits of a mortal and was suppressing his transformation into a god. In fact, it was difficult to say that Vivaspot's current appearance was absolutely human, though he looked the part. The light distribution that had symbolized him even before he entered the tower was now endlessly radiating around him. He was now immersed in the constant halo of light because he continued to radiate divine power to avoid exuviation and transcendence. The problem was that Vivasvat's appearance evoked a sense of mystery and almightiness, so the people that previously supported him had now moved to place their absolute faith in him. As a result, Vivasvat gathered greater amounts of faith, and the light distribution became ever brighter. Because of this, even within Alpharon, there were many people who had a hard time approaching or relating to Vivasvat. And as the organization grew, a greater number of people started to blindly follow Vivasvat, and those concerned about this were naturally pushed out of Alpharon's leadership. Among those who were pushed out were Garmer and the members of Bifrost, who had always referred to Vivasvat as the youngest. The faith flowing into you has reached another all-time high. The law of causality highly rates your potential. The current system has designated those who want to interfere with the smooth execution of the floor's missions as viruses. To resolve this issue, the system is planning to deploy a vaccine program. Are you willing to accept the system's suggestion and act as the vaccine program? Clank, clank. Vivasvat hated the restricting sounds that came from his body. System access, creation of antivirus programs. Vivasvat knew it would give him the power he needed. Every time he accepted the system's proposal, he gained unparalleled power. No, it was more appropriate to state that he was reaching a level of omnipotence. Thanks to this, from a certain point, Vivasvat was no longer being chased. He was now launching massive counterattacks and starting to win. He succeeded in driving out all divine societies from the lower floors. And thanks to that, all the lower floors up to the 20th floor were now Alpharon's territory. Actually, it was probably more appropriate to state that it was Vivasvat's territory. Furthermore, his advancement into the 21st floor was just around the corner. Vivasvat had essentially acquired the power he had longed for, but the problem was that, in the process of acquiring this power, many people had drifted away from him, leaving him in isolation. Vivasvat struggled with utter loneliness. Clank. At that moment, Vivasvat was pulled from his thoughts when a door opened. The figure who emerged looked at Vivasvat and his light distribution with a face full of rapture. He hurriedly bowed his head when Vivasvat turned his gaze towards him. That action of utter obedience annoyed Vivasvat, who noticed that the man's expression was closer to worship than respect. Vivasvat could not see an inkling of the man seeing Vivasvat as a fellow comrade. Only these types of people were left in Alpharon. Everything you have ordered has been completed. Everything. Open hollow corner bracket everything. A strange voice that arose after mixing a physical voice with divine speech. The man's eyes widened even more. I ordered their execution, and the executions were finalized a moment ago. Is that so? Open hollow corner bracket, is that so? Vivasvat muttered a reply and then fell silent. Execution was a word carved onto his heart like a scar. Why did you betray me, Garmer? Sorry, I'm asking why. If we left things as they were, you alone would become Alpharon. What? You know this to be true as well, right? Alpharon has become a religious cult organization that centers around you. Of course, if one were to ask the clan members, they'd state that they're fighting for their freedom and beliefs, but you know that's not true, right? But, I know what you're thinking. I know that your heart is in the right place. However, all your actions will eventually lead to a dictatorship and singular power structure that eventuality would become a poison for our ultimate endeavors. No, to be frank, it will poison you as well. Your objectives will eventually imprison you and only cause a reiteration of subjugation. That's why. Garmar's voice rang clearly in Vivasvat's ears. Please open your eyes and see the truth, Vivasvat. That's my last request. Vivasvat felt fortunate that his figure was covered by his light distribution. He did not have to show his subordinates the tears that flowed down his cheeks. Having come to a state where he was no longer able to properly express his emotions, Garmar's last words echoed in his mind like a prophecy. Vivasvat, it's nothing. Open hollow corner bracket, it's nothing. Vivasvat slowly got up and shook his head. His recent tears had already evaporated from the heat he was radiating. His trembling gaze had already steadied. The tears he shed just a moment ago were to be the last signs of emotion that exhibited as a mortal being. Let's go. Open hollow corner bracket, let's go. Vivasvat had wavered for only the briefest of moments. It was not too late to reflect and possibly regret once he achieved his ultimate objective. The power he currently possessed came after various sacrifices, like the execution of his former colleagues. Thus, Vivasvat was adamant to continue progressing forward. Time flowed on. Years passed. Father. The actions and steps Vivasvat took to find the heavenly demon were now cumbersome and weighing down on him. He was going in a slightly different direction from where the heavenly demon was. Where are you? Vivasvat had reached an age where he had now spent more time in the world of the tower than when he lived as son J1. After he met the elder gods and so on, Vivasvat began to vaguely piece together the existence of things like day and night. Thus, Vivasvat knew where the heavenly demon was. He also knew that the heavenly demon was constantly observing him. The system had long ago recognized Vivasvat's existence as an antivirus. Vivasvat knew this was all the heavenly demon's intention. Nevertheless, he still hated his father for not replying to his call. If you can't come down, Vivasvat clenched his teeth. I'll go up. The ascent, this was what Vivasvat's actions came to be called. Open hollow corner bracket. Did you ever have any regrets? On the 20th floor, inside a hidden stage within the floor, Vivasvat was reunited with an old acquaintance. His constricted and hardened heart softened in an instant. Sun Wukong was his father's friend, who once guided Vivasvat to the world of the tower. Of course, it was not the real Sun Wukong that Vivasvat had fatefully met outside the tower. It was Sun Wukong's exuviate. Still, just seeing the presence of an old acquaintance was enough to please Vivasvat. However, Vivasvat was immediately met with a somewhat heavy line of questioning from Sun Wukong's exuviate. Sun Wukong exuviate's golden eyes, which shone bright like jewels, were full of playfulness, but somehow, Vivasvat felt that his soul was being penetrated. Open hollow corner bracket. What do you mean? Vivasvat was now fully in command of his voice. He abandoned his physical voice and only utilized divine speech. To be more precise, he invented a new mode of communication, thought voice. He invented a way to convey his intentions. Open hollow corner bracket. Don't dilly-dally. The question is as it is posed. Do you not regret anything? In my view, you're doing such nonsensical things. Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket. To be honest, you're making your current actions because you're rebelling against your father, right? Open hollow corner bracket. What? Open hollow corner bracket. I'm right, huh? Dividing the heavens and the earth. Literally dividing the heavenly world from the lower floors to liberate mortals from divine interference. It's the same principle and belief that your father and I, another face of him, had long pursued. You've just copied us. Open hollow corner bracket. Vivasvat felt that Sun Wukong's exuviate seemed to smirk. Open hollow corner bracket. Even if you lay out a plethora of different reasons, in the end, you're ultimately just rebelling against your father. You're suffering this much, you're doing this much, but why is your father not showering you with attention, right? You're just acting up for attention. Am I wrong? Open hollow corner bracket. I will not listen any further. Vivasvat got up from his seat with a look of displeasure. He soon felt a cooling sensation in his heart. The ideal and goal that was the driving force behind his actions and decision. Vivasvat was faced with an alternative interpretation that what he thought may not be what it seemed. He wondered if his emotions, which had not made an appearance since he shed his last tears, reappeared. Open hollow corner bracket. You won't be able to go too far. Anyway, stop wandering around like a rebellious teenager and go home. Your father is well aware that you've suffered. Open hollow corner bracket. Close hollow corner bracket. Vivasvat silently exited the hidden stage's cave with his mouth tightly shut. Please open your eyes and see the truth, Vivasvat. That's my last request. Garmar's last words kept echoing in Vivasvat's mind like a mantra. After executing his last remaining followers, Vivasvat started dry heaving. His new reality seemed to be haunting him. The thought that his past actions, killing off his lover and colleagues, over the past few decades had all originated from a sense of rebellion. However, no, that's not true. It's different. After reflecting for a long time, Vivasvat regained his senses. I may have acted that way in the beginning, but now, it's different. Vivasvat could not forget the utter elation that he saw in the eyes of the captives who were liberated from the lower floor's many farms. They cheered at their newfound freedom and their capability to become players. The sensations he felt then remained within him. Furthermore, his actions were not something anyone could do. Father just ended up just keeping the gods and demons in one place, but not me. The people here are also important to me. Vivasvat clenched his jaw. No matter how other people see me, I will protect my people. Being alone was beneficial. Vivasvat did not care if others called him a loner. Even if other people pointed fingers, even if he was misunderstood, even if he perished without anyone understanding his selfless purpose, Vivasvat was determined to continue. He had no idea what his father was thinking or doing, but Vivasvat felt sure that he would meet his father once more if he continued onward. It turns out that the law of causality and your will are the same. You have become more tightly coupled to the system. The antivirus program is being updated. Thus, Vivasvat clenched his teeth. Let's get rid of everything that is causing me mental anguish, cast it all away. There was a place where he could do this. You are moving into the 21st floor. Reminiscing about the past ended here. If it is the physical body that gives rise to anguish, wouldn't casting off one's physical body, with all of its useless thoughts, onto an illusion on the 21st floor be okay? That's what you thought. Quote. The heavenly demon took a sip of his drink as he continued speaking calmly. Nocturne fell silent while looking at the glass. You have always been troubled. You were always deep in thought. And, whenever you came out from your thoughts, you moved once more with purpose. There were people who followed you and people who had their hopes on you. Quote. Sun Wukong called your actions a childish rebellion. No matter if your initial intentions were based on a sense of rebelliousness, if it becomes your belief, I thought that it would become your path. After stating these words, the heavenly demon stopped speaking. A long silence ensued before Nocturne spoke up. During all that, when I was eagerly searching for you and awaiting your response, why didn't you reply? I don't know if it'll sound like an excuse. The heavenly demon sighed as he crossed his arms. His sigh was full of bitterness and sorrow. At the time, I did not have the mental capacity to think of anything else. I was vaguely aware that you came into the tower looking for me, but my body was already exhausted from the long battle I had with the Black King, so I fell into a deep slumber within this library. My mind did not operate normally. Moreover, I was already overwhelmed just maintaining the tower. Nocturne now knew the fact that the Ruyi Bang had been utilized to create the tower to suppress the Black King from awakening from his dream. By imprisoning the gods and heroes within the tower, a greater suppressing weight would weigh down on the Black King. And, just when the heavenly demon was about to continue speaking, another librarian has entered the Chenggong library. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. Hearing the sudden voice, the heavenly demon and Nocturne's eyes turned towards the speaker. Nocturne looked slightly startled at seeing the figure's face, but Nocturne soon realized that the temperament exuded from this newcomer was quite different from the figure he had previously met. Nocturne nodded his head. It was Deus Ex Machina, Cha Jung-woo, appointed by the heavenly demon as the new librarian of the Chenggong library. For whatever reason, Jung-woo's expression did not look good. What's wrong? Why are you wearing such a downcast expression? Did something happen? The heavenly demon tilted his head, wondering what was wrong. Now that the long battle over the wheel and dream with the Black King was over, the heavenly demon felt that there was no longer cause for any large concern. However, after hearing Cha Jung-woo's words, the heavenly demon and Nocturne's expressions hardened. My brother. Cha Jung-woo's voice quavered. My brother disappeared after rewinding the wheel. Side story chapter 11 traces 1. It was only recently that Cha Jung-woo learned the truth. A new visitor has entered the machine god's resting area. Open hollow corner bracket Emperor Temper, what a fun song. Musical note, I'm singing it too, musical note. Machine god, also known as Cha Jung-woo, who was better known by the divine title of Deus Ex Machina, put down the book he was reading in the warm garden and snorted. At the same time, he was pleased that a guest had come to visit him for the first time in ages because he was feeling very bored. On top of that, he knew who this visitor was. There was only one person he knew in this entire world who sang foul songs like that. What are you singing this time? Shannon paused his singing to answer the obvious question. The second verse. Second verse. That song has more lyrics. Open hollow corner bracket, I made them recently. It's no fun to sing the first verse over and over again. Won't Hung be angry if he knows? Open hollow corner bracket, it'd be tough living, having to walk on eggshells around a man who's gone away on a trip leaving all his annoying subordinates behind. You're probably the only person who can talk to Hung that way. Cha Jung-woo shook his head. He supposed this was Shannon's charm. It was ironic that such a mischievous and amiable guy was the Black King's first sword and had the domain of domination. He was grateful Shannon was the same as ever despite his upgraded position and all the time that had passed. Of course, he was more pleased that he had a comrade to tease his brother with. That was most likely the reason why the two had become such good friends. Open hollow corner bracket, what are you saying? There were a lot. Really? Open hollow corner bracket, emphasis on were. Past tense. Open hollow corner bracket, I'm saying there are a lot of people who have gone missing after stabbing my owner in the back. Shannon wasn't wrong, so Cha Jung-woo couldn't help but laugh loudly. Then, it suddenly occurred to him that he shouldn't be laughing like this. No matter how far away Yi-and-woo was, Yi-and-woo could be observing them if he wanted to. So annoying. I have to be wary of my brother whenever I'm trying to do something. While Cha Jung-woo thought to himself, Shannon looked around the holy territory and stopped when he saw a particular person. That's an unfamiliar face. Ah, is that so? Shannon's gaze was on a beautiful boy who had white hair that reached his waist. He looked to be in his teens, but his dark eyes made him seem like an aged man. It was impossible to tell his age. The boy wearing a large-fitting training dobok was staring so intently at a sword planted in the ground that it almost felt rude to walk up and disrupt him. Shannon recognized the sword the boy was glaring at. It was Dragon Slayer, Cha Jung-woo's divine artifact, but he had no idea who that boy was to be glowering at the Dragon Slayer like that. My disciple, open hollow corner bracket oh ho. So then he's the one. Cha Jung-woo nodded, and Shannon exclaimed in astonishment. Jung-woo had told him about taking a disciple in passing, back in the past when the entire world had forgotten about the Black King. He had said there was a child he coincidentally came to meet while roaming the many world lines to search for Yi Woo. If Shannon remembered correctly, Jung-woo had said he met his disciple when meeting a remnant of a beast. Jung-woo had been pitiful of the boy who had outstanding potential and a brilliant nature but was waiting for his fated death, and Jung-woo ultimately took him in. But Shannon hadn't expected the boy to be here. He was already interested in the boy. As he stroked his chin, he asked a question. Didn't you say he's human? He grew up quite a bit in the time that I hadn't seen him. He's almost ascended to being an immortal, so I'm thinking of leaving him the Jinmu cabinet. Open hollow corner bracket is that so? Cha Jung-woo created many legends while he wandered the countless world lines. Because of this, he had various divine titles other than Deus Ex Machina. One of those was Jinmu Emperor, also known as True Martial Emperor. Jinmu Cabinet was an organization named after this title. Jung-woo had succeeded the Heavenly Demon's Chenggong Library librarian position. There were so many duties to organize the shelves that he had created the Jinmu Cabinet to work for him. The Jinmu Cabinet belonged to neither absolute good nor absolute evil. They played the role of keeping the balance, so they had to be martially and militarily powerful. Jung-woo said he'd leave the cabinet leader position to Jung-yun. He didn't choose him merely because he was his disciple, but he thought Jung-yun truly had the abilities that fit the position. Jung-yun was strong enough to stand above most lower-level gods, and he would most likely become the center of power in the heavenly world. The cabinet leader had to have a firm deposition to deny all requests and bribes. This'll be amusing. Shannon's gaze on Jung-yun turned from curiosity to wanting to fight. After becoming completely independent from Yi Woo, he became the Black King's first sword, but many people avoided him because of this reason. Shannon was excited at the thought of finally having someone to spar. He wondered what the boy's name was. Open hollow corner bracket Jung-yun close hollow corner bracket. Swish. The white-haired boy who had been glaring at the Dragon Slayer turned to Shannon. He looked as if he was asking who dared to say his name. Ha! So much for reading. Jung-woo felt the tension and lightly tossed his book aside. Then, he took a few steps back. Shannon wasn't someone who could be dissuaded, and his disciple wasn't someone who avoided anyone who picked a fight. Shannon waved his finger at Jung-yun to come closer, and Jung-yun raised his eyebrows. Whoosh! Jung-yun suddenly disappeared with the Dragon Slayer planted in the ground. Then, suddenly, a sharp blade was at Shannon's neck. Open hollow corner bracket nice spirit. Clang! Shannon pushed the Dragon Slayer back with his sword breaker and shouted. He could already tell this was going to be a fun fight from the way his blade was shaking. Clang! Clang clang! Rumble! Rumble! The holy territory Jung-woo created as a getaway instantly became turned over with explosions. Open hollow corner bracket heg heg. Ha ha! Shannon and Jung-yun lay on the ground wearily, panting roughly. Open hollow corner bracket you're pretty good. And you? Shannon knew the battle would be over instantly if he used his domains too, so he fought Jung-yun with just the sword. And what he felt as a result of his fight was that Jung-woo had every right to be proud. Even Shannon, who had sharpened his sword-wielding skills for hundreds of years in the lower year, thought Jung-yun was quite the opponent. The outcome of the sparring was a tie. Yi Woo would have been surprised to hear of this result. However, Jung-yun seemed dissatisfied with himself by this, and he responded curtly. Smirk. Shannon was amused by Jung-yun's reaction. He wanted to fight him again. You done now? Jung-woo looked down at them from where he was sitting on a tree, the only intact thing in the holy territory. Open hollow corner bracket of course not. We don't even have a victor yet. Isn't that right? Of course. Jung-yun responded as if that was obvious. Jung-woo made a fatigued expression. This is enough, causing a mess in someone else's house for today. Anyway, what's the real reason you're here? Didn't you have something to ask? Open hollow corner bracket him. Oh, right, Shannon belatedly remembered why he came visiting and scratched the back of his head. He'd forgotten it while sparring with Jung Yun. So there really is something. Shannon nodded. Yeah, I was wondering if there's anything you've heard from our Emperor Temper. My brother. What about him? Open hollow corner bracket I suddenly can't reach him. To be exact, my channel to him has been dysfunctional for several months now. Isn't that because he rewound the wheel? Shannon shook his head. No, even if he's in another timeline or world line, our channel to him is always connected. We communicate through it if there's ever need. Cha Jung-woo nodded, knowing that Shannon was right. The same gods with the same name and ability had their own personalities and identities in parallel universes or other universes. It was because only their soul was the same, and their lives were all unique. However, emperors like the Heavenly Demon, Black King, and Jung-woo were different. Emperors were the only one of their kind throughout all the universes and worlds, with their distinct identity and body. That was why although Yi and Wu rewound the wheel and went to another world line, it was only his ego that was there. His body existed the same in all other world lines and timelines. That meant his connection with his subordinates could never be disconnected. But Shannon's connection with Yi and Wu being gone was strange. Open hollow corner bracket so I was wondering if you're contacting Master separately. No, I figured he's doing fine on his own. It'd be weird to take interest in every little thing he's doing too. Even the closest of brothers didn't share every little detail, and Jung-woo and Yi and Wu tried to respect each other's privacy. Thinking something was really strange, Jung-woo opened his palm. A circle made of light grew and grew until it became a book. You are browsing for information in the library with your qualification as first-class librarian. Keyword: darkness, Cha Yi and Wu, location: Flutter. The pages quickly turned over. This browsing feature was one the librarian of the Chenggong Library had. However, because of the vast amount of information, it took some time. Jung Yun felt the tense atmosphere and took a step back from the two. Looking at the book with half its pages turned, Jung Woo asked, what about Hanryong or Rebecca? Nothing. Open hollow corner bracket Hanryong has been unreachable for a while because he's traveling with his son and Rebecca has returned to Cernunos, and she's started going into intense training, so there's no way to contact her. Shannon had come here thinking the situation wasn't too serious and that Jung Woo would definitely know of Yi and Wu's whereabouts. However, his voice turned grave when he realized that wasn't the case. And boo, open hollow corner bracket he was the one who asked about Master. What? Jung Woo wrinkled his forehead. Just then, the last page turned over and the cover was shut. The Black King is currently asleep on Earth with Relia. No other information can be found. Jung Woo quickly added other keywords. The keywords, main ego, location, and whereabouts, have been added to the search. Cannot be found. The keywords, wheel, Fant, and Adora, have been added to the search. Cannot be found. Cannot be found. No information has been yielded. You require higher clearance to search for more information. Snap. Jung Woo closed the Book of Light. His face was now stiff. It occurred to him that a greater danger from when the entire world forgot about Yi and Wu had come about. Let's go see Mr. Heavenly Demon first. Side Story Chapter 12 Traces 2. The Heavenly Demon felt something was off, wondering how Yi and Wu could possibly go missing. The Heavenly Demon had fought against the Black King for eons over the wheel, but that had occurred when the Black King's main ego was Yavilk. It didn't apply to the present, with Yi and Wu having taken over that spot, absorbing all the egos to become the complete Black King. The Heavenly Demon wondered if someone or something was hurting the current Black King. Impossible. Incidents took place when the strings of laws of causality through space became twisted. But since the Black King himself was the laws of causality, there was no way something could surpass him. Or is there someone else? The otherworld gods who followed the Black King, for example. Although most of them acknowledged Yi and Wu as their father, there were some who weren't completely bound to him, like the resident of the border. However, considering how loyal the resident of the border was to the Black King, it was impossible for him to be the cause of this situation. If not that, the Heavenly Demon narrowed his eyes. It might be a beast that's still roaming outside the wheel. Still, that left some questions unanswered. Beasts were also ultimately unable to transcend the limits of the wheel. They were beings who failed to become emperors and were eventually flung out. How could such creatures touch the Black King? None of the Heavenly Demon's guesses seemed plausible. I also tried to come up with ideas, but nothing came to mind. Cha Jung-woo scratched the back of his head as if he understood what the heavenly demon was thinking. The heavenly demon nodded. He had chosen Jung-woo to be the Changgong Library's librarian in the balance of the wheel. There was no way he wouldn't be able to think of something Jung-woo did. Let's search a bit first. The heavenly demon looked up. The Changgong Library reacts to the authority and clearance of the special class librarian. The library was already a part of the heavenly demon. All of its knowledge was in his palm. Bring me everything related to the keyword, Cha Yin-woo. Deriving search results. Qua qua qua. Light flashed all around them and countless books floated in the air. They spun in the air toward the heavenly demon. At a single glance, there seemed to be about 1,000 of them. There was a lot of time between when Yin-woo was born to when he became the Black King. On top of that, when taking into consideration the amount of data on the Black King, the books being summoned were nothing. The heavenly demon removed a majority of the books with specific filters, and about 100 books were left. In chronological order, the books mixed and spun, then stood in a single line in front of the heavenly demon. Jung-woo and Nocturne looked on with interest. Because of how high the levels of their souls were, it was amazing to them how freely the heavenly demon was able to control the records of the Changgong Library. Only Shannon, who didn't understand how incredible it was indifferent. There was something Master said about you, heavenly demon. I now see why he said that. The heavenly demon stopped extending his hand toward the first book and turned back at Shannon with curiosity. Finding Yin-woo was important, but he was interested in what Yin-woo had said about him. Nocturne and Cha Jung-woo also looked at Shannon with curiosity, wondering what did one of the most powerful beings say about another powerful existence. What did he say? Open hollow corner bracket that you like showing off. What? It was like time stopped. Quote quote, quote quote. Nocturne and Jung-woo were at a loss for words. It seemed best just to stay quiet. At the same time, the heavenly demon furrowed his eyebrows. Open hollow corner bracket and he said you're an attention seeker. I can see why he said that. Shannon crossed his arms and nodded in understanding. He felt it was unnecessary to pull out a bunch of books and make them stand in a line. Ha, ha ha ha, he really said that. The heavenly demon chuckled like a third-rate villain and glowered. I'll show you how an attention seeker does things to garner more attention. Flutter. The heavenly demon roughly turned the pages, and the pages moved with vigor. The heavenly demon's eyes were blazing. Jung-woo watched the heavenly demon flabbergasted and spoke to Shannon in his mind. Hung really said that? Open hollow corner bracket of course not. I just said that because I felt like the heavenly demon work harder to find Master if I said that. Open hollow corner bracket ha, ha ha ha. Of course. Jung-woo was inwardly in awe of Shannon. Finding Yin-woo was important, but he was still surprised how Shannon mustered the courage to touch the heavenly demon's pride. Jung-woo could never. Shannon really had guts. Just then, Shannon spoke up with a laugh. But I didn't make things up. Open hollow corner bracket what did he say exactly? Open hollow corner bracket he said the heavenly demon likes attention so much that he acts deranged and frenzied if he receive any. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Open hollow corner bracket I figured I shouldn't say that much. Open hollow corner bracket good job. Jung-woo nodded at Shannon's response. He felt it'd be best to keep this to himself to the grave. Just then, one of the flapping pages suddenly stopped rigidly. This is. Jung-woo ran over urgently. You said you couldn't find any information, right? So I'm going to go over time in order from when your brother rewound the wheel. This page has that recorded. Jung-woo swallowed. Information related to the heavenly demon and the Black King were related to the secrets of the creation of the universe, so he couldn't see it even though he was a first-class librarian. His heart beat faster at the fact that he was able to see this right now, but at the same time, he felt a thrill because it was as if he was reading his brother's hidden diary. Flutter. The heavenly demon began to flip the pages. The large wheel is rewound. CHRRRK. Like the rewind button on a VCR had been pressed, the world began to flow backwards. Only Yin-woo and Fant remained normal. Hee, I'm already itching for a fight. I can't endure it any longer. Although there was an almost impossible miracle occurring in front of him, Fant didn't seem to care. He was busy warming himself up in preparation for his reunion with his father. PFF'd. Yin-woo couldn't help but laugh. Quite a long time had passed and many things had changed, but in some ways, he found that Fante's innocence was the same. The rate of change of darkness is in progress. 58%. It doesn't seem to be affecting my transcendence. Yin-woo narrowed his eyes. Rather, it sped it up. It had been 57% just a few moments ago, and while the wheel was being rewound, it increased by a percent. This was an incredible speed compared to how slow it had been changing recently. The closer I am to the world's activation, the closer I am to omniscience and omnipotence, the more it's affected is that it. While Yin Wu made his conjectures, the earth became stained with darkness. Qua qua qua. Above the exposed otherworld, pieces of the toppled tower were assembled. People who had been escaping the falling tower were sucked back in, and Relia who had tried to come out of Earth sank slowly back down into it. I'm essentially building the Ruyi Bang to press down on my own stomach. No one had probably ever inflicted pain on themselves on a scale like this. Just then, Fant spoke up. But what time period are we returning to? It'll have to be when Seasongnam was intact, so I'm thinking about a few months before the incident happened. Can I go and punch in that damned bastard's face before going to the village? Fant was speaking about Faceless, the main culprit behind the people who endangered the Martial King. If Fant could eliminate Faceless and Steelgingnur, Asgard wouldn't interfere like before. Nocturne was also a problem, but they probably didn't have to worry about him. They could just return to a time before Faceless met and persuaded him. No, why, leave an arm for me. You're gonna have him to yourself. He. True, I wasn't thinking things through. Fant started laughing. The rewinding is complete. Slam. Fant dashed forward without looking back. He didn't seem to care what floor they were on or what was around them. Yin Wu inwardly clicked his tongue. It seemed there was another side of Fant that time wasn't able to change. The visit of an unidentified player has been discerned. His identity is being read. He is extremely similar to the player, Fant. However, there is a great difference with the stored data and the decision is delayed. It has been confirmed that player, Fant, is currently residing in the tower's outer district. It has been ruled this player is another player. Attempting to export trespassing player. The system discovered Fant and activated its defense system. This was due to the fact that there was already a being called Fant in this world line. However, this Fant and that Fant were clearly different. Their resolve and abilities were just the beginning. I can't believe that idiot was considered to be a chief who continued the golden age of the one-horned tribe after succeeding his father's position. Fant would probably get mad if he knew Yin Wu was concerned about the safety of the tribe as soon as he heard that. Yin Wu tapped the air in front of him to ensure Fant wasn't kicked out. You are connected to the system. Your identity as High Guardian has been confirmed. Will you register a new player? Yin Wu successfully registered his Fant as a new player. He also gave him the ability to freely move between all floors except for the 100th floor in case of future problems. The Bureau searches for the cause of the sudden change. The gods of the 98th floor sense your presence. The demons of the 98th floor perceive your existence and become wary. They finally caught on. Yin Wu wondered how he appeared to the beings of the heavenly world. Putting the thought aside, he began to search for the location of Faceless, when. Yup. Yin Wu raised a corner of his mouth. He's here. Alpharon descends. Krrng. White lightning fell in front of Yin Wu and Alpharon appeared. The light surrounding him shone more brilliantly than ever. Shock. Disbelief. Wariness, all kinds of emotions were whirling. Open hollow corner bracket, so much darkness. Just who close hollow corner bracket? Alpharon barely refrained from shouting as he asked. Just who are you? Side story chapter 13 traces 3. The moment Yin Wu faced Alpharon, all kinds of thoughts swept through his mind. It was complicated. Alpharon was the reason why his family had been scattered, and Alpharon was the enemy who blocked him several times. Yin Wu still resented him, but he also pitied him. Yin Wu had glimpsed into Alpharon's past memories after absorbing him through Hades' spirit-eating sword. He knew what kind of life Alpharon had lived, what ideals he had fought for, and how much he had been hurt in that process. His lover had also been one of the causes of his pain. A monster swallowed by his ideals. Yin Wu thought Alpharon was a monster swallowed by himself, a man who had gone far beyond the point of return. The problem was that Alpharon also knew he had become a monster. Alpharon and Yin Wu were like twins in how they were so similar, but they were also exact opposites. They were the same in that they readily sacrificed themselves for their goals. However, while Yin Wu continued to give his everything for his family despite facing endless despair, Alpharon had a happy childhood but felt something was missing and sacrificed himself for his own definition of justice. Yin Wu started out with nothing, whereas Alpharon started out having everything. Yin Wu wished to walk the path of darkness and be forgotten, while Alpharon wished to become a bright light and fade away within it. At the same time, the two desperately desired to be acknowledged by their fathers, and they had struggled as a result of it. It was impossible to measure which life was more honorable and worthy. However, one thing was clear. What they each wanted was different, but Yi and Wu succeeded in getting what he wanted while Alphorone didn't. Many thoughts flashed in Yi and Wu's mind at that moment. What should he do about that pitiful being in front of him? The poor ascetic who didn't live a life for himself could be destroyed with just a touch of Yi and Wu's fingertips. Open hollow corner bracket. The energy I feel is definitely Cha Yi and Wu's, but you intensely give off the aura of the Black King. I see you are yes. You've succeeded in obtaining what you want. Close hollow corner bracket. Alphoron's quavering voice suddenly turned low. He seemed to have realized something. He knew the secrets of this world's day and night. He most likely also knew of the long conflict between the heavenly demon and the Black King. Alphorone seemed to have a grasp on what happened. The fact that this dream wasn't awakened even after you took darkness must mean you became darkness itself. I did think it was strange player Cha Yi and Wu disappeared a while ago. During this time, Alphorone had been carefully observing Yi and Wu's every movement. He had watched Yi and Wu escape Thanatos and attempt to exuviate in the Changgong library. Since then, Yi and Wu had been marked by Alphorone as a problematic player. But Yi and Wu had suddenly disappeared and was now right in front of Alphorone. His appearance was the same, but he was of a level that made him seem like an entirely different person. It was a level that Alphorone couldn't dare to grasp the strength of, even though he was the strongest in the tower. When he realized Yi and Wu had a strength that was equal to the heavenly demon, he knew that Yi and Wu had already reached the emperor level. Open hollow corner bracket. In the end I failed. Knowing that could only mean one thing, bitterness and remorse filled Alphorone's voice. So father didn't watch over me even in the end. How very like him. How would someone react when they learned of their future? And if that future wasn't a good one? No matter how firm their beliefs were, they'd likely feel defeated and give up. An Alphorone who gave up seemed bizarre. The Alphorone who Yi and Wu knew all this time wasn't someone to ever do such a thing. However, Alphorone's ideals would probably be broken more easily due to the reason that they were so steadfast. Then, who knew what he would become then? CHK. But contrary to Yi and Wu's concerns, Alphorone just clapped his hands together in front of him with a face that was no different from normal. Open hollow corner bracket. That does not mean anything. Each letter and word Alphorone spoke was powerful. There was still some remorse, but there was a power that surpassed the remorse. I wouldn't have started if I was going to give up here. The light around Alphorone shone brighter than ever. This wasn't the faith sent by the people in the tower. It was a power that originated from his own beliefs. This belief was turning into a great faith to radiate. I see. Yi and Wu smiled lightly. It appeared he was wrong. Alphorone was Alphorone, Vivasvat. Like the name of the sun god, Alphorone shone brightly even in front of a future full of despair. Yes, this was one worthy of being called Yi and Wu's rival. However, a smirk formed on Yi and Wu's lips. You aren't strong enough. Just because Yi and Wu understood Alphorone didn't mean the resentment toward him was gone. Moreover, Yi and Wu had come to this timeline as a trip. He didn't want to become involved in bothersome matters. The system is activated with the authority of a high guardian. Please give the command. Clunk. The sound of machinery that was invisible from this world rang out. Target. Vivasvat. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Alphorone quickly tried to step back, but emptiness opened in front of him before he could. Chains soared out toward him. Clatter. Clang. Clang. Great handprint was activated in the air. Each attack was powerful enough to easily destroy a stage, but the chains easily evaded the great handprint to reach Alphorone. Yi and Wu's will and the system's direct management allowed the chains to be extremely durable. They were the laws of causality itself. Whoosh, whoosh. Alphorone struggled to escape from the chains. Less than 1,000 li eyes greater than. Less than Shukuchi greater than. Less than great handprint greater than. Alphorone focused the eyes that observed the tower onto the chains to predict their path and moved to where the chains wouldn't reach him. When there was a spot he missed, he exploded light to change the chain's direction. However, despite all his fancy tricks, the chains continued to close their distance. Clatter. Then, one of them succeeded in wrapping around his right ankle. And that was it. Seal. When Yi and Wu spoke a new command, another chain dashed forward and tightened around Alphorone's limbs. Due to this, Alphorone wasn't able to activate the great handprint for his powers anymore. The moment the seal took place, the light around him was extinguished like a candle in front of the wind. And the subsequently exposed face was very similar to the heavenly demon. However, while the heavenly demon looked mischievous and friendly, Alphorone had an indifferent and firm gaze. Let go of. Alphorone was cut off mid-sentence by the chains. Clatter. Alphorone was powerlessly absorbed into the emptiness. Yi and Wu could feel him thrashing about, but even Alphorone couldn't resist the chains of laws of causality. What should I do about him? Yi and Wu contemplated what to do about Alphorone, to seal him off or kill him like before. Their relationship was like a problem that could never be solved. Even now, Yi and Wu felt the urge to pay him back. However, he contained his anger and quietly closed the door to emptiness. I'll just take him to the heavenly demon later. It would be simplest to let the heavenly demon take care of it. Of course, the heavenly demon would probably be taken aback. That'll be a sight to see. Yi and Wu smiled, imagining the heavenly demon feeling conflicted over Alphorone. Then, he thought, of course, I can't let these creatures act up either. The gods of the 98th floor shout at the sudden occurrence. The demons of the 98th floor consider this their only chance to finally descend to the lower floors. Yi and Wu could see the gods and demons Alphorone had been blocking from the 77th floor start to get louder. It was quite like the heavenly world to become excited rather than wary of seeing Alphorone being defeated so easily. Close. The 98th floor is closed off from the other floors. Clunk. The tower rumbled once again. The gods of the 98th floor are shocked at the fact they cannot move out of their stage anymore. The demons of the 98th floor look at you in fear. It must have come as a shock to the heavenly world to see Yi and Wu control the tower with just a single command. To them, it was the appearance of someone worse than the heavenly demon. Yi and Wu could feel all the gazes of the 98th floor focused on him. He grinned at them, making them boil with frustration. He, I feel better after letting loose for the first time in a while. Fant returned, swinging his arms. He had a refreshed expression on his face. That was fast. Well, it wasn't anything difficult. Fant tossed the sword in his hand in the air and caught it. It was Gingnur. Fant had succeeded in eliminating Faceless. However, he acted as if it had only been a light jog in the park. Considering that Faceless was the Martial King's first disciple, Fant had really become stronger during that time. But he's still Fant. Yi and Wu brightened, thinking of how Fante's expression would be crumpled soon. What's with that face? Your expression is making me uncomfortable. So where's the arm? Fante's expression slowly froze. Yi and Wu's words from before he left to take care of Faceless flashed in his head. Leave an arm for me. You're gonna have him to yourself. Yi and Wu didn't miss the flustered face. Fant quickly smoothened out and narrowed his eyes. The excitement on Fante's face faded away. Yi and Wu said, you didn't leave anything behind. So you weren't joking. I see. Swish. The air surrounding Yi and Wu changed. Flinch. Fant paused and tried to retreat, but it wasn't an easy feat. I guess my words aren't that important anymore, fuck, I didn't know you were being serious. Fuck, quote exclamation mark quote, you're swearing at me now. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since we established our hierarchy. Isn't that right? No, that isn't it. Fant expressed how wronged he felt while summoning his magic power. A small part of him was curious about how much stronger Yi and Wu was, and he wanted to test him out of curiosity. Ignorance. Whoosh. Yi and Wu was in front of Fant before he could take up a defensive stance. Needs to be beaten out. Wait. Fant shouted desperately, but Yi and Wu's fist was already speeding toward his eye. Pow. Side Story Chapter 14 Traces 4. Of all the tribes in the tower and its history, the One-Horned tribe was one of the most noteworthy. Although their numbers were fewer than dwarves, elves, and other races, each member was a powerful player that allowed the tribe to overcome its disadvantage in numbers. Even large clans did not try to clash with the One-Horned tribe, and the One-Horned tribe chose to be neutral in the policies of the tower, so they distanced themselves from the player world. In short, the One-Horned tribe was always peaceful. So that's why we should. Arg, let's just raise it. Why do none of you listen? This is why you shouldn't speak to boomers. What, punk, boomer, I'm the one who changed your diapers because you couldn't use the toilet until you were 5, and you dare to say that? Don't bring up the past. Or else I'm going to tell everyone how you confessed to my Aunt Bruna 20 years ago and cried for days after being rejected. You son of a bitch. I'm my mother and father's son. Again, the One-Horned tribe was a peaceful group. They fought often amongst each other because they were all warlike, but although the village was loud, it was peaceful. You punk, get out here. I'll fix your manners today. Ha, you think I'm scared of you? I'm going to cut off your horn and make it into a flute, so stay warned. Ooh, looks like those two are finally gonna throw punches. What are you doing, guys? Hurry up and get up. And you, wipe your drool. Let's go to the training grounds. It's a fight, another fight, it's pandemonium. It had been a conference discussing important matters of the village until just moments ago, but it soon turned into a battle of honor between two of the elders who had the most conflicting ideas. Is this really okay? Adora watched the tribe members run out of the conference area kicking up dust clouds, and she sighed. In truth, there wasn't actually really much of a reason why they started fighting. When they had village conferences, the agenda items were about how many puppies there were in the newest litter, needing more fertilizer because of a drought, or holding a rain ceremony because there had been light rain days before. They were all common matters that could be seen in the countryside. There was nothing for them to do, so the only source of fun was tossing punches at each other. Adora firmly believed the one-horned tribe was so advanced in martial arts because they had nothing to do. She felt exasperated on too often an occasion seeing the careless and simple way of life actually worked. Father sets the prime example. Adora narrowed her eyes and glared at the martial king, Nyu, who was sitting in a corner of the conference room. The martial king was sleeping blatantly. He impressively managed to keep himself upright in the chair, but the way he snored with his arms crossed Adora couldn't help but furrow her eyebrows. Moreover, on his nose, there was a snot bubble that shrank and grew as he breathed. The head elder, who was standing next to him, looked at the martial king with an irked expression. Hey, chief. Is something happening? It was only after someone on his way out of the conference room shook the martial king that he finally woke up. The martial king blinked as he looked around in confusion. There's a fight going on. You're not going? A fight? Duh, that's what I said. Pacho and Desley are going at it. Oh ho, boo, I'm not one to miss such an amusing event. You can surely afford to miss such things, can't you? Adora barely contained herself from speaking her thoughts. A tribal chief who was more interested in a fight than the matters of the tribe, she couldn't believe that the martial king was considered to be leading the one-horned tribe's new golden age. The head elder, also unable to take it any longer, was about to say something and took a deep breath. The martial king giggled and stood up to go to the training grounds when he suddenly turned in a different direction with a stiff face. The head elder became grave, also feeling something odd. Adora tilted her head, not understanding. Foosh, Pat. The martial king and the head elder suddenly disappeared together. Just then, the psychic medium's voice rang in Adora's ears. Follow your father. Mom, what's? Open hollow corner bracket. The heavens are changing. Something has definitely happened. I can't see what it is from here. Adora widened her eyes, surprised that there was something her mother didn't know. Her mother was able to reach the laws of causality because she was blessed by Xiaojiao Jintian, and she could extract any information she wanted from it. She was the closest to omniscience in the lower world, even in the heavenly world. But now that her mother didn't know something, Adora felt chills run down her spine. Open hollow corner bracket and close hollow corner bracket. There was something else. Open hollow corner bracket. From some time ago, I haven't felt Khan. It's as if he's disappeared. And that was enough. Just what? Adora dashed to where the martial king and the head elder were. Her mind was filled with anxious thoughts. Just what did you do this time to make me so anxious again, Oriboni? Boo, they're coming. Fant, to be exact, the Fant who came from the future, became excited as he felt a powerful energy speed toward him. It was almost comical the way he cheered with a black eye, but Fant was more joyful and serious than ever. This would be a reunion with his father he never thought he'd see again. It was the moment he had been waiting for so long. After the tower was toppled, Fant naturally became the king of the one-horned tribe amid all the confusion. He had gone through many hurdles in the process of establishing a new village. Ultimately, everything was settled well, and the one-horned quickly returned to their glory days, but the shadow of the martial king always followed Fant around. Due to this, he developed both love and hate for the martial king. Fant truly loved and respected his father, but the martial king was also an irresponsible king who left after putting such a large burden on his shoulders. Even though it was said Fant led the one-horned tribe into a new age, he wasn't able to surpass the martial king. And so, Fant wanted to prove that he was greater than his father. The path he walked on until now was different and better than his father's. Crackle, krrrr. The blood-red lightning that began to appear from Fante's feet immediately covered his entire body. It was blood lightning, a skill the head elder had created. After Fant developed it, it became a more advanced version of the One-Horned Tribe's greatest martial art. Fant wanted to review powers one more time before facing the Martial King. The Martial King made a strange expression after arriving where Yin Wu and Fant were. The head elder had a similar reaction. Seems like your martial art, old man. It doesn't just seem like it is blood lightning. But, it's more advanced. Myriad lightning, I've envisioned it in my head, but I never imagined I'd actually see it. Myriad lightning was the greatest secret weapon of blood lightning. It was a power that covered the entire world with blood-red lightning. The moment the ability meant to destroy was activated, a great disaster would befall the world. Right now, the lightning surrounding Fant wasn't myriad lightning. However, the trigger to activate it was prepared. The head elder was surprised the final skill he had always pictured in his mind was materialized in front of him. At the same time, he questioned whether the person in front of him was really a human. There was definitely no such powerful person in their tribe. He wondered if this person had developed this ability outside of the village, but he didn't see how that was possible. Such a powerful player would have already become famous in the tower. However, if the young Fant grew up, he would probably look like that. Then it seemed the person had some blood relation to the Martial King. The head elder also didn't understand how someone he didn't know had so perfectly mastered blood lightning. Someone like that should be known in one way or the other, but I have no idea who he is. Is he my senior who retired in the past? But, old man, have you lost your sight with your age? What, can't you tell just by looking? A corner of the Martial King's mouth lifted. Krrrrrr. At the same time, the ground quaked violently. The laws of gravity were cancelled as the Martial King raised his power. Rocks on the ground began to float. Fant, what are you talking about? They might look similar, but that man is strong, yes, but that's Fant. The brat at our village will probably be like that when he's grown up. Does that mean the wheel's been turned? Probably. The head elder laughed in disbelief. The wheel was a concept he had only heard about. Only heavenly beings who were supreme gods or creators could attempt to touch it, but the future Fant had used it to come here wondering what he was supposed to make of this. The head elder was at a loss for words. However, as if he already realized what had happened, the Martial King looked past the crackling Fant at the being standing quietly behind him and smirked. Yin Wu, his disciple, was there. However, he was entirely different from the Yin Wu he knew. Even the Martial King couldn't approximate how powerful his disciple was. The psychic medium said Yin Wu suddenly disappeared, but she was wrong. He hadn't disappeared, he'd just grown too large to be perceived, just as people didn't perceive the air around them because it was such a natural occurrence. Yin Wu wasn't able to be perceived. No, to be exact, he's something more fundamental than air. He's the world itself. The Martial King couldn't help but laugh since his disciple had returned so differently in the span of a day. I have no way of knowing what the two of you went through. Swish. The aura around the Martial King began to whirl. The blood-red lightning that sizzled like it was going to burn him has pushed away. The head elder moved back far away, clicking his tongue and thinking of how messy this place would become. Fant itched for a fight again when he realized his father was more powerful than he realized. You must have gone through a lot. Even so, the Martial King's words sent ripples through Fant and Yin Wu's hearts. Although the Martial King always had to have his way and made them frustrated, they had missed his warm words. The Martial King added, and thank you for not forgetting about me and coming to see me. Neither Yin Wu nor Fant could say anything. The Martial King's smile widened, saying, so I'll fight you with everything I have, son. Disciple, this is what you wanted, isn't it? As a welcoming greeting, I'll have you rolling around on the ground. With that, the Martial King dashed forward. Fant also pulled the trigger for his myriad lighting. Rumble, krrr, kra, kra, kra. Instantly, their surroundings were destroyed. Just then. Oriboni. Yin Wu whipped his head in the direction of the voice, one that he missed as much as the Martial King's. The face he so desperately wanted to see was there. It was Adora. Side Story Chapter 16 One-Horn 1. That's strange. I know, right, open hollow corner bracket what's strange? The heavenly demon slowly lifted his head up from his book, and Cha Jung-woo nodded as if in agreement. Shannon gazed in their direction. Although he couldn't make a facial expression since he did not have a proper physical face, Shannon started firing out questions to seek clarity on the two's conversation. Moreover, based on Nocturne's facial expression, it seemed Nocturne knew something as well. The matter seemed to be serious, as everyone's expression hardened. Yeah, something's off. Open hollow corner bracket wait, something is off. Tell me, what's so strange? Shannon looked towards Nocturne and asked, but Nocturne only looked back at the heavenly demon and Cha Jung-woo with a serious expression. Did this ever happen in the previous wheel? No, absolutely not. This is a first. Then, could it possibly be an aftereffect of me dividing the worlds? No, even if the worlds are divided, they are all still within the confines of the wheel. Thus, this anomaly phenomenon is specifically occurring within this unique context. I have no idea how this could happen. The heavenly demon, Cha Jung-woo, and Nocturne were busy exchanging words with one another. In addition, they were using difficult terms that made it hard for Shannon to follow their conversation. Shannon was only able to pick up on the aforementioned quotes. For a moment, Shannon felt as though he was being singled out from the conversation. Open hollow corner bracket hey, tell me. The three, who were in deep discussion, quickly swung their heads toward Shannon. Open hollow corner bracket tell me, too. I'm so curious that I feel like I'm going to go mad. Shannon almost seemed to be begging. Based on his personality, Shannon's inability to intervene in their conversation was nothing less than psychological torture. Only after hearing Shannon's outburst did Cha Jung-woo realize his mistake. Jung-woo scratched his temple with his index finger. If one started a conversation while omitting the subject, it was obvious that most people would not be able to follow the conversation. And since the heavenly demon and himself were the librarians in charge of the Chenggong library, their understanding of the world was beyond the level of a creation god. On the other hand, Shannon had only lived as a familiar of the Black King. Moreover, Shannon was not interested in headache-inducing issues, such as understanding the world or the secrets of the creation of the universe. Thus, it was easy for Jung-woo to empathize that Shannon was getting frustrated by their seemingly convoluted conversation. Jung-woo contemplated where he should start his explanation. While contemplating how to best explain the situation, Cha Jung-woo decided to just state the main points. Do you know what emperors are? Open hollow corner bracket yeah, I know. I've even used it in some of my tunes. Shannon answered proudly. Emperor Temper was one of his more upbeat and often sung songs. Cha Jung-woo shook his head to shake off the strange feeling of the Emperor Temper's song's melody and lyrics creeping into his mind. An emperor is a being who is completely free from the countless iterations of the wheel, and freed from the laws of the world and the constraints of ideas. No matter how the wheel turns and no matter if another universe begins, the existence of an emperor does not disappear. This fact remains even though the concept of the wheel has largely disappeared and only the division of the worlds remains. The division of the world could be understood as a multiverse or parallel universes. Assuming that there was a person, A, the universe in which A exists could be expressed as A. Here, A was placed in a relative context based on a certain point in time, and depending on the choices A makes, the universe could take on a slightly different appearance. For convenience, let's call this alternate universe that appeared due to the choice A makes as alternate A. Alternate A would have an appearance that's not significantly different from A. There was only a slight difference. However, when A faced another moment of choice, another alternate A would arise, followed by another alternate universe and another. In this way, parallel universes were established, exponentially growing into an innumerable number of alternate universes. Thus, the critical problem arose. If there was a parallel universe called A10 that originated from a singular choice, followed by other successive choices, from the universe called A, could alternate A10 still be called a parallel universe of A? The answer was no. The universe called A10 would have a completely different appearance, as it would have undergone substantial transformation. It would be more appropriate to denote this universe as B. In other words, B was a multiverse that is different from A. Based on this line of reasoning, C would be created after B, and then D, E, F they would be created successively. Thus, universes exponentially would grow in number, creating parallel universes and multiverses. Moreover, these universes repeatedly collapsed as well. Infinity in the end, so many universes would fill up the wheel and the world. Reaching the limitations of this constantly expanding number of universes was unavoidable, even for transcendent beings such as gods and demons. In the first place, the essential existence of gods and demons themselves were like laws, imprinted on the universe in which they existed. The gods and demons thus referred to their laws as divine positions. These gods and demons called themselves transcendents. In Cha Jung-woo's view, these so-called transcendents were nothing more than blubbering idiots who self-restricted themselves to obtain a few abilities and skills. After all, if there was Zeus in the world of A, there would also be a Zeus with a similar personality and divine position in alternate A. However, beings who deviated from even the laws of a world and achieved complete transcendence. These beings were freed from the limitations of parallel and multiple universes, and were fully independent. Even if one were able to observe all the universes, one would not be able to find them. Rather, the beings would be above all the universes. These beings were known as emperors. Throughout the long history of the wheel, there have only been a few beings who achieved the emperor status. They possessed omnipotence and omniscience. They were beings who had everything. However, one problem arose. What will happen after an emperor dies? Open hollow corner bracket. It was then that Shannon realized something was off. Having heard Jung-woo's explanation, Shannon had an inkling of what logical conclusion Jung-woo was alluding to. Well, in the Martial King's case close hollow corner bracket. Yes, he did become an emperor. He attained the level as his powers dramatically increased, but his rising powers also reinforced and strengthened Gaia's curse, which eventually caused his demise. Open hollow corner bracket. Wait, something is off. Shannon's voice quavered. Didn't you just explain that a transcendent being is above all else? You said they're fully independent. They're like a singularity, and since they're above the universes, their existence eventually becomes forgotten to the beings inhabiting each universe. No. Shannon still vividly remembered the day when Yi and Wu became the complete Black King after slaying Sage Yuvilk and cleaning up all the associated legends. Shannon did not forget that Yi and Wu had to also face the unfortunate consequences of his actions. That would be the dilemma of having to become a person who no longer existed in the world, as Yi and Wu was now completely free from the wheel. And because he loved his family more than anything, Yi and Wu chose to sacrifice himself to create a world where his family could live in peace, even if it meant that he would be completely forgotten. And it took Yi and Wu countless attempts and an absorbent amount of effort and time to return to this world. In that process, Cha Jung-woo, following after the heavenly demon, became an official ambassador to manage the Changgong library. Furthermore, only after Jung-woo had acquired the ridiculous divine name of Deus Ex Machina, was he able to pull Yi and Wu out of the swamp of the abyss void. In other words, though emperors denoted independence and uniqueness, it was more like a curse than a blessing. At least, this was what Shannon thought. In Shannon's eyes, the Martial King had been promoted to become such an emperor at least for a brief moment in time. To become a unique being and then completely disappear, doesn't that mean complete elimination? But, the Martial King close hollow corner bracket. He existed, he even looked the same as he did right before he disappeared. Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. Originally, even if Hung and Fant rewound the wheel, they shouldn't have been able to meet the Martial King. Moreover, those in the one-horned tribe shouldn't have been able to possess their memories of the Martial King, or he may have just been remembered as a great ancestor of theirs who passed long ago. Worshipping of the heavenly demon was common in many universes. However, the exact name and the legends that constituted him were different. The king of the underworld, the supreme light, the light that defeats darkness, the messenger of civilization, the heavenly demon, the father of day, these were all words and descriptions that alluded to either light or death. It was the same with the Black King. Each remained in a different form within each universe, so Jung-woo had his hands full to try and find a Cha Yi and Wu that most resembled his brother. Thus, it should have been the same case for the Martial King. However, the Martial King was present in the one-horned tribe. Moreover, he was the exact same being as before. But another issue here is that there is no way that Hung is unaware of this discrepancy. The heavenly demon nodded in agreement. Since Yi and Wu suffered so much, the heavenly demon believed that Yi and Wu absolutely knew what it meant to be an emperor. Thus, Yi and Wu must have already had some idea of why the Martial King existed as he did. Open hollow corner bracket this damn boss of mine. Crack. Though Shannon apparently had no mouth, the sound of grinding teeth seemed to be coming from his being. Open hollow corner bracket ease up to something again, right? Cha Jung-woo gave a bitter smile as he reluctantly nodded. They were all having a similar thought. He always wanted to put everything back in its original place. He wanted to bring back all the beings and things that disappeared or suffered after everything went wrong. He probably also wanted to enjoy a bit of happiness. The sudden disappearance of Yi and Wu was more likely an absence rather than a disappearance, and a voluntary absence at that. The existence of the Martial King may be related to what he's doing right now. The problem was no one had any idea how Yi and Wu was carrying out this plan. How was an eliminated being brought back? How was the Martial King returned back into the wheel? However, one could speculate that the method was not yet perfect, which was why the psychic medium's divination stated that the Martial King would be eliminated by a mortal. After all, the Martial King should not have even been able to exist. Damn it, would it really hurt to give us a heads up before going off? Cha Jung-woo mumbled while recalling his brother's stubborn and unyielding personality. No matter how old Yi and Wu became, no matter how many years had passed, it did not seem like his brother's personality or temper would ever change. Going back to the book, the time zone zipped forward and stopped at the time just after Yi and Wu and the Martial King's reunion. Ah, that guy, how could a disciple not understand his master's feelings? The Martial King was grumbling. Originally, the Martial King was looking forward to having a nice fight with Yi and Wu, not a duel with Fant. The way the Martial King saw it, Yi and Wu's understanding of martial arts was so deep that it was difficult for even the Martial King to measure or grasp. Not only was Yi and Wu's power level high, but his spirit awareness was also far beyond any general level. Yi and Wu had clearly reached a state that only beings who had been patiently and repeatedly experienced and learned for a long period of time. And to that extent, it seemed that Yi and Wu had already established his own path. The Martial King tried to recall what Yi and Wu had called his attack. Was it called Sword Thunder? Anyway, the Martial King was interested in the mechanics of Yi and Wu's attack since it seemed to utilize darkness with relative ease. However, the Martial King was not able to get what he wanted in the end. Whenever the Martial King launched an attack on Yi and Wu would just nullify the Martial King's attacks. Hey, fight properly, I'm not here to fight. Why not? Didn't you know that I'm a peace-loving being? Screw you. It's true. The Martial King was dumbfounded at his disciple's nerve and brazenness to babble such nonsense with a straight face. How could I, a disciple of yours, ever consider raising a hand towards such an esteemed master ha ha ha. Ah, I'm sorry. Whether to be truly sorry or laugh, you should choose one. Then I'll just laugh ha ha ha. This little turd. If you want to reach my level, master, you'll have to live another 1,000,000 years at least. Hearing the same line that he previously used to always tell Yi and Wu spoken back to him by none other than Yi and Wu, the Martial King could not help but make a stupefied expression. Shitty luck, this was the first thought that popped into the Martial King's mind. The problem was that he knew his other disciples, his children, and the members of his tribe must have felt the exact same way whenever he stated that line. But still, even though he made others feel this way, he was not willing to be on the receiving end. Open hollow corner bracket. Do you know what a hypocrite is? I know, it's what I am. Open hollow corner bracket. Well, I guess it's good that you know. The psychic medium could only laugh at the Martial King's frank answer. What other answer was she supposed to expect from her husband? He could do it, but others could not. This was what her husband had always said. At the same time, she admired how her husband did not waver or concern himself too much with her divination. Although he seemed overly arrogant and petty sometimes, the Martial King was very wise. This was probably why the Martial King looked so free and unencumbered. And this was the quality that made the psychic medium fall in love with the Martial King during their youth. Open hollow corner bracket. Still, if only he could be a bit more reflective and understanding. Close hollow corner bracket. Huh, did you say something? Open hollow corner bracket. No, it's nothing. Please come in. Yeah. With a nervous expression, Yi and Wu followed a shy Adora to her room. However, Yi and Wu soon stopped in his tracks. Whoosh! The moment he took a whiff of a peppermint smell, which was coming through Adora's bedroom door, Yi and Wu's mind went blank. Gulp! Yi and Wu audibly gulped. Side story chapter 15 traces 5. All kinds of thoughts flashed past Yi and Wu's mind. Adora was someone he couldn't help but feel apologetic to, a lover he had made to wait for years. Also, she was someone he had also yearned for a long time. He was always next to Adora and wished her happiness. Yi and Wu did pray she would stop waiting for him to return and find someone else. Even if she forgot him, Yi and Wu would have encouraged her instead of resenting her. When they met later, he planned on thanking her for everything. Because of Adora, because of the woman who always smiled peacefully, he was able to endure the lonely years he had to spend alone. He felt his mind being refreshed just by looking at her face, and he was able to bear the weight. However, even in the end, Adora didn't move on for her happiness. She waited for Yian-Wu, and she was able to hold his hand right before her end. Yian-Wu would be eternally grateful to Adora. Although she wouldn't know what happened then, that didn't matter. Rather, he was grateful she didn't know. The long wait must have been a repetition of pain for her. Pause. But Adora suddenly stopped running toward Yian-Wu. Her eyes were trembling as she looked into his eyes. Yian-Wu wondered what was the matter and belatedly realized the reason. Insight. He hadn't thought about her skill. They were the eyes that uncovered all shrouds to see the truth that lay beyond. Adora's insight was attempting to look deep into Yian-Wu's existence. Yian-Wu belatedly summoned his magic power to block Adora's skill, but she had already read a vast amount of information. It showed her enough of what she needed to know. However, the problem was that it was too much for a mortal like Adora to handle. Drip. Ora boni just how. Tears fell down Adora's cheeks. She didn't even have the mind to wipe them. Her unfocused eyes were quickly scanning the reality that had been. The Adora who existed before the wheel was rewound now overlapped with her. After Yian-Wu's loneliness swept past, the pain and sadness she experienced settled over her. A moment later, Adora slowly began to walk to Yian-Wu. Then, she opened her arms and pulled him close, as if he didn't need to explain anything. Yian-Wu ended up staying in her arms, but he didn't push her away. He just closed his eyes. Quote quote, quote quote, between the two lovers, no other conversation was necessary. They could communicate enough with just silence. It was possible because they both knew how the other felt. Then, Yian-Wu slowly removed his face from Adora's embrace. When they met each other's eyes, a smile appeared on both their faces. It was so comical that they both laughed. Then, when they met each other's eyes again, their faces moved slowly toward each other. Yian-Wu's eyes naturally closed and the sound of Adora's breathing became closer. Adora smelled like mint. It was a fresh and light scent. Reveling in her scent, he moved his lips toward Adora's. But before their lips could touch, boom, a sudden explosion rang out and intense heat storms swept past them. Fant and the Martial King had already begun their fight. It was impossible to kiss Adora, let alone stay standing amidst all the sand and pebbles raining down. Damn it! Yian-Wu narrowed his eyes at the two who had disrupted his reunion with his lover. Fant and the Martial King didn't even care what Yian-Wu and Adora were doing. They were just busy trying to fight each other. Ha! Fant shouted with a gust of wind, and the Martial King stomped the ground with a snort. The earth rose up to a wall that was tens of meters high and blocked the consecutive myriad lightning. Krrrr. As the mountain was destroyed, rocks fell atop the Martial King's head. Fant, you'll pay for this later. Yian-Wu determined he'd make another black eye on Fante's face as he waved his hand in the air. The atmosphere shifted to erect a barrier. He separated the space from Fant and the Martial King, and it was just Adora and Yian-Wu here now. Let's do it again. Yian-Wu looked at Adora with blazing eyes. Adora flushed, feeling slightly shy, but she nodded and closed her eyes, saying she was ready. She looked beautiful. Gulp. Yian-Wu subconsciously swallowed from nervousness. It wasn't the first time he was seeing Adora's face this close, but his heart pumped faster as if it was. Thump, thump, thump. No, it was beating faster than their first time. His body gave off heat because his blood began to circulate faster. He thought he might breathe out steam if he opened his mouth. But my real body is a dragon's. Yian-Wu's real body was a dragon that was as large as a galaxy. Was his real body's heart beating this fast? Then how fast was his blood circulating for his body to feel so hot? All kinds of unnecessary thoughts swept past his mind. It was probably because he was more nervous than when they first confirmed each other's feelings on their way to save Kalitas. Yian-Wu mustered the courage and moved his lips toward Adora's. Krrng, crash, krrr, kra, kra, kra. Do. Quote quote, quote quote. The explosions that boomed without rest didn't provide them a good atmosphere. How recklessly were they fighting for the explosions to be heard through the barrier? Yian-Wu was starting to feel annoyed. Just then bam, crack, suddenly, something fell atop the barrier. As a result, the barrier cracked like glass, and a large object divided Yian-Wu and Adora. Shucks, why can't I even lay a finger on him though I'm doing this much? What's he eating to make him so strong at that age? Fant, who was covered in dust, forced himself up while gritting his teeth. Far up in the sky, he could see the martial king arrogantly looking down at him. The idol Fan tried to surpass for the last tens, no, hundreds of years, was too strong. He wondered if it was possible for someone to be that powerful. He even awakened divinity, so he couldn't believe he was losing so badly. Fant understood why the elders of the tribe described his father as a monster, and why his master, the head elder, looked at him with pity in his eyes up until his last moments. The head elder and the adults all knew that no matter how much Fant kicked and struggled, he would never escape the shadow of the martial king. That was how amazing the martial king was. In fact, it was obvious when you looked at his name. He was the king of martial arts. Ordinary players easily resorted to calling him that, since the tribe chief position of the one-horned tribe was truly great. However, what was important was that even the tribe members, the lofty people who were very prideful of martial arts and didn't even dare joke about it, didn't hesitate to call him by this moniker. However, crackle, that's why it's more fun. The fire inside Fant grew bigger. The moment he released the power he'd been saving for last resort, his entire body was covered with blood-red lightning, and thunder boomed throughout the atmosphere because of him. Lightning God, or Blood God Fante's current prowess could be described by such monikers. He was a god who looked invincible, a god who stood above all else. The martial king made a strange expression as he looked at his son and wagged his finger. Come, the martial king was accepting the challenge thrown to him by the challenger who was trying desperately to escape his shadow. Do you think he'll be scared if you do that? Bring it on. Fant flashed a wide vicious smile and was about to kick off from the ground. Fant. At the voice that suddenly called his name, Fant turned around. Yin Wu was glaring at him with Adora held tight in his arms. Adora's face was also filled with annoyance. Hadn't they gone elsewhere? Fant was about to ask why the two were still here, when. Bite down. Quote ? Before Fant could say anything, Yin Wu's fist flew toward him. It was directly on the other eye opposite of where he'd been punched earlier. Crack. The sound was a lot louder too. Oh ho. The martial king looked down at where Fant was quite literally being stepped on. Fant was in the middle of using his lightning to try and resist, but every time Yin Wu kicked him it fizzled out. Yin Wu wasn't using an efficient martial art or displaying spectacular enlightenment. He was just pushing down Fant with his overwhelming difference in strength. Even though Fant seems to have transcended long ago, the martial king didn't know what happened in the future, but it was clear Alphorone was gone from that world, and Yin Wu and Fant must have suffered from the chaos that ensued. The fact that Fant was able to transcend meant Alphorone had been absent. No, it seems like he's already disappeared from here too. The disappearance of Alphorone, who had always been a large mountain blocking the martial king, came as quite a surprise to him. And I'm gone from that future too. The martial king was certain that there had been no spot of his in the world of Yin Wu and Fant. If there was, the two wouldn't have come to see him like this. He probably hadn't merely retired, either. The martial king he knew, the man named Nyu, was someone who would be fighting on the battlefield to his last days, standing shoulder to shoulder and laughing and drinking with his tribe members. That meant not too far into the future, he was going to die. Absolute death. The divination the martial king's wife had seen popped into his head. Was it related to that? He thought it did. He might seem like he was bragging about his wife, but his wife's skill was truly amazing. Another question arose from there. With Yin Wu and Fant having rewound the wheel to return to the present, where was this newly spinning world headed? Did fate, his damned divination, change? Wifey. Open hollow corner bracket I'm looking right now. It seemed the couple was really connected somehow after being together for so long. The psychic medium replied immediately in a grumbling tone. She had reached the same conclusion and was seeing into the future. Just a moment. And in her words, the martial king was able to tell her certain voice wasn't so certain this time. That could only mean one thing. The divination's the same, huh? Open hollow corner bracket close hollow corner bracket. There was no response. PSH. The martial king smirked. He could picture what expression his wife was making, as well as the results of the divination in front of her. His damned fate hadn't changed yet. Side story chapter 17 One Horn 2. This is crazy. Yin Wu felt anxious and nervous. He felt as though it would have been easier fighting against Sage Yuvilk in the swamp of the Abyss Void than to be in his current situation. It was not like he had never dated before. If others were to know how he felt at this moment, they might think that he had never been in a relationship. Although Yin Wu had already shared a deep relationship with Adora, that was a long time ago. Yi In-woo had long forgotten how it felt at that time. Or perhaps, he felt that it was more difficult this time around because of his previous experience, as his relationship with Adora was cherished and precious. Yi In-woo had been yearning for this moment for so long. Essentially, this was why Yi In-woo felt so nervous. Yi In-woo was afraid to touch Adora, as he felt he might somehow hurt her. He was afraid that Adora might crumble like a sandcastle and disappear, as if all this was just a mirage or dream. He was scared that he would lose Adora once more. This ordinary happiness, something he had always longed for at the moment, everything felt a bit much for Yi In-woo to handle. It's a little cluttered in here, huh? I was in a hurry to tidy things up but it hasn't been easy. Ha ha ha, Adora also seemed to be nervous. It was the first time she had invited Yi In-woo into her own bedroom. If Yi In-woo had pretended as if everything was alright, Adora felt she would be able to act comfortably as well, but Yi In-woo's face had turned beet red the moment he met her, so she felt the same awkward nervousness. Adora saw her worn socks peeking underneath the bed, so she hastily kicked them further in. She did not want to present anything unsightly. She did not want to show her lover anything that might seem crass or cluttered. My, why is it so hot in here? May I bring you something to drink? Oh right, what was I thinking? I prepared some fruit beforehand. I'll bring some over right now. If she stayed in the room any longer, Adora felt like she would explode. While constantly chattering, not knowing what she was talking about, Adora was about to leave the room to go get something. She seemed to have thought that the awkwardness would disappear if she brought something to eat. Yi In-woo, Adora spoke as she tried to pass by Yi In-woo. But before she could get past him, Yi In-woo had extended his hand and grabbed Adora's wrist. Adora looked up at Yi In-woo with a perplexed gaze but soon found herself taking in a sharp breath. Yi In-woo had pulled on Adora's wrist and brought her into his arms. Whoosh! Her face fell against his chest. Yi In-woo's chest was as hard as a wall, but Adora somehow felt that the embrace was soft and warm. And moments later she regained clarity. Adora was in Yi In-woo's embrace. At that moment, Adora recalled that Yi In-woo was a head taller than herself, and his broad shoulders and long-reaching arms held her in his embrace easily. His breath was ticklish and warm. I missed you. Yi In-woo's voice came through with so much warmth that Adora felt it had reached the deepest regions of her heart. No other words were necessary. Yi In-woo's 3 words conveyed the sincerity that was deeply buried within him. Yi In-woo had fought day after day just for the chance to stand next to Adora, so he had rushed over to see her as soon as he could. Me too. I missed you as well. Adora felt the same. No other words were needed. She raised her face, which was deeply buried in his chest, and looked up at Yi In-woo. She reached out and gently stroked his face. Every time her fingertips caressed his eyes, nose, lips, cheeks, chin, and ears, Yi In-woo felt his heart pounding heavier. At first, I resented you a lot. How could you just walk away without a word? I wondered how you could just leave me hanging. What girl in today's modern world just waits for someone, so I constantly thought about you and what may be happening to you several times a day. Should I just give up on this relationship? Maybe waiting was just stupid. I wondered if it had become a habit and lifestyle choice to just keep waiting all the time. Perhaps I was just repeating a meaningless daily life. However, Adora's expression relaxed as she broke into a smile. I didn't want to give up. Sometimes, when I thought of you, I felt annoyed and wanted to meet you at least one last time to express my anger, but after that time passed, I just longed to see your face. Adora wanted to see Yi In-woo, and that hope was the driving force that kept her going. Having you right in front of me has dispelled all the anger that I previously carried. This is probably why they say one should not like the other more in a relationship. A couple needs to push and pull evenly. If we did that, it would break my heart. I don't think I could be as strong as you. I know it probably hasn't been easy for you as well, but you know that I've stewed inside for a long time, right? Now that we've gotten this out, maybe we should spar and release our anger a little. Wait, that's... Yi In-woo did not immediately respond as he wondered if Adora was serious. Though he wanted to stop her, Yi In-woo felt that he owed Adora whatever she wanted if she truly wanted to do something. Seeing Yi In-woo act this way, Adora smiled. Though she heard about his outside actions, such as becoming the Black King, stabbing people in the back, showing his temperamental side, and all kinds of other news, Yi In-woo had always acted weak in front of her. Adora felt that Yi In-woo looked too cute, so she decided to forgive him this one time. You're not going to go off somewhere again, right? Of course not. I have nowhere else to go anyway. Why not? As the mood and tension had been released, Adora started chattering in a relaxed manner. Or perhaps it was because she knew she possessed the initiative between the two. At that moment, as he looked into Adora's eyes, Yian-Woo discovered a mischievous side that he had never seen in Adora before. It was as if she was a little devil trying to play a funny prank. Adora grabbed Yian-Woo by the collar and pulled him in towards her. His face got close enough to hers that he could feel her breath. Yian-Woo blushed, feeling embarrassed. And the more Yian-Woo acted this way, the more brazen Adora became. Since you're finally here. While saying this, Adora pushed Yian-Woo with all her might. Plop! Yian-Woo landed on Adora's soft bed. Adora! Yian-Woo was at a loss for words. If Yian-Woo did not want to fall backwards, he could have regained his balance with ease. However, Yian-Woo felt that he should not attempt to go against Adora's lead. No, it was probably more accurate to say that he did not have the wherewithal to even consider any thoughts or actions. And without realizing what was going on, Adora had taken the upper hand and had plopped herself atop Yian-Woo. Yian-Woo felt that Adora's face, as she looked down on him, seemed to reflect a more wicked, devilish side of her. It was as if she was a starved person in front of a delicious dinner. Yian-Woo, who was essentially as helpless as a lamb, was driven into a corner. Adora had become the salivating wolf. I'm going to tightly tie your hands and feet so you can't go anywhere anymore. Adora foretold the fate and future that Yian-Woo had no choice but to go along with, and a seemingly endless and sleepless night had begun. There's something I've been wanting to ask. What? After that one moment that seemed to have no end in sight, Yian-Woo and Adora had a whispered conversation as they continued to embrace each other tightly under the sheets. They talked about what they had been through and shared their thoughts. As a result, naturally, the topic of conversation focused on the memories the two shared. When we first met. Oh, in the tutorial. Yeah. What about then? Were you interested in me from back then? Yian-Woo. You're acting like you were such a dashing figure that was the center of everyone's attention. Wait, that's not it. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Yian-Woo could not help but sigh lightly as he watched Adora, who seemed to be having a lot of fun at his expense. If this kept going, Yian-Woo felt that he would have to go through the same treatment that he dished out to Heneva. Now that he was on the receiving end, Yian-Woo truly felt the constricting feeling around his neck. In an instant, Yian-Woo could picture how his life would be with Adora. I was a little curious about you back then. Curious? Yeah, it was the first time I saw someone my age who could overwhelmingly beat me and my idiot brother, Fant. Moreover. Quote. Though you met me for the first time, you didn't seem agitated or wary at all. You know that you're acting like I'm a little weird. Yeah, I know that I was and still am weird. But you must admit, I'm also a steal. Since Adora admitted it so outright, Yian-Woo was left speechless. Isn't it the case that my appearance and my pedigree is top-notch? I have a pretty face, my skin is good, my hair is excellent, my father is the martial king, and my mother is a psychic medium. Furthermore, I possess the status as a princess of a tribe plus, I'm strong and possess a lot of money. What's there not to like? Everything she said was true. Adora kept speaking as she twirled her hair with her index finger. However, after seeing a mysterious person roll in, wearing a mask for God's sake, causing a ruckus, and then just coolly leaving, it does make one wonder about such a person. Yian-Woo somehow remembered a phrase he often heard in Korean morning dramas back on Earth. You're the only one who has done this to me. It was a cliché, but it rang true for him at this moment. Well, in fact, the most important thing in our tribe is ability rather than looks. Anyway, after our first encounter, I went and looked for you while dragging around Fant. That's when I found a lot of positives about you. You didn't forget about us either, right? If Yian-Woo never encountered Fant and Adora during that time in the tutorial, would things have worked out as they did? Would Yian-Woo have had the resolve to escape from the swamp of the abyss void? The first thought that came to his mind was, I don't know. No matter how he looked at it, their influence was undeniably strong. This was also why Yian-Woo could not let this chance slip by. Was it because of that thought? Yian-Woo tightened his embrace around Adora. Tweet. Through the curtains, the sun's rays came in. Adora slowly opened her eyes to the sound of birds chirping. When did she fall asleep? Looking at the bright sun's rays flowing in, it seemed that morning had already passed. Adora broke out into a smile. As she chatted happily all night with Yian-Woo, Adora did not realize how much time had passed. It was not just continuous idle chatter throughout the night. As they began talking and looking into each other's eyes, sparks would fly, causing them to rush into another passionate, crazy exchange. Thus, time flew by. As Adora recalled what happened last night, she blushed and scratched her cheek. Then, she realized that Yian-Wu was not beside her. Where did he go? Adora jumped out of her bed in surprise and looked around quickly. Then, belatedly, she found a note lying at her bedside. "I'll be back. I'm going to go out for a walk." It was only then that Adora was able to breathe a sigh of relief. She then broke out into another smile. Yian-Wu always left without a word, so she had momentarily been concerned that he had done the same thing this time as well. Though he had said he would not be leaving like that anymore, she was still concerned. In hindsight, Yian-Wu had made Adora like this. If he did not leave all the time without saying a word, she would not be feeling so nervous all the time. Adora pouted. She couldn't help but pout at the predicament that she, a well-mannered, well-brought-up, rich, and pretty maiden had to be in. Well, since he took the time to write a note this time around, I'll let him off this time. Concerned that she might be worried, Yian-Wu had taken the time to write her a note. His crooked handwriting was ugly, but he was good-looking, so Adora decided that the two qualities cancelled each other out. The whole time she touched the note, Adora smiled. Then, she suddenly had a thought. Was this a place where he could relaxedly walk around? Outside the tower, there were many merchant areas where blacksmiths and vendors gathered. Yian-Wu was currently in a crowded place, one as crowded as he recalled in the past. Not knowing that Alphorone on the 77th floor had disappeared or that the gods and demons on the 98th floor had been imprisoned, the people's faces were full of enthusiasm and vitality as they were all seemingly starting their day as usual. Yian-Wu occasionally glanced at their faces, and eventually got on a familiar road. He eventually made his way to a certain blacksmith shop that had stopped at some point. He looked up at the shop's signboard for a moment. Was it because he remembered the first time he visited this place? Yian-Wu had trouble moving his rooted feet. "What are you doing, standing with such a dumb look on your face?" Yian-Wu heard someone murmur from behind him. Wasn't he supposed to be inside? Yian-Wu hurriedly turned his head. Like Adora's, it was the voice Yian-Wu had longed to hear. As he looked back, Yian-Wu saw a frowning Heneva carrying a bunch of materials in his arms. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Side Story Chapter 18 One Horn 3. For a moment, Yian-Wu could feel his heart deeply yearning for something. It was a completely different feeling from when he met Adora again after turning back the wheel. This was a sense of longing and sorrow. Heneva, how should I explain this? Before turning the wheel, Yian-Wu spoke with Fant, who was reluctant to talk about Heneva. Rather than trying to hide something, Fant seemed more worried that Yian-Wu would feel hurt. It was weird that Fant, who was largely indifferent in most matters, showed such a reaction. To be honest, he missed you a lot. How should I explain this? He didn't seem to recall you, yet he seemed to be missing you. What do you mean by that? As much as Heneva missed you, he seemed to have felt an emptiness. I often saw him reminiscing in front of the anvil he brought out from the tower, throwing things in anger into his furnace for no apparent reason, those kinds of things. Hearing Fante's explanation, Yian-Wu remained quiet for a long time. Just like when Cha Jung-Woo disappeared, Heneva seemed to have missed Yian-Wu's presence. And though Heneva seemed to know of Yian-Wu's existence and identity, he did not show it outwardly. Did Heneva sulk like when Cha Jung-Woo disappeared? It was a bit hard for Yian-Wu to imagine. However, I can tell you one thing for sure. What? When Heneva closed his eyes for the last time, the name he called out was yours. Quote! Yian-Wu had been thrown into a state of confusion after hearing those words. Kronos and Rhea later remembered his existence as well, but it took them a lot of time to fully remember his name. How was Heneva able to recall his name so quickly? It seemed to mean that Heneva had been very concerned about Yian-Wu. That day, Yian-Wu cried for a long time. Fant, unable to read the temperature of the room, started snickering at Yian-Wu when Yian-Wu started crying, which left Fant with a snowball-sized bruise on his face. However, after that day, Yian-Wu found himself immersed in thought while feeling various complicated emotions. And now Heneva stood in front of him, possessing the same looks that Yian-Wu recalled in his memories. He recognized the constantly irritable face, an always angry tone, an ungroomed bushy beard, a filthy mustache. Everything was the same. However, this reminiscing feeling was short-lived. Yian-Wu did not want to reveal his inner emotions, so he responded nonchalantly. I was wondering where you were. It's hard to find you because of your short height. What, bastard? One of Heneva's eyebrows nervously wriggled as he quickly glanced up and down at Yi and Wu. Why are you giving me that look, Heneva? I'm wondering what broken thing you're bringing me this time around. Do I only come when something is broken? Isn't that right? Perhaps I just came by to say hi. No, Heneva snorted as his facial expression seemed to state that Yi and Wu's response was absurd. Sure, this coming from someone who I never hear from unless something is wrong. It was a constant outpour of grumbling and mumbling. As if Heneva wanted to shed all the anger he had accumulated with Yi and Wu, he continued to pour out a bunch of nasty words. While listening to Heneva's explanation of him, Yi and Wu could not help but flinch. He wondered if there was such an evil person in the world. Was I aloof to that extent? Surely, now that Yi and Wu thought about it, he must have came across as an evil person to Heneva. No, it was not just Heneva. Fant, Adora, the Martial King, and Yi and Wu's familiars maybe Khan and Doyle felt the same way as well. Yi and Wu always lived as if he was being chased by something, and because of that, he often did not take good care of the people around him. Yi and Wu felt that he could have momentarily stopped and looked around occasionally. After all, what was always so urgent at that time? I'm sorry. So, Yi and Wu bowed his head to Heneva, who was still passionately blabbering on. For a moment, Heneva stopped his grumbling and blinked his eyes. He wondered why Yi and Wu was acting unlike himself. What? I'm really sorry for upsetting you all this time. Though such an apology did not fully convey his feelings, Yi and Wu still hoped that Heneva's anger would subside, even just a little. Hey, who are you? Apparently, the words were not able to convey Yi and Wu's feelings. The Kane I know would never say such sappy things. Are you a doppelganger or something? Where did that shitty temper go? Are you trying to trick me? Heneva dropped whatever he held in his arms onto the floor, pulled out a halberd that was much bigger than his body, and aimed it at Yi and Wu. It seemed Heneva was ready to launch a full-on assault at any moment. The killing intent he exuded was no joke. Yi and Wu blinked his eyes in surprise for a long time, not knowing how to explain the situation. Really, it's you? Yeah, it's me. Really? Yes, really. That can't be. You're too weird. What can I do to gain your trust? The task of convincing Heneva took a much longer time than Yi and Wu expected. No matter how many times Yi and Wu asserted that he was in fact himself, and provided supporting evidence, Heneva's eyes only filled with greater doubt. That bastard can never be this polite, or, it's as believable as a bald person growing hair overnight. Or, one's temper and personality can't be improved overnight. It was only after a lot of evaluation, using harsh and somewhat abusive words, that Heneva's suspicions seemed to somewhat subside. However, what followed was an entirely different suspicion. Are you sick? Do I look like a sick person to you? I guess, if it really is you, you're stubborn enough to be sent to the underworld and proclaim to the devil that you're not supposed to be there. Though Yi and Wu wanted to state that he possessed the divine position of death, he decided to remain quiet. Well, actually, if one thinks about it, there's no one in this tower who has been scorned and cursed as much as you. If one were to listen to all of it, one could possibly live an eternal life. Hearing this, Yi and Wu had all kinds of thoughts. Should he fight back? He had been quiet because of the regret he felt towards Heneva, but as Heneva continued to scratch his sore spots, Yi and Wu's original personality kept trying to rear its head. However, just when Yi and Wu was just having these thoughts, Heneva stopped pouring out curses towards Yi and Wu. Heneva crossed his arms and had a sullen expression on his face. Then why did you really come here? Didn't I tell you? I just came to see you. So, do you really have no other business? Well, there is something small. HMPF. I knew it. Heneva could read Yi and Wu inside and out. What is it? Can I borrow your anvil and hammer? My anvil and hammer? Are you going to make something? Heneva tilted his head, wondering what kind of grand artifact Yi and Wu wanted to forge. The Yi and Wu he knew has already received the title of Master Crafter. In terms of crafting skills, Yi and Wu was not far behind Heneva. In other words, Yi and Wu could easily create something no matter where he was and whatever tools he used. There was no specific need to come to Heneva's place. And yet, Yi and Wu had come to Heneva's workshop. Was Yi and Wu planning on making something tremendous? Heneva's back shot up as he thought that Yi and Wu was planning to make something as grand as the Philosopher's Stone. He recalled how grueling and difficult it was at that time, so he was concerned that Yi and Wu would drag him into another grueling project. Yi and Wu's nose turned slightly red. Yi and Wu was also respectfully bowing his head. This was something Heneva saw for the first time in his life. Heneva's expression seemed to state, he must have eaten something wrong. However, the surprises did not end there. I want to make a ring. A ring? You perhaps? Yes. No. An engagement ring, huh? What? Yi Yanwu blinked his eyes in surprise and stopped speaking about his engagement ring when he processed Heneva's outburst. However, Heneva had a serious expression on his face. Adora, such a kind and pretty child, how can I approve of such a person being married to a bastard like you? Never, even when the dirt hits my eyes when I'm dead and being buried. For the first time in his life, Yi Yanwu felt a sense of hate towards Heneva. Whoosh, bang, bang, Yi Yanwu pounded the hammer in front of a blazing furnace. A small ring was taking shape. Compared to the other rings Yi Yanwu possessed, this ring did not seem to possess any special features at all. Yi Yanwu continued to pound down with the hammer. Whoosh, bang, Heneva looked at Yi Yanwu's back from a distance. As the fire was stoked, smoke spread thickly throughout the workshop. What kind of nonsense got into him? Thinking about marriage, Heneva muttered to himself. It was a word that did not seem to fit his image. Unsurprisingly, it was because to Heneva, marriage felt like another world. The people who flowed into the tower were usually those who possessed bitterness in their hearts or had strong ideals. As a result, it was very rare for a player to meet a partner and start a family. Starting a family would usually be looked upon as putting a chain around one's personal goals. This was what Heneva thought. Heneva himself had never even thought of getting married. The main reason was that the number of female dwarves that he could be matched with in the tower was extremely few, and like other players, he was concerned that a partner would only get in his way. Or, perhaps, Heneva thought of marriage the way he did because of his experience of being married once before. He never confided in others, but before Heneva entered the tower, he had a family. Although he had no children, he had a loving wife, someone he loved immensely. But what was married life? Married life was a completely different concept from the love he had for his wife. If one was not able to be responsible for oneself, how was one supposed to responsibly care for two? Heneva, during his youth, was unaware of this fact, so he had married his wife without thinking much of this sense of responsibility and ended up breaking up with his wife. And now, to see and hear such an immature guy suddenly stating that he was planning to get married, Heneva felt the wind was blowing from the wrong direction. Maybe it was because Yi Yanwu had a strong desire to have children after going through a death crisis, stirring up his paternal feelings, or it could be that Yi Yanwu was so exhausted that he suddenly wanted to settle down somewhere. Or maybe he had some strong emotional connection with Adora. Whatever the reason, it was clear to Heneva that some motive had greatly changed Yi Yanwu's mind. Perhaps something in the future has something to do with it. Even though Heneva did not express it, he had already guessed that the Yi Yanwu in front of him was very different from the Yi Yanwu he knew. Others would say that Yi Yanwu was deceitful and deceiving, but even though Yi Yanwu could deceive the eyes of others, he could not trick Heneva's eyes. Power, the strength in his eyes, posture, skill, way of speaking, everything was now different from the previous Yi Yanwu. The Yi Yanwu in front of Heneva now exuded a depth that seemed to have been accumulated over decades or even a few hundred years. I don't know how you came back, but the fact that you came means that you've probably achieved everything you wanted. Heneva had no idea what Yi Yanwu obtained at the end of his journey. He was unable to look that far, unlike Adora with her discerning eyes, but that did not matter. Heneva was truly proud of Yi Yanwu's pursuit and effort to find happiness. Let's see if those two get married. What should I get them? Since he was largely known as one of the 4 master craftsmen, and since he was largely considered as the best among them, Heneva had to put a lot of thought on what gift he should give the couple. He wanted to get something that would surprise even Yi Yanwu, Adora, and the Martial King. In a moment, oh, I know exactly what to give them. Heneva immediately thought of a good idea and smiled happily. Then, the smile slowly turned into a mischievous one. It was because he would finally be able to see an embarrassed expression on that shameless Yi Yanwu's face. Aha! Quote? When Heneva let out a gloomy laugh, Yi Yanwu stopped hammering momentarily and looked back. Looking at Heneva's gaze, Yi Yanwu sensed something ominous. Side Story Chapter 19 One Horn 4. This is driving me crazy. Yi Yanwu smiled bitterly as he looked at his trembling hands. Seriously, why was he always weak-hearted when it came to things related to Adora when he managed to do other things so well? He held a small wooden box in his right hand. If anyone else were to see Yi Yanwu's creation, they would have burst out in admiration the moment they laid eyes on it. The wood, the main material used, was a hardwood that came from the roots of an ebony tree, which descended its roots deep into the lava fields and was exposed to heat for hundreds of years. The patterns engraved on the box were two geese so vividly sculpted that they seemed to be ready to take off at any moment. The lifelike quality of the sculpted creatures just added to the box's splendor. The one-horned tribe traditionally regarded the wild goose, along with the mandarin duck, as an animal that symbolized a couple's faithful affection. This was because geese lived for several decades while not giving up their monogamous lifestyle, always staying true to their single partner. Actually, if it was not for Heneva's previous words, Yianwu would probably not have added this feature. What, you're only going to bring a ring? Yeah, and maybe something to carry it in. That's all. Isn't that enough? Idiot. How can you only bring those things? What woman would appreciate a guy bringing just a pitiful ring while asking her to share her entire life with him? Furthermore, don't you think Adora will know that you're about to propose if you act differently than usual? I'm pretty sure she already has an idea, no? Then, what shall I do? You must make a ring box that rivals the ring. You must pay attention to those finer details so that she'll be able to trust you as a provider and partner. If you just take a ring out of your pocket, do you think she'll feel that it's a special occasion? Don't you have a mind of your own? Think. You may be right. Ah, this idiot. All these spring chickens all think the same. How are you so insensitive? Tisk. Then, what shall I do? Stay there for a second. An idea just came to mind. Heneva slapped Yianwu, who was restless because he didn't know what to do, on the back of the head several times, and gave him some advice. Everything Heneva mentioned sounded logical, so Yianwu had no choice but to admire Heneva's breadth of knowledge. Heneva was able to guide Yianwu to understand the nuances that he would have never thought of himself. In fact, Yianwu wondered if Heneva, not Yianwu himself, was preparing to get married. Did you prepare a message? A proposal message? That? You really are an idiot, or are you just plain stupid? Get your head on straight. Also, how are you planning to set the tone? That's a secret. What? Secret? Why? Well, it's a bit embarrassing to tell you. Ha ha ha. So, you do feel a little embarrassed, huh? Anyway, whatever, tell me. I'm pretty sure you have some stupid plan that matches your idiocy. Wait, you're not planning to do it in a public place with other tribe members around, right? I was going to propose in the evening, when we're out for a walk. Oh ho, it seems you saw something like that somewhere. What event do you have planned? After listening to Yianwu's pitiful response. No, you'll make her so embarrassed that she'll never be able to answer. A proposal needs to be swift with purpose and manliness. Not the flowery crap you have planned. Why is your head so far into the gutter? You must set the mood. The mood is key. Do you hear what I'm saying? After giving Yianwu some pointers. I've already explained this much, this guy better pull this off. And he better not even think of blaming me if anything goes wrong. Yianwu could not help but chuckle while watching Heneva jump up and down with fervor. He knew that, no matter how spiteful Heneva's words seemed, they were all things that were said to benefit him. Among the people around him, Yianwu knew that Heneva wanted the best for him and Adora. To Heneva, Yianwu was like a son, and Adora was a child he grew to love while interacting with the one-horned tribe over all these years. Even the sword she held and used was created by Heneva. Thus, this occasion was very personal for Heneva. Fortunately, not every word from Heneva was a scolding word. Well, it's good that you thought of creating a ring yourself. It took a lot longer than Yianwu expected to finish the casting, as each iteration did not seem to come out in the shape he desired. Still, in the end, Yianwu held a pair of beautiful rings. Grasp. Yianwu tightened his hold around the wooden box. Phew, after taking a breath, the tension seemed to have eased a little. By the way, Heneva. What? How is someone who's so well versed in what women like still a solo? This bastard. When Yianwu recalled what had happened just before he left the smithy, he burst into laughter. It was always enjoyable for Yianwu to see Heneva all worked up. Though he should not joke around with someone at Heneva's advanced age and increase his blood pressure, Yianwu could not help the sly remarks and replies from coming out. It seemed Yianwu was truly comfortable around Heneva. Thank you, Heneva. Yianwu quietly expressed his deepest gratitude to a man who was like his father. Step, step. He began to move his steps to where Adora was. Yianwu, are you here? Adora was watering a flower bed. She looked very pretty in a white dress with frills as she hummed about and watered the flowers. So, without realizing it, Yianwu stood tall and stared blankly at the scene for a long time. Originally, Yianwu was going to surprise her by sneaking up carefully from behind, but he could not. And, feeling someone around, Adora had called out. She turned around to look at Yian-Wu when he did not immediately answer. Yian-Wu regained his senses, but his full reasoning ability did not. It was because the scent of flowers and Adora's scent mixed in the breeze blew in his direction, and there was a mint scent that made his heart pound. It drove him crazy. At that moment, Yian-Wu's proposal plan, which he had come up with Heneva, was instantly blown away. It was as if a small demon resembling Adora had appeared and shattered his detailed plan with a large hammer. Hence, quote, Yian-Wu walked closer to Adora, as if possessed by something. Adora tried to ask Yian-Wu where he had been, but when she saw his hardened expression, she made a similar expression. She wondered if something wrong had happened while she was asleep in bed. Adora. Yes. Yian-Wu knelt on one knee in front of Adora. Will you marry me? Yian-Wu rummaged inside his pockets and pulled out a small wooden box, then quietly opened the lid. Click. Inside the wooden box, 2 rings could be seen side by side on a soft cotton pad. There were no special patterns or decorations, but the rings sparkled beautifully. The lack of lavish adornments made the rings seem to sparkle and catch one's eye even more. Adora was in a daze after she heard Yian-Wu's words and saw the rings being pulled out. The words, "Will you marry me?" stuck in her chest. On the other hand, still down on one knee and watching the startled and unresponsive Adora, Yian-Wu felt as if he was splashed with cold water. He instantly recovered his reasoning and consciousness. It was then that he realized how stupid and rash he had been. It was an impulsive proposal. He did not even set the mood or even present the event he had planned. Now that he was in this predicament, Yian-Wu wondered how he strayed so far from what he had planned. He knew that Heneva would have a field day with his arrogance and aloofness. So, let's be together. Yian-Wu was trying to salvage his mistake. Yes. Adora snatched the box that was in Yian-Wu's hand. Her face was flushed red, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Will you place the ring on my finger? Adora looked so pretty at that moment that Yian-Wu was left staring blankly. Belatedly, he regained his footing and hastily got up to put the ring on Adora's ring finger. Adora's fingers were slender, but her hands were full of calluses from years of martial arts training. However, for Yian-Wu, her fingers and hands could not look more beautiful. The ring was a perfect fit. Adora touched it carefully and smiled broadly. I love you. Cain proposed to Adora. The news of Yian-Wu and Adora quickly spread throughout the village. It spread so quickly that the two were unable to take any action. What? Is that true? Of course, it's true. You know that youngest son of the Nen family, the one who often cuts grass, right? Oh, you mean the idiot who doesn't listen to anyone. What about him? He was scheduled to cut the grass on the princess's property, so when he got there, he saw the whole thing go down. At first, Cain's expression was so serious that he wondered if something had happened to Cain and Adora, but then he saw the rings. Ah, I wish I had been there, too. Right, I'm so curious about what expression our beloved and proud little princess made. Adora and Cain were so absorbed in the proposal that they did not pay attention to their surroundings. Originally, Yian-Wu was planning on gaining the blessings from the martial king and psychic medium before proposing. However, now that the rumors were spreading like wildfire, it seemed that the martial king and psychic medium would hear the news before he could deliver it. Moreover, Adora also did not want the whole village to know of the proposal, which she had an inkling of, but things just happened to progress in an unexpected way. Our ice princess is getting married. We cannot stay still. What shall we start with? What do we do first? What do you mean, what should we start with? There's only one thing. The members of the tribe were already rapidly discussing among themselves. After all, this was a village where there was nothing interesting to do except to practice martial arts. So, for them, the marriage of Yian-Wu and Adora was an event worth celebrating together, but it was also a plaything for them to clear their heads and work together. First, we need to build something to honor the groom and bride. A marriage between a disciple of the tribal chief and his princess. Shouldn't the rest of the tower, no, everyone in the world, know about it? Boo, come on, let's start with the wedding invitations. The tribe members first selected the finest silk as the material for the wedding invitations, saying that the value of the tribe should not be seen as low. The silk they chose was made from silkworms that had slept for over 100 years. Furthermore, these silkworms were said to be born only after receiving the aura of the moonlight for several hundreds of years. For this reason, the silk made from these silkworms was very precious as it possessed the qualities of poison immunity and general indestructibility. It was also a useful material to create outstanding artifacts. However, the members of the tribe did not hesitate to pull out a great amount of this silk, which they had grown and held onto, to print wedding invitations. In addition, they also went to absurd lengths of coating the invitations with gold leafing and sprinkling them with precious scenting oils. They then sent these invitations to all the major clans in the tower. Adora said she felt embarrassed and tried to stop the others from taking these dramatic actions, but she could not stop her tribe members, especially since they were already on a roll. It also did not help Adora that her tribe members were all skilled in martial arts, making the preparation, creation, and dissemination of such extravagant invitations a breeze. The contents of the wedding invitation were as follows. If you don't come to the wedding, you'll be thoroughly trampled on. When the Red Dragon clan collapsed, no one in the world could ignore the One-Horned tribe, who had taken over the seat as the most powerful force in the tower. Though Alpharone's sudden disappearance threw a wrench in the power dynamics, the One-Horned tribe members did not give this any thought. I've handed out all the wedding invitations. What's next? Let's set up a monument to celebrate the groom and bride. Let's start with the statues of Cain and Adora, who have brought glory to our tribe. Really large, humongous statues. At those words, all the eyes of the members of the tribe twinkled. Where should we make the statues? They should be very flamboyant and flashy. But we're not capable of that. Although the tribe members were lost in thought for a moment. Phew, don't worry about those details. I've already got everything ready. As if waiting for his time to speak, someone shouted in a confident tone. The members of the tribe turned their heads to see who spoke up, and when they saw the face of the person who was shouting at the top of his lungs, the color soon drained from their faces. Pull it right, 1, 2, 3, arg, hey, you idiots, pull correctly. At this rate, the statues will fall backwards. Okay, everyone, repeat after me. Pull, pull. Dozens of members of the tribe were standing next to each other and pulling a rope, and a huge statue, which seemed to be about 30 meters tall, was slowly rising. Heneva had his arms crossed and looked at the developments with great delight. Slap, I felt something ominous brewing. Yi Yanwu covered his face with his hands. He wondered if he might have to bring out his mask and wear it. Adora had already run off somewhere, stating that she did not want to be present. A statue was going up. It was a statue of Yi Yanwu holding Vigrid high with a dignified face and Adora smiling with an elegant posture next to him. Side Story Chapter 21 Horn 5. Ha ha ha, it's the first time I've ever seen such a wonderful statue. I put some effort behind it. In a conference room located inside the village hall of the One-Horn tribe, there was a long table extending in the center of the hall. The Martial King and Heneva were laughing out loud as they found everything so much fun. Maybe, tell me, could you also? Heneva tilted his head with a curious expression, causing the Martial King to let his voice trail off. But soon, Heneva realized the meaning of the Martial King's words and smiled broadly. That shouldn't be a problem. Oh, our esteemed Heneva is so skilled and thoughtful. It should be bigger and grander in scale than the groom and bride's statue, no. Then, if possible, it should be about 1 or 3 times larger. Place it in the tribe's central area and set up a monument and a fountain next to it. Father, please stop. While listening to their conversation, Adora was unable to bear the shame any longer. She screamed out and cut off her father. Her face had already turned beet red. From wedding invitations to statues, her clan members' efforts in commemoration of her wedding drove Adora crazy. If they were going to play a prank, then they should know how far they should go, but what the heck is this? The problem for Adora was that no one seemed to share her concern. On the contrary, everyone justified their nonsensical conclusions and actions by stating that, good things are good, the princess is just shy, and, we're doing what you would want us to do. And it was the same with the Martial King. He was not only pleased with the events that were taking place, but he was also fanning the flames. Just seeing the embarrassing statue being erected made Adora's skin crawl, but now her father wanted to erect an even larger statue. No matter how great a person was, how could one be so arrogant and self-centered? Just the idea of another statue was driving her nuts, but now he was going on about building a fountain and memorial park. Shatter. Adora felt as though the sky would soon collapse on her. I'm going to break it. Every statue will be destroyed. Adora grasped Divine Evil tightly. She was ready to jump out from her seat at any moment and destroy all the damn statues. Of course, the Martial King did not become fazed from his daughter's sudden outburst. Do something. With a burning gaze, Adora looked towards Yi Yanwu. However, Yi Yanwu was in a blank state of mind, as if he had given up. No, to be precise, his eyes were completely unfocused. Perhaps it was because he was still processing the psychological shock he had just experienced. Should I wind up the wheel and propose again? Or perhaps, I should just descend in my true form and destroy the entire tower. Yi and Wu had managed to suppress the urge to flip everything over several times already that day. If it had not been for the considerable magic power and law of causality to turn the wheel, he would have already gone back and changed everything. If I make a mistake while turning the wheel, I might negatively affect the Martial King's existence as well. Yi and Wu knew that his hands were tied. For this reason, Yi and Wu had no choice but to put up with the situation. While he was brewing inside, Heneva and the Martial King continued their merry chatter. I'm glad to hear that everyone likes it. In fact, I was worried that I might not be able to meet the deadline. Deadline. I don't think they've even set a date yet. Didn't they? Haven't the wedding invitations already been sent out? That was just the first wave. The first wave. There's going to be a second and third wave. Of course, we're talking about Nayu's daughter and my disciple marrying each other. The first meeting will be a short get-together with the intention that everyone should prepare bridal gifts. The second meeting will be the engagement ceremony, and the third meeting will be... Father, are you really going to be like this? Wondering just how many more shameful acts her father was planning, Adora had already placed one foot on the table and had half pulled out divine evil. Her sharpened eyes, filled with anger and embarrassment, warned her father that she was willing to swing her sword immediately if he spoke any further. When the Martial King saw the reaction of his daughter, he burst into laughter. Every time he took a stab at her, Adora reacted so violently that he could not help himself from continuing. The Martial King's secret hobby was to playfully bully his own daughter. The psychic medium shook her head and muttered underneath her breath that her husband was acting immature, but the Martial King still found it hard to stop teasing his daughter. Still, if he continued, the Martial King felt he may go beyond a sense of teasing and really hurt his daughter's feelings. Thinking this far, the Martial King took a step back. He was remarkably adept at knowing the boundaries. Anyway, my disciple. The Martial King glanced toward his disciple, Yi and Wu, who quietly nodded in acknowledgement. When are you going to introduce your parents? Shouldn't we have a meeting? A meet and greet between parents. Hearing these words, Adora quietly lowered her feet from the table and sat back in her chair. For some reason, she felt that her father was not going to create any further commotion. Adora looked toward Yi and Wu as well. As she came to think of it, Adora had never properly greeted Yi and Wu's parents or met his family. She had met his father, Kronos, as they shared a conversation when Kronos was Vigrid. However, she had never had a proper conversation with Yi and Wu's mother or younger brother. Of course, she knew that the two had passed away, but knowing that Yi and Wu was trying to save them, she wondered if that purpose had already been achieved. Besides, the gods of Olympus are also part of his family. If we're going to do a meet and greet. When Adora remembered where Yi and Wu was originally from, she fell silent. For some reason, Adora felt that this meet and greet would not simply end with a meeting between the adults of the two families. The One-Horned Tribe and Olympus were the two leading forces that ruled over the tower. Only the parents of the bride and groom should meet for a meet and greet, right? Yi and Wu thought about it for a moment and then spoke out. If he were to bring along Cha Jung-woo, then he would also have to bring his other siblings, and there were quite a few older siblings, and he still had a bad relationship with some of them. This was especially the case for Zeus, who was probably running wild at the moment. Also, bringing over father and mother. Also, Yi and Wu thought about how his parents would possibly react to his sudden announcement of getting married. I'm sure father will playfully say, "Why are you digging your own grave?" At the same time, if Yi and Wu's parents met Adora, it was obvious how the two of them would react. They would laugh and smile with glee. They would love Adora. They would probably welcome her more than himself. His father had already hinted that he really liked Adora. Okay, we'll keep it formal and small. Bring only your parents. Or shall I go and get them? Fortunately, the Martial King did not seem too concerned about Yi and Wu's suggestion. No, I'll bring them over. Good, then do it. We'll have to prepare the wedding studio for photos, pick out our clothes, make an appointment at salons. What? That. Yi and Wu and the Martial King quickly decided on the wedding preparations. Beyond the walls of the conference hall, in the next room, there was a person secretly overhearing the conversation. The dress is the most important choice. Adora, do you have any good ideas? Isn't it okay if I wear your wedding dress? That's a good idea, but there'll be 2 weddings, one with outside people and one within our tribe. Do you really want to see me draw my sword? Oh, why is my lovely daughter so strung up? This is unavoidable. I'm not kidding, we need to also consider how this will look for the tribe. We must hold a separate tribe ceremony. Then I need 2 dresses. You could use mine for one, so we just need another. We can't just choose anything. It needs to be something nice and very special. Then, oh ho, it seems you already have something in mind. The man, who overheard the entire conversation, slowly removed his ear from the wall. Ha ha ha, Fant evilly grinned. In order to not bump into the Fant of this period, this Fant, who came through the turning of the wheel, had put his head down and stayed quiet. What I couldn't do in the previous wheel, I'll do this time. If he could bring his sister the dress she wanted, Fanty'd probably gain some points from Adora in the future. His eyes shone as he became determined to act like a proper older brother. Wait, sister, this older brother of yours shall help you. How is it? The tea's scent is very clear. It also has a very refreshing effect on one's mind. I enjoy it whenever I can. After concluding the preparation planning, Adora left to talk further with her mother, and Heneva went back to the blacksmith to make a statue of the martial king. Ha ha ha, how do you like my wedding present? Suddenly, at the end, Yian-Wu remembered what Heneva had said with a sly smile. At that time, Yian-Wu pretended not to hear and ignored Heneva. Yian-Wu had already made up his mind to destroy all the statues in the middle of the night when there were fewer people around. Since Heneva made the statue with his own hands, Yian-Wu thought he might hesitate to destroy it, so Yian-Wu decided that, if he could not destroy it, he would bury it under a mountain somewhere. Such a monstrous thing should not have to exist in this world. After Adora and Heneva left, only Yian-Wu and the martial king remained in the meeting room. When their planning was over, Yian-Wu planned to follow Adora, but Yian-Wu sensed that the martial king had something to say, so he stayed back. Yian-Wu tilted his head, wondering what the martial king had to say, and quietly put down the teacup that the martial king offered him. At that moment, Yian-Wu saw the martial king's eyes sharpen. It was different from the playfulness that had filled his eyes earlier. The martial king seemed to be deep in thought. Was it because of that? Yian-Wu seemed to know what the martial king was going to say. Shouldn't you tell me now? The martial king still spoke in a light tone. However, Yian-Wu was able to read the weight contained in those few words. Just as Yian-Wu expected, it was about that. If you ask without properly introducing the subject matter. Still, Yian-Wu pretended to be confused. Laugh. The martial king smirked as if Yian-Wu's response was ridiculous. It's written all over your face. Do you think you'll be deceived if you say that? Quote. Yesterday, the psychic medium stated a new divination. Yian-Wu shut his mouth, as he expected what would come next. Elimination. No matter how many times we reviewed the divination, we came to that singular message. Nothing has changed. Quote. If I say this, you may think I'm whipped, but I have absolute confidence in my wife's skills. The divination is most likely correct. Why? Because she's the one I love and trust the most. The one-horned tribe consisted of a total of 50 families and clans united into one tribe. At that time, a person who was appointed as a patriarch or king had to marry the wives from each of those 50 families and clans in turn. Furthermore, the patriarch or king had the duty to have at least one child in his relationship with each of them. In this way, the children born would fight for the next kingship. This meant that the martial king had several wives, and that he had many children besides Fant and Adora. In fact, long ago, Yian-Wu had even competed with one of the martial king's other sons, Zhang. Although Yian-Wu had known the martial king for such a long time, he had never heard him talk about his other wives. There was only one person who the martial king called his wife, the psychic medium. She was the only person he truly loved and trusted. Therefore, the martial king unconditionally trusted the psychic medium's divination. He never had any distrust or doubts. By the way, the divination did not state death, which simply means death, but elimination, which means disappearing forever. It means that I'll disappear without leaving even a speck of dust in this world. I won't even be able to reincarnate. The martial king's eyes drooped. That probably means I'll suffer something beyond death, total annihilation. My existence and soul will completely disappear. But ironically, you came here after turning your wheel, and I'm still here like this. While the martial king spoke, Yian-Wu remained silent. Seeing that, the martial king seemed convinced about something. There was some connection between his existence and Yian-Wu. What have you done to me, disciple? Side Story Chapter 21 One Horned 6. Wouldn't a laurel wreath with twigs from divine cedar look pretty? Fant started running around the tower to make what Adora had called the most suitable and best dress. The floors, the tests, what was the use of those things? Fant was just going to ram past everything. Aha! Divine cedar was a tree said to be blessed by the gods and demons who resided on the 98th floor. For this reason, among the players living in the tower, the people of faith tended to visit this place the most. They hoped that their voices would be better delivered, even just a little better, to the gods and demons that they worshipped. The rumor was that the divine cedar originated from a fallen branch of the world tree. So, the moment Fant appeared on top of such a tree and did something unspeakable, all the gathered players, who had been praying with reverence, screamed aloud. What is that? Why is the one-horned tribe over there? What the hell is that madman doing? No. When Fant first appeared atop the divine cedar tree, the gathered players did not take him too seriously, saying, another one-horned tribe member doing something one-horned. They did not appreciate that a being was sullying the sacred tree by standing atop of it, but they were unable to do anything since they were not confident in fighting against such a fierce foe, especially one from the one-horned tribe. They just hoped that he would get bored of playing around and leave. However, the man suddenly grabbed the trunk of the divine cedar and shook it recklessly. They questioned whether the large divine cedar tree would bend just because this crazy guy grabbed it and shook it, but the divine cedar tree swayed and creaked very loudly. It was as if it were a bamboo tree that was being hit by the wind and rain. Thanks to this, the tree's leaves started to fall like raindrops and several small and large branches started to pour down non-stop. The gathered players, who were praying in the shade of the tree, had no choice but to run out. If they remained under the tree, the falling matter might break their heads. The fleeing players and those observing the scene from afar all turned pale. Not caring about what others were thinking, Fant shook the divine cedar tree for a long time until he gathered as many branches as he wanted. Is this more than I need? The basket that Fant was carrying on his back was bursting with divine cedar branches. It probably doesn't matter. Fant wanted to err on the safe side, so he decided that he would rather have more branches than not enough. After getting what he wanted, Fant quickly left the scene. In the place where he disappeared. Whoosh! The divine cedar. God, oh my God. Why is this happening to us? All the leaves had fallen off and only a few bare branches remained. Arachne's thread. I've heard that dresses made from it sparkle beautifully, like finely ground gemstones. Arachne was a being known for its exceptional skill in handling threads. It was to the extent that there were legends of how it competed evenly with Athena, a major god of Olympus. But, according to the legends, Arachne believed so firmly in its own abilities that it became arrogant and slandered the gods. This led to it being cursed by the gods and forced to live as a spider species, both for Arachne and her offspring. This was why it was difficult to deal with monsters with the name, Arachne. The Arachne, who took on the form of a spider, spewed its thread from someplace near its butt region. The thread that came out was very sticky, full of viscosity, and so elastic that it could not be cut easily, no matter how sharp one's knife or sword. Since the Arachne lived in groups, their threads were always used in their nests, creating a natural trap from which intruders could not escape. That's why even high-ranking players tended to avoid the Arachne's nests. Give it up. Along the pathway where Fant had burst across, the bodies of dead Arachne littered the ground, with their bodies flipped over and their spider legs crumbled inward. As a bonus, Fant was able to secure several ejection organs near the corpses' buttocks. He piled the loot into the basket on his back. Give it up. The ejection organ was the anus through which the Arachne excreted waste. Because of this, in the eyes of the Arachne who were still in their nests, Fant was seen as a rampaging pervert who was ginning for their butts, literally. Give it to me. Every time their eyes met with Fanta's, like a madman, Fant would shout out, give it up. Give it to me. Gimme it. The scene of such a crazed, shouting character induced fear for the Arachne. Furthermore, the Arachne could not properly understand human speech. However, without understanding what he was saying, they knew what he was after with fanatical obsession and greed. Their asses. Fanta's roars made their nests shake and thump, inducing greater terror and fear for all the Arachne. The Arachne were reputed to be the apex predators around this region, but this newly arrived player was way above their heads, no, their asses. The butt pervert has appeared. You must protect your asses. The Arachne scattered all over the place to avoid Fant. They ran awkwardly with several of their legs covering their rears, trying to protect their butts from being exposed. Hey, give it to me, give it, ha ha ha, butts everywhere, ass here, ass there, ha ha ha. Key, the arachne nests filled with cries as Fante's deranged shouts got louder. And then, Key Arachne, the boss who was at the innermost part of the nest, trembled and closed its eyes tightly. It possessed the largest ass. It was obvious what fate would soon befall it. On the 30th floor, in the Sea of Death, the pearls that are at the bottom of the sea. Since Adora stated that she wanted pearls to decorate her dress, Fant had overturned the entire Sea of Death, which boasted an enormous size that covered an entire 3 floors. Because of this, natural disasters occurred one after another, such as storm surges and volcanic eruptions, but Fant paid no attention. He was beyond a nuisance. He had become a moving disaster zone. On the 41st floor, there's a bird called Heavenly Stork. I raced out so quickly to gather the materials that I didn't quite hear what type of feather she wanted. When he listened to his sister's words, Fant thought it would not be too difficult to gather the bird's feathers, but the bird, the Heavenly Stork, that Adora spoke of boasted a formidable size, exceeding 20 meters in height. Even though the Heavenly Stork possessed so many different feathers that Fant could not tell exactly which one was needed. The more gorgeous feathers were limited to the area around the bird's tail, but Fant, who did not possess an ounce of aesthetic taste, was unable to recognize it. Well, it doesn't matter. Fant smiled broadly. I'll just kill them off and take them all with me. Boom. And on that day, a mountain range that occupied more than half of the stage on the 41st floor completely collapsed. In a short time, Fant roamed the tower's world. Who else's older brother would work so hard for his precious sister? Ha ha ha, I hope she doesn't cry too much from appreciation. Fant envisioned Adora weeping from appreciation, so his shoulders naturally became broader, and subsequently, he carried himself with greater confidence. Adora, from the previous time period, always told Fant that, as you get older, your brain is turning more into pure muscle. Fant was adamant to change that sentiment during this time period. Rather, he would make sure that Adora looked up to him with eyes full of respect and admiration. If I can make that happen. If I can get her onto my side, and since she has a hold on Yi and Wu, I'll finally be able to escape that tyrant's grasp. Then, I'll be able to throw my weight around as his brother-in-law. In fact, this was the secret motivation that spurred Fant into action. Did it matter what motivated him? If he could act like a good older brother and gain some benefits at the same time. Fant was already imagining a world where Yi and Wu was calling him brother-in-law, with a respectful face. In the one-horned tribe, who followed tradition strictly, these titles and manners carried great weight. Very good, ha ha ha, his happiness was shooting upwards to the moon. What is all this? After leaving Yi and Wu and the Martial King in the meeting room, who both said they had something to share with each other, Adora frowned. She was concerned that her father was going to ask Yi and Wu to do something absurd. However, Adora was soon ambushed from an unexpected place. Their formal complaints. The head elder pressed his fingers against his stinging temples. Adora could feel the head elder's deep anger as he continued to speak through clenched teeth. Scrolls were piled high enough to fill one wall of the hallway. The problem was that other members of the tribe continued to bring out and pile on more scrolls. Letters of complaint. Adora felt a chill running up her spine. Yes, Fant, that idiotic bastard is running around wreaking havoc everywhere. The head elder tossed the scrolls he held in his hand as he ground his teeth. This complaint states that the divine cedar tree has become barren, as all of its leaves and most of its branches have been torn off. It has completely lost its divine ability and connection to the heavenly world. Plop. This complaint is from the tower's administrative branch office. They're saying that the Sea of Death on the 28th floor has suddenly dried up, rendering it impossible to operate the stage any longer. Plop. This complaint is about something being burned in the river on the 11th floor. All those who drink from the river have gotten excruciating stomach aches. Plop. The whole 41st floor's mountain range was blown away, so there are no mobs that allow players to raise their stats. And this complaint. Plop, plop, plop. As the scrolls fell one by one, Adora's expression changed moment by moment. All this destruction could not be considered trivial. Natural disasters, desolate winds. Fant was leaving a wake of destruction as he tore across the tower's floors. The damage went far beyond affecting just one or two players or clans. Fante's actions had stopped the operation of several stages on different floors. If Fant was left alone, the accumulated damage may become irreversible, so despite the fear of the one-horned tribe, the players had sent complaints as a collective group. Even the tower's administrative office asked what the heck was going on. Truly, the entire ecosystem of the tower was being messed up because of Fant. What the hell is that idiot brother of mine doing? Adora understood that the only person who could do such a thing was the Fant who came from the future with Yi and Wu. She thought he would be old enough to know better. Somehow, it did not seem like age corresponded with wisdom or intelligence for her brother. No, in many ways, he seemed to be getting younger. Adora felt a massive headache coming on. How is his head only full of muscles? This was not in reference to Fante's anatomy, wherein the brain was essentially a muscle, biologically. Adora felt that Fante's soul was ruled by reincarnated muscle. Even after getting married, she was worried that Fant would continue causing accidents like this and drag Yi and Wu down with him. Tremble, tremble, Adora's insides boiled. And do you know what this is? What is it? Somehow, Adora's anxiety grew. Fant beat down the advance squad on the 77th floor, which was dispatched to investigate the disappearance of Alpharon because they were making too much noise. Anyway, as if he's not Nayu's son. The head elder frowned as he remembered the Martial King's youth. The Martial King used to fight all the time and caused accident after accident when he was young. For some reason, the head elder's anger grew as he recalled the headaches he had to face during that time. At that moment, I have been wronged. Someone shouted from outside. It was Fant. The Fant of the current time period was caught and dragged by various tribe members. Fant had drool all over his mouth as he screamed bloody murder. He was passionately stating the injustice of his incrimination. It seemed that he was suffering harm due to the actions of the Fant from the future. Such a troublemaker, Adora had to press her forehead with her index fingers. She had an ominous feeling that sooner or later, she would become as wrinkly as the head elder. Side Story Chapter 22 One-Horned 7. So, a deep sense of anger and frustration was etched on Adora's face as she cut off Fante's explanation. Any observer could easily tell that she was trying to calm her seething anger. This was all for me, huh? Fant had laid out the various baskets of goods in front of Adora. Each basket was large enough to hold Adora and then some, carrying piles of goods within them. They were the materials for the dress, she half-jokingly stated to her mother in private. Is this guy crazy? Who the hell takes that seriously? All the things Fant brought back were, at one time, from terrifying existences. The thick branches of the divine cedar wood, the spinnerets of the arachne, the pearls from the giant black clam located in the deep waters of the Sea of Death. Fine. This much could be understood as gathering materials. However, the triple-headed ogre's eyeballs or the desert worm's thorny slime, these were not things that anyone would consider appropriate to create a beautiful wedding dress. Well, if this guy had that much common sense, he wouldn't have acted like this in the first place. Fant, who had no common sense to begin with, had no way of knowing that Adora had been joking with her mother. Having lived a life wherein he was always respected and adored by others, he had long ago lost any sense of basic logic. Rather, even now, Fant was expecting Adora to shower him with praise. He was seemingly stating that he had done everything for his dear sister and brother-in-law. He expected to be showered with praise and adoration. He wanted his greatness as a brother to be praised. You fool, no praise. If you were going to bring something, you should have done it properly. Adora crossed her arms and spoke in a sullen tone. As Fante's gaze trembled wildly, she continued, divine cedar wood twigs, you successfully attained them, but why are they all broken? You didn't preserve them well. Look, all the bark has been skinned off. Since the twigs are defective, both the appearance and the divine power that once resided in the twigs are all gone, and it's impossible to turn it into a laurel wreath. Arg, and these spinnerets. You didn't seriously think that this raw material could easily be converted for weaving material, right? Are you dumb? It was true that arachne's thread was classified as a high-quality material. However, since the position of the spinneret on the arachne was where it was, a timely and professional process was necessary to properly separate the spinneret to convert into thread. Otherwise the spinnerets, and the threads within them, would become useless as they were all stewing in secretion. Moreover, there was a poisonous gland in arachne's body, so the thread would often melt within the spinneret before one could extract it out. These were the type of spinnerets Fant had brought. Even if the poison did not melt the thread first, the stench of secretion on any potential thread would put off any desire for one to use it as dress material. Oh, no. After hearing Adora's explanation, Fante's complexion started to turn white. The reality of the situation was dawning on him. And these feathers, where do I start? You brought the entire bird. Did you think you could just bring the whole thing? Moreover, you've handled it so roughly that only the bird's leather is intact, all the feathers have already fallen off. There's no use for this carcass, you asshole. Adora's fact-bombing continued without a break. The pearls are scratched all over. What the hell were you thinking? Quote! Quote. Plop. Fant slumped onto the ground in frustration. All the while, Adora constantly poured out insult after insult such as, idiot, dumb, musclehead. There was no appreciation or praise for the suffering and effort he had gone through and endured. His daydream of gaining respect from Adora and Yianwu respectfully calling him brother-in-law, all of it became a mirage. And above all else, quote! Quote. Wondering what else was there, Fant raised his head in a daze. He saw Adora stare back at him with her chin raised high. You've been causing trouble everywhere you've gone. Do you think my wedding can be properly blessed? I'd be thankful if I wasn't hexed with a bunch of curses. A wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event, so it was more important than most other things in one's life. To make a 100-year covenant with the one you love while receiving blessings and congratulations from everyone, that was the ideal that any bride would want before a marriage. However, Fant had overturned everything. Adora's anger flared up once more at the thought that few people would be present at her wedding, so she seethed. Fant, trembling under the aura that was emanating from his sister, could not help but take a few steps backwards. However, before he could even take a few steps back, he bumped into something. Once he stopped, he turned around and saw Yianwu standing, hands behind his back, with an angered expression on his face. Yianwu's face was so contorted that Fant could not imagine the amount of inner anger Yianwu was holding back. Whoosh! The overwhelming aura spreading out from Yianwu was making the situation even more scary for Fant. Shall we have a talk? A little while ago, Yianwu had finalized the calculation of compensation for the places that suffered damage due to Fante's escapade. Although the exact amount had not been finalized with the other parties, Yianwu was able to come down with a rough estimate. And the result was, even if Yianwu tore Fant to shreds and sold off all his organs and all Fante's possessions, the gathered amount would fall pitifully short. Fante's face turned even more pale as he recalled the trauma he experienced when he learned how to use blood lightning from the head elder long ago. Learned might be a misleading term. Perhaps a better term would be that he was subjected to blood lightning strikes until he could endure it and learn how to use the skill himself. Arg! Fante's screams filled the village. Arg! Is that Fant? Looks like he's gone and done something again. No matter how old he gets, he's always causing trouble. When will he ever mature? Tisk! Fante's desperate screams could be heard clearly all the way to where Yianwu and the Martial King were. The Martial King only seemed a bit more mature outwardly, but on the inside, he was similar to Fant in every way. Thus, seeing the Martial King state such words, Yianwu could not help but frown. Why are you looking at me with such respectful eyes, disciple? Does this look like respect? Then worship. It seems that Master has not really changed. Of course, a person cannot change overnight. If someone does change that quickly, one should be skeptical. One doesn't know what that person is up to. Chuckle. The Martial King burst out laughing in the meeting room, and Yianwu shook his head. There was no way to overcome his master's audacity. More than that, then, with a bright smile, the Martial King changed the subject. In fact, the atmosphere in the meeting room had been quite heavy just a moment earlier. This was because Yianwu had answered the Martial King's question on how he was revived. Open hollow corner bracket, close hollow corner bracket. The psychic medium had stayed silent throughout Yianwu's explanation. She must have been in shock. On the other hand, the Martial King did not seem to care at all. No, in some respect, he seemed quite refreshed. Okay, then afterwards, what are your plans now? Somehow, I have to bring my parents to this time period, so I'm going to wander around outside for a while. That means you'll be disappearing again. Are you serious? You're going to leave my daughter all alone again? Are you going to make my daughter wait for you all her life? In an instant, the smile disappeared from the Martial King's face. Even if you're my disciple, I won't stay still. Whoosh! A strong air current circulated throughout the meeting room. The killing intent was enough to make Yianwu's skin tingle. Behind the Martial King, something like an invisible shadow seemed to expose its ferocious teeth. It's been a long time since I've seen that. Yianwu felt a strange feeling when he saw the shadow. It was the same feeling he felt when he first met the Martial King. This felt like meeting a ferocious beast. When Yin Wu witnessed it, the martial king had laughed at meeting such a peculiar fellow. The martial king probably accepted Yin Wu as a disciple because he saw potential in Yin Wu. If I can also fully resurrect Master, if he can become a permanent existence, if there's even the slightest possibility of that, I'll do it. This was the future that Yin Wu envisioned. The image that Brahm and Athena had seen with their foresight, Yin Wu wanted to make that image a reality. No, to be frank, he wanted to do more. The people who were lost, the people who he had to lose, the people who he missed, the people who passed by during his travels, all the people who made Cha Yin Wu, who he was today if he had assembled all the legends on the 99th floor and completed me. From now on, it was necessary to put together the numerous pieces of law of causality that made me, and return to his original shape. Yin Wu thought that this was the last act he had left to do. Perhaps he was at the stage of completing his transcendence, which was still ongoing. This was a transcendence, to be born in a completely new form, surpassing everything one was. It had to be completed. Having organized his thoughts. Chuckle. Yin Wu burst out laughing. You laugh. One of the martial king's eyebrows twitched, as if he did not appreciate Yin Wu's response. Since he did not know what Yin Wu was thinking, the martial king thought that Yin Wu was laughing at him. Yes, I laughed. However, Yin Wu did not try to correct the martial king's misunderstanding right away. Yin Wu was having too much fun. Every second he spent with the martial king was enjoyable. Really, has living been too boring for you recently? If you can do it, try. You think I can't? You can't. You egged me on yesterday as well. Are you arguing with your master now that you've gained a bit of strength? Master. Yin Wu cut off the martial king's words and brought himself closer to the martial king in a sign of provocation. A sneer hung over Yin Wu's lips. Even though he called the martial king master, his master was no longer someone who could challenge him. At least, this was what Yin Wu's actions seemed to be stating. Since when have you been so long-winded with your words? Crackle. Veins started popping up from the martial king's forehead. This bastard. The martial king made his move. Boom. At that moment, the meeting room, no, the entire building itself including the meeting room, exploded. Ring, ring, ring. As an alarm rang, commotion spread throughout the village in an instant. What is it this time? Did an enemy appear? What brainless opponent would dare to raid our village with a large event looming in the horizon, huh? It's not that, you idiot. Then, Cain and the chieftain are butting heads. What? Oh, that sounds like loads of fun. Oh, I can't miss this. Where are they? Where? All the members of the tribe rushed to the place where Yin Wu and the martial king were fighting. They had already been excited about the wedding preparations, so their enthusiasm shot through the moon when they heard about this unexpected but welcomed event. After all, the most entertaining sight in the world was to watch others butt heads and fight. But who do you think will win? The chief is a little stronger, right? No, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Cain is also very strong. I think it'll be close. Really, really, then today, it'll finally be settled. We might finally be able to see our chieftain's eyebrow turn black. Woohoo! The fact that the chieftain of the tribe, who was always busy harassing the members of the tribe and who acted inhumane, would be put in his place. The members of the tribe became ecstatic. And just like their expectations of being able to watch a fight. Boom, 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 rumble. Yin Wu and the martial king fought fiercely at a vacant lot that was immediately created by the various tribe members.